Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath brown waves. I'll be reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side. Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I go, as I go. Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I go, as we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running low. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running low. Keep running
Hello everybody and welcome back to another day of LPL English. We have 7 days remaining until the end of the regular season and the play-in stage begins. We have 2 more best of 3s here in Group Ascent as we finalize that second round robin, starting things off with Fun plus Phoenix up against JD Gaming. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Cubby here for this first series. And Cubby, this is a series that was actually very exciting, very competitive last time around, so we're hoping for another really good one today.
Yeah, it was one of the best casted angles I've seen in a while from Care in Game 3, as FPX did manage to find the upset against JD Gaming, who are in the middle of their stretch of 7 best of 3s within 10 days. It hasn't been the cleanest for them so far, and we're going to have to see if they can pick it up against FPX, who has kind of been resurging and refining some of their form that they showed earlier in the split of late.
And if you are just kind of getting back into things here at the LPL, if you're trying to catch up on some of these final matches before the playoffs begin, here's a quick overview of the format. We are currently in the group stage where we've had the top 10 teams from Group Ascent in one group playing a double round robin best of 3. Meanwhile, Group Nirvana, which is the bottom 6 teams, have concluded. The top 2 teams from there, EDG and LGD, will be joining the bottom 6 teams in Group Ascent to play in a play-in stage, which is one singular best of 5. Winners of those will go into the playoffs alongside the top 4 teams in the group. The losers will be eliminated for the rest of the split.
Yeah, and a fun schedule that we have tonight, Graves, because currently JD Gaming sits in 4th, IG in 5th, and FPX in 6th. And I know NiP is already locked in for play-ins at 9th, but they've been playing much better of late since they got solo kill in the lineup. And of course, IG just put up, yes, I will say it, a clean 2-0 against JDG in their last outing. So definitely excited for that second series. And potential to have some shifting in our standings, as of course that top 4 you lock in playoffs. And want to try and avoid the play-ins, you can guarantee that spot in playoffs.
Yeah, you know, that battle for top 4 is still going to be pretty intense between those 3 teams you see up there. BLG, JDG, IG, all not locked in, although we could see some lock-ins today depending on how the results do end up going. Most notably BLG very close to locking in one of those positions. But for JDG, for Invictus Gaming, these wins become very, very important. You don't want to necessarily have your series, your season, I should say, riding on one singular best of 5, even if it is against a team, of course, from Group Nirvana. So again, imperative as we close out the double round robin here in the group stage that they bring their A game, specifically here for JDG to start things off against Fun plus Phoenix. But talking about these rosters, let's get into the nitty-gritty here. Starting off with FPX, our underdogs perceived for this series, although they did take the 2-1 victory last time around.
Yeah, 2-1 over anyone's legend, too, as it was a heck of an outing for FPX, a team that continues to be feisty here in the middle of the standings. I definitely think this is a team that benefits off the fact that in Group Ascend, you play that double best-of-3 round robin. I don't know how often FPX were able to book really good scrims in the middle of the split, right? This was an org that missed out on the Split 1 playoffs, snuck in, had to play with the 3 seeds in order to make it into Group Ascend. And we saw them struggle in that first round robin, but since then, they've managed to find wins against quality teams here in the LPL. Definitely a team that you have to respect, as it's been the best form I've seen Shadow in a long time, and Jouet has started to become a real standout at support.
Yeah, I mean, a win over anyone's legends, absolutely impressive there for FPX, as they were on a bit of a slide, but then kind of rebounded really nicely with some of those wins, but are most recently coming off of a loss to Ninjas in Pajamas, which is something they're going to want to bounce back from here against JDG. And, again, as we mentioned, back in Week 3, these two teams faced off, and
full
JDG
positioning,
being the perceived favorites, didn't end up winning this one. I think these are the clips for our next series, which we'll talk about in a little bit. But FPX overall won that series 2-1 over JD Gaming, and it was a really close one.
It was, and that really was the start of FPX finding their form. They handed JDG their first loss, and yeah, you might be able to write that off to a Game 3 Cassidy, where Kara was able to hit level 16 of the game. That was really good for Cassidy and ended up carrying some of those later games, but still, JD Gaming did not put FPX away, and FPX that really started their hot streak, at least the initial heater they had in the LPL, as they managed to find some wins. But hey, frankly, for me, from there, we're going to have to see if FPX can, again, kind of resume that form. I feel like it was a little bit of a dip in the middle as teams started to ban out some of their champions and figure them out, but FPX been playing better of late.
Yeah, I mean, that was, you look at the records from that last series. It was JDG at 3-0, FPX at 1-3, and since then, they've actually been very similar in terms of their results, right? It's been 5-6 for both teams since that result. So they've been really actually very similar in their record over their last 11 series here in the group stage, which is very much an exciting, series to watch. And again, going back to this, it was not the cleanest best of 3 for either team, specifically for FPX. There was definitely some misplays here and there from Shadow in the jungle. He had himself a couple of oopsie moments, but at the end of the day, in the moments that mattered most, he clutched up, and that's kind of what we've seen from this FPX squad.
Love just watching Awesome completely send it in there on accident, but hey, he's got Ocean Soul, so I guess you got to want to test that one. But no, of course, I think that's a hell of a stat, Grapes, the fact that, again, since this meeting, both teams are 5-6, because you look at these two teams on paper, expectations we had coming into the season for them. This is not two teams that should be similar in terms of strength on paper, right? JDG, a fan favorite roster where a lot of people expected to see them and not just compete for LPL titles, but actually maybe carry some of the LPL hopes to international tournaments where they might be able to compete with any of the teams in the world that show up there. We have seen JDG look like that team at times, but oftentimes it's been pretty inconsistent from them. I think especially of late, Scout and Missing have really had a dip in form. And Shun and Pays, who have been playing really good all split, struggling to sometimes carry this squad all the time.
Yeah, I mean, it's at times it looks like this JDG squad is really able to put it together, kind of like what we saw here in this game 2 specifically, with Pays on the Jinx. But then we get into game number 3 here, and it looked JDG favored for a lot of times, and then we saw this really crazy flank engage from Shadow that was able to really snowball Kara on the Cassidy, and that blew the game open. This was a crazy series to watch. I was actually on the call for this one a couple of weeks ago, and this was a sign, Covey, that FPX is really here to play, because remember, they were not a team that we were expecting to do very much here in this group.
No, 100% right. And again, Kara, this Cassidy angle, really nice game for Cassidy later on. Definitely can get through that lane on the Victor. FPX took full advantage of it. It went down in a Fertile Soul. They were down in gold in that clip. It was a hell of a play by Shadow, who has really been the ringleader for this team. It feels like he is the one that really trying to dictate early games. He likes to be aggressive when it comes to Shadow's play. At times, in the past, that's flubbed for Shadow. But again, he has had a long tenure in the LPL where he has struggled to really remain in the league. He's been in and out of teams as a sub, and that was initially how he came into FPX, as he subbed in for this squad to get them through the Seed 3 placements. But I gotta say, this might be the best tenure we've seen from Shadow so far. His form has been quite good, and has really been helping give FPX that direction on the Rift.
Yeah, I mean, sitting at 6-9, definitely better than a lot of analysts and a lot of experts in the LPL expected going into the Split 2 regular season. But let's take a look at their opponents today, and that is none other than JD Gaming, this super team that was coming with a very new roster from what had existed for them in years past. All Shun, Scout, Pays, and Missing. Cubby, they're in the middle of their Hell Week, as we said, 5 best of 3s kind of in the span of 6 or 7 days, and it hasn't looked all good, but they are coming off of a 2-0 versus Weibo, which is a good sign for them.
Yeah, I know Weibo's been kind of struggling of late to find their form, but JD Gaming, on one hand, you can say, hey, they 2-0'd Weibo, that looks pretty good. On the other hand, they got smoked by Invictus Gaming, a team that they gave them their first 2-0 of the split. They made IG look really clean, a team that we have seen really vary in terms of form sometimes on the Rift. So, again, we are in the middle of that very tumultuous 7 best-of-3 stretch within 10 days for JDG. So, we'll have to see if they can continue to put better games on the Rift, because we have seen a lot of them already, and we'll have to see a lot of them as we wrap things up in the Split 2 round robin.
And when this team is good, it comes off the back of their superstar ADC, and that is Pays, of course, over from Gen G to JDG this year. And we just got to show it again. I know that Weibo's not playing today, but just showing the gameplay, he popped the clip. That's the best way to say it. Slayer went crazy on the call, went viral on our socials a little bit. I mean, this was just an insane moment.
Yeah, I mean, Pays went pretty viral with this one. That Callista, it was a lot of hop, skips, and jumps as Pays continues to show that that is a champion that whenever he plays it at a world-class level. And Pays, again, has been fantastic for this JD Gaming squad. I believe he was the first team All-Pro AD of last week, as he's going up against the first team All-Pro AD in Jue on the other hand, which is kind of fun. Definitely getting some of his flowers delayed, again, has been really good for FPX, but JD Gaming, Pays has been rock solid for them in the bot lane, and will need to continue to be if this team's going to continue to put up better performances.
Yeah, you know, both new players to the space as well. You see Jue only have 1.5 full Tier 1 seasons, and, you know, we think about Pays as almost being experienced at this point, but you gotta remember, this guy's only 19 years old.
He's crazy,
started off on Gen G just a couple of years ago and already has found that level of international success. Obviously, it wasn't to the level that Gen G fans were hoping for, specifically at Worlds, which is why they made the swap back to Ruler and kind of making that trade between the two teams in JDG and Gen G. But down here in the LPL, or back here, it has been Pays, you know, coming back into form a little bit, and we're seeing really good moments from him still.
I think he's been great so far, all split. The question marks for JD Gaming and why we see their form kind of varying for me, again, really been Scout and Missing. We've seen Scout be really disrespectful in the side lanes and getting picked off at times, and then Missing, I mean, has good and bad games like a lot of sports do in the league, but I think at times for JD Gaming, just it's been a bit of on a down. So, again, it really has been June and Pays trying to lift the rest of the team up. We'll see if some of the other team can step up today against FPX, who, again, really feel like they've found some magic with Jue and Shadow, and Care, I think, has been playing a little bit better of late, too. So, it has been really positive for FPX as Care, a piece they've invested in for a long time. It's been good to see some pop-off games from Care as well.
Yeah, everybody kind of having their own moments on FPX. I think during the placement stages, we saw Sheer really have himself a good time.
Yeah.
It's been a little bit kind of neutral for Sheer as of late, being put more on tank duty, being put more on weak side duty, as the focus for FPX has become more around the bot lane. I feel like that's going to be the strategy this time around as well, because when we have seen JDG you know, in some trouble, it has been when they have targeted the bot lane, and when their opponents have targeted the bot lane, so that should be the focus. I believe we have a video that our good producer Kelsey Moser made that is highlighting kind of the stuff here for JDG. Let's take a look. Okay, we're waiting for things to go full screen. I don't know if there was audio on that, but
I assumed there was. I'm kind of interested to hear what it was. I know that we have tried to do a better job of featuring just some of the players and the content the teams post outside of the Rift. Sometimes it has been quite funny. JD Gaming, definitely a team that gets along and likes to give each other some crap. Also, you bring in dogs along to some signings as well. Be kind of fun to feature as well as we get some of the behind-the-scenes looks of LPL. But interested to see what Kelsey has cooked up for us when it comes to this one for sure.
Yeah, both of these teams very active on social media. They love featuring their players in certain things. You know, there's been a lot of, I think there was a Shun clip that went pretty viral and a Pays clip that went pretty viral a couple of days ago that I think would probably get us copyright banned if we tried to play it fully on the broadcast. So we want to make sure we
Always.
you know,
Yeah.
stay safe on that regard here. But yeah, the popularity of both of these squads are interesting to take a look at too. And we were talking about this in the green room, Cubby, but JDG kind of really rising into form as like a top tier organization in the LPL in like 2020, 2021, which was right around the time that FPX like kind of hit their peak as well, and we're starting to maybe fall out in terms of popularity and priority. But now going into this season, we're kind of seeing them on even footing.
Yeah, it has been something that, again, with like JD Gaming, we are used to seeing them really like shoot for the stars with teams. Again, they have spent quite a bit on this roster as they kind of put the pieces together, what was left over almost in the offseason. So it kind of is interesting, again, some history here as that JD Gaming Kanavi run they really had, where it was almost the golden road year, right? That kind of followed up like after FPX fell off, it really was Top Esports and JDG that really stepped into that role as being the top teams of the LPL, or at least competing for the top of the table. So definitely some interesting history there.
Here we go. Starting off with our walkouts. Of course, JDG wanting some revenge on the last time these teams did face off against each other. We're getting ready for our 1v1 for side select as well. It's going to be Care versus Alla. So mid laner versus top laner. Again, for side select, which has been very important in this league. So always something to highlight and talk about as we get ready for this best of 3. Only a few series left for both of these teams. You know, JDG kind of on the back end of their Hell Week, as we've been kind of describing it, where they played a ton of games in a row. So they're finally starting to catch up in terms of match score with some of the other squads kind of around the area as them. And that means that, you know, now the standings really are closing in, and we're really starting to see who has the upper hand and who could potentially sneak their way into that top 4 spot. It looked like JDG had an opportunity to really secure themselves, you know, that's that opportunity to lock themselves at top 4 earlier on, but they've not performed to the level that would have gotten them to that point yet.
Again, we were talking in the IG series when I was covering that one that a real gap had emerged between 4 and 5. The IG 2-0, I mean, it closed the gap by 4 games, right? Given that it was a head-to-head, because it was a 10-game gap between that 4th place team and that 5th place team. But of course, JDG, hey, if this arena looks familiar, guys, if you are a Valorant fan, I guess the reason they have so many best of 3s in the back half of the season, they rented out their arena for Valorant over there in China. So kind of fun to see, again, a real stretch for these guys where they get a lot of reps in, a lot of stage games before playoffs, and of course trying to secure that spot in playoffs proper with the top 4 where you avoid that playing stage. So any series win for JDG would be pretty nice for them in terms of padding the cushion they have. As 6 games, and I believe it's a close series score against IG, but IG sitting at 8 wins as well.
Yeah, that's the big difference, right, is that game score. IG have played a lot of 3-game series. Meanwhile, JDG have, you know, at times been able to take care of business against some teams towards the bottom. Again, they got off to that really hot start, 3-0 to start the group ascend at the start of the year, until they ran into FPX, which is where things started to maybe go a little bit south for them. So let's see if they can use this as another jumping off point to close out their regular season strong. Here for our side select 1v1, as we got a Garen ban here, so it looks like All's a little scared of that one.
Respect. Also, if you want to play Aurelia, I guess, you know, the Garen silence doesn't feel great. You just kind of get silenced in the spin to win. But we have seen Voldabear be a pretty big pick for the 1v1s, so it looks like we're going to have another Care Bear on the Rift. And I know that that's a joke that I forgot to make once, and I was mad about it. So I know it's not the first Voldabear he's played in these 1v1s.
Yeah, he has. It's been pretty popular, I think, amongst a lot of people. I remember, like, LGD played it, I think, in one of their series as well. It is going to get officially locked in. Now we'll see what Alla wants to play. Remember, this is blind, so they don't actually see, I believe, what the opponent has selected. So Lee Sin is going to be the matchup. I don't know if that... I feel like Volibear is pretty favored in the extended skirmishes, so it's going to be a bit tough for Alla.
Alla, he picked the champ that he wants to have fun on against FPX here. We'll say that. Maybe, hey, I will say, Dragon Kick into Ring of Fire, you know? Yeah. Maybe. Kick him out of the ring.
I think that's what we have to be looking for here, right? Because There's no situation we just like, you know, punch him to death because the Volibear,
You get
that Volibear
stunned.
champion.
The E base damage is crazy. Maybe we'll see Lee Sin go for an early Bramble Vest. Of course, some decent healing on each. And curious where Lee Sin puts the points. As, of course, lane Lee Sin oftentimes see that WB max. But I'm expecting we might actually see some points into the E here. As the magic damage and that attack speeds, though, on the Lee Sin could be useful.
And side select at risk here for both of these sides. You know, if you are JDG, if you are trying to be the team that is at that upper hand, has the potential to lock in that top 4 spot, getting that extra oomph from blue side in game number 1 certainly going to be valuable. But of course, FPX, they're playing a little bit with house money at this point. Covey, I feel like in general, like people were expecting them to be around this point at this stage of the season. So any wins they can pick up to close things out and make them feel a little bit more confident is a good sign.
I mean, look, right now, FPX, if they were to push to that 5 spot, or actually, no, they face a group Nirvana team right now. So if they have a 5 or 6 team, or see, that could be nice. And again, being able to face them talk might not be the worst in the world either. But as we dive on in, looks like Kara did start with that Bramble Vest, Graves. So trying to reduce the healing on Olive. And frankly, if I see the Bramble Vest as the Lee Sin,
Yeah,
points in E.
This is what
but,
Volibear does, man. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
okay.
We had the lethal
Carrot took
tempo
black.
procs. We got a lot of shielding, a lot of healing, and that's just first.
A lot of stat checking. And keeping the fun champion versus the no fun champion. It's the no fun champion's winning out so far, Graves.
Can we dive him between the towers? That's the next question. Looks like no. We're just going to pick up that second plate. You know, just very casual doubling of all his gold. Very nice.
Oh, we got a mask now. Now it went from Care Bear to Scary Bear. He has a mask. Not a completed mask. It's like Phantom of the Opera mask right now.
Oh, but that's the scariest of them all.
True. How can I didn't take improv classes past that. I don't know how to run with that one. I feel like you left me some good leeway, and I pitched it away. But hey. You know what? Alma might have also pitched it away when we locked in the Lee Sin into the 1v1. So you know what?
Yep.
We're going to try and have fun. We picked the Godfist skin. We definitely feel pretty sweet and sexy in the Rift. But this
We're
is where
doing
Care Bear
now.
starts to put you in place.
That damage. Oh, it's
Gee
too much.
willikers.
GG. Hey, congrats to FPX.
All right.
I think we knew how that was gonna go like about 5 minutes before the champions took to the abyss. So you know.
JDG could have just said we won a red side game 1 because we'll see if FPX they even take another graphic. We just expect the blue side.
That might be a record, by the way. Like fastest 1v1. I feel like that might be one of the quicker ones that we've seen. I don't know if there's like a way to track that, but it was.
I was just protesting the 1v1s, man. He's like, get me out. Of course, these are blind picks, we believe, so sometimes you can get unlucky. There are some good matches for Lee Sin. Maybe he thought it was going to be like a Yasuo or something. We like Lee Sin of the Yasuo, as we do see FPX actually choosing blue. And JDG will be on the red side for game 1, as JDG, we'll say, again, red side, been disadvantaged in the LPL. Every team we have in the league has been taking blue side, and blue side currently sits at a 58% win rate in the league, Grapes, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, pretty good. So it makes sense that every single team has wanted to take it when you get that much of an edge for yourself. At least
Also
in terms
means
of the statistics, it's pretty good.
I mean, it also means the teams that are losing first, oftentimes, the worst teams, in fact, they then win their blue side game, right? They don't get to it. I find that kind of interesting. Also, I'm curious how the side select, or I should say like the 1v1s have impacted this, right? Because oftentimes in a double round robin, you would normally just give each team side select for, one of the series. So I'm wondering if anyone pieces together did anyone play extra blue side games this year?
Like maybe the win rate's higher because the better teams generally win the 1v1s, and that means that they
they're
get more games on average on blue side, or
yeah. Or they're
like
the person
prophecy somehow.
Yeah, the person they selected for their 1v1s, they actually picked Volibear and not Lee Sin. So maybe they got more blue side games.
Yeah,
so
this
anyway.
Volibear, I feel like it's won a lot of these 1v1s that we've been able to watch, but it does a ton of early game damage. I mean,
it has.
Frankly, has not been super popular like in the meta, which is a bit surprising, but I think in general, yeah, things like the Xin Zhao, the Vi, the Nefuri have just risen up a little bit more.
I do think that Voldy is playable in some matchups. So I really think that when we get into game 4 and 5, I think we're going to see a little bit of Jarvan sneak back into the meta. As Jarvan's got some sneaky buffs, and the items that Jarvan wants to build are just really strong in the game right now. On top of, you are Jarvan. So you can, if you pick up mobile carries, right, you always have a way to play the game. It's just a good champion. I think we're going to see some Jarvan sneak back in, and then maybe some Bear too, Grapes. I would not be surprised to see some Bear jungle in games 4 and 5, or sneak back into Fearless Draft. But of course, diving into Fearless Drafts, we'll say, did check the win rates here for our teams, Grapes. 8 and 5 on blue side for JDG, 12 and 9 on red side, so technically a +3 on each side, but a better win rate on blue side. Meanwhile, FPX, blue side matters to them a lot. They're 11 and 8 versus 6 and 13. That's a pretty big sample size. So a winning record on blue side and a very more heavily losing record on red. So quite interesting. We'll see if FPX can cash in with this blue side game.
There we go. Draft for game number 1 already underway. Karis Talia and Juway's Nika, the most notable bans from JDG on that red side now. Those are the things that they have to take into account and potentially leave open more powerful selections like the Rumble. Going to be locked in first for Sheer. It's been a very powerful top laner. Alla's going to respond to it, though, with that Scion, which will be a little bit more of that weaker side tank. And we'll see what gets paired up alongside it. You know, seeing a jungle here for Shun would make a lot of sense.
I like Lilia. I think that if you have a Scion of the game, Lilia can be quite good. As both champs love when you are able to just scale forever throughout a fight. That said, it is going to be the Shun Naafiri. So curious if it ends up being the game for that Shadow Pantheon. Been a really big pick for him, as it is his most played. Not the best win rate, but definitely something where, at least I check, I think it's been pretty decent for Shadow. And Shun, of course, 7 plays in the Naafiri, sitting at 5 and 2. As, yep, there's the Pantheon. And do we see, wondering if we see some crowd control out of the mid lane? Or we see maybe a Rise come in. Do have to think about maybe getting a Leandri's champ. Think about the Scion, too.
Yeah, Rise Naafiri has also been a pretty solid 2v2 pair, so wouldn't be surprised to see Kara try to take this away. It's one of his more popular, one of his more favorite champions that he's played in this season as well. I'd imagine we just try to match top sides to round this out, allow for the bot lane to get those last rotations.
Be base scout, take Galio mid. I actually like Galio in this scenario. You do get outranged by the Rise, but it gives you a really strong early game. Feel really good against both the Rumble and the Rise for that early mid-game spike. And also makes Pantheon's life really tough in these fights. I think that Pantheon, a champion that I've seen for me getting drafted a little bit too early, if you're able to control the front line against a Pantheon, he really struggles in those games. And champions like Scion, Galio, really good at that. So now JDG going to need to find some damage, as they don't have a ton of damage showing between their 2 solo lanes. Of course, the Fury going to help out with that. Meanwhile, FPX, I think, getting any and all setup for the Rumble going to be helping out, because right now they only have point-and-click stuns. So finding some AoE stuns or CC might be really nice here for FPX.
Yeah, already a set up a situation, though, for Pays to really pop off when you have these 2 tanks protecting you on the back line. We've seen a lot more of these kind of poke-oriented, lane-dominant bottom lanes now that we are on the Spirit Blossom patch. So the Ashe and Azeri both taken away. Those are things you could pair alongside Enchanters. We're also seeing the Kai'Sa banned away from Awesome. I think Misfortune Prio definitely rises a little bit here with some of these major AD carries taken off the board.
Little curious that Pays decided to ban the Kai'Sa. I feel like it's a champ that would be really nice for JDG's composition. That said, just maybe not wanting to blind it. Can understand that. Kai'Sa does shred tanks, so if you don't want to blind it, would be a nice pick for Awesome and FPX. Also, been a really good champ for Awesome and FPX, actually, thinking back. Yeah, he has 6 Kai'Sa games and 3 and 3, but I can remember a couple where he popped off. So as we have the rest of the ADs, I gotta say, I kind of like Jhin right now for Awesome and FPX. I know that you're into Scion plus Galio, so you might be sitting at home like, what? But at least gives some setup coming in for Rumble. As, oh boy, Kalista was up, Grapes. This might just be the pick here for Pays.
We saw the clip. That has anything to tell us about it. Means that we could be in for another treat here, as Pays gets his Kalista once more. Champion that he, of course, performed it with against Weibo Gaming in their last win.
I think the Ashe Kai'Sa bans make a lot more sense now. As that makes for a rather good Kalista game. Gotta say, the good matchups, I mean, I'm thinking you could play something like, you don't want to play Lucian into Scion Galio. I think MF into Scion Galio is pretty tough too, even though it's a good matchup in the Kalista bot. Tristana even, you'd spike later on with the LDR, so it looks like they're just going to bring some CC and more circles. as Misfortune locked in. Now, do we go for the Alistar or something like a Nautilus? As I think Alistar, the really premier support we've seen emerge. But Nautilus will at least give you a point and click for Callista.
Yeah. Get the point and click on a Pays when he's jumping all around in those team fights, has that full lethal tempo procced, making sure you can at least get a little bit of CC onto that champion, which leaves the last pick over to Missing.
Braum.
I know you
if
love
Missing
the Braum.
is based, he plays Braum. I think Renata's fine too. I really like Braum this game because you are really, really good in MF Nautilus. Like one of Braum's happiest lanes. I think it's kind of slept on in terms of Callista. Not a lot of auto attacks fall up in the Winter's Bite, but I think it would have been good. You could block the projectiles of Rise too. Anyway, enough of that cell. Hostile takeover.
They got the
see if that's big.
For Braum
yeah, I had the shill. We'll see if it's big. I will say, a little bit concerned for JDG about canceling MF ult. It takes hostile takeover some time to get there, and Scion Galio, it's kind of telegraphed. If MF is actually able to get a setup off in the fight, I think it's definitely going to be flash or resources being used by JDG to try and take that down. And I think JDG, identity for them, we have 2 beefcakes, and we're just going to let Callista get a pin cushion going. And it's a kind of a squishy team here for FPX, so I think real potential in the early mid-game for JDG to get ahead early and deathball from there. Whereas FPX, I do think that with Rumble Rise, if they actually get some time, get to 2, 3, 4 items, they actually really outscale the Scion and Galio.
Yeah.
So might be something to look out for, because Scion is a hell of a scaler, but man, that max health damage and percent pen of the Rumble kit now really makes this matchup different than what we used to see in like Season 5, when those things just didn't exist in Rumble's kit.
Yeah, the itemization that you can build, and of course just how strong these solo laners can get, do mean that the tanks become a little bit less scary than, you know, you might originally kind of think of them when looking at this composition, especially against an AD carry like Misfortune, who's not necessarily that tank shredder. So it's going to be Awesome's job to just dish out a decent amount of DPS, specifically to the back line here with the bullet times, and then allow for the solo laners to kind of take care of the rest here if you are Fun plus Phoenix. Remember, they won this series last time around against JD Gaming. These teams have played very close in terms of record over the last 10, 11 series or so, which is over half of the season at this point in time. And so for both of these teams, a win going to be very important. FPX want to try to climb up into that top 6. JDG want to lock themselves a spot in top 4. Both different goals, but goals all the same of being a real threat here in the LPL Split 2 playoffs once we get down to it at the end of the month. And let's do it, Cubby. We are on to the race for game number 1 of our first series of the day. JDG versus FPX starts right now.
Yeah, to see JDG utilizing some of that early strength. And again, for me... Oh, wait.
A little delayed on that.
You know what, Grapes? I casted NICL earlier today. That's going to be my cope, because I missed out on the Giants from that one. But, of course, we have the graph. I disagree with the graph again. I think JDG is the one that spikes earlier. Again, Callista could be big late. I am curious. I think that we do see, like... There is scaling on JDG. There is scaling on FPX. I think it's going to be interesting to see like what's easier or like to do later on. I see a Galio, and I think Scout's abilities to get push and make plays is going to be really real. As Care might be trying to spot this out. They haven't yet. We do see Callista and Nautilus actually, or sorry, Callista and Nautilus, MF Nautilus trying to pull this wave, which might make for some interesting stuff in the bot lane.
So do FPX know that Shun just stole away that Raptor camp? We'll see in just a little bit.
The Shadow does not.
Shadow decides to path after taking these wolves. It looks like he might just be headed right down here. So that could be a pretty bad situation opening up here for the FPX jungler already.
Of course, we might have Shun trying to drop this, which it looks like he has to. You do not win level 2 against Pantheon. So Shadow going to play around with that, but some good wards dropped by JDG. Shadow not aware of either of these. And of course, Callista, Renata getting pushed early on. FPX, their bot lane tried to pull the wave. They didn't fast push it, and JDG were able to come back into the lane later on, utilize the double range to actually get pushed. And now Missing can go help Shadow, which is prompting, or help Shun against Shadow. Prompting Shun to pull that buff again.
Shun does have a smite, so this should be a pretty easy takeaway.
That's
already
secure, yeah.
2 camps taken out for FPX, as Shun steals both those into the bottom side away, and Shadow is now very separated from the rest of his jungle, so he's in a lot of trouble at just level 2.
Of course, Scout actually managed to find a little bit of a buff or two onto the Rise, as Shun playing defense.
Feels like right now FPX going to just try to go for broke on this bot lane play, but it's going to be a 3v3 that opens up. Pays already cleanses and takes a decent amount of damage, but now their focus can fully go towards the Pantheon, and Shadow has to flash on out. Another set of resources burned for FunFlux Phoenix. They're already behind in terms of the jungle camp game, and now they're losing a lot of time on the map with this Pantheon, desperate to try to find something.
This is wild, actually, as we're going to have Shadow try and help escort this wave in. Should be enough waves, or enough strength in the wave where, yeah, they're able to get that one end back. But, of course, Shadow going to be pretty far behind now in this matchup. Ooh. That was a trade.
See you, Sheer. Got the Conqueror proc here. We're going for the full tank shred build.
Looks like 100th game in LPL, I'm going to guess, up there. Congrats to Sheer again. A pretty exciting young top laner, quite frankly. Someone that I feel like, you know, found his way out of this team. Of course, not exact. Like, Sheer was on a stronger team previously. Didn't win over that starting spot. So with FPX, we'll have to try and turn that narrative. Doing a decent job, though, so far on this team. And has definitely shown his chops on the Rumble. I know it's only been 2 games of Rumble for Sheer this split, but it has been 2 wins for him. So a pick that's been denied quite a bit, and rightfully so.
We didn't even talk about it much during the pre-show because there were so many other things to hit on, Cubby, but this is the Sheer revenge game as well, right? You know, JDG was where he was last year. Again, as you mentioned, splitting for that time with Flandra. I know
I didn't know if it was that or top. I had a moment, Grapes. You're saving me here.
Yeah, they missed out on Worlds again with Ruler, which resulted in them kind of blowing up their roster. And led to Sheer now getting a full starting opportunity on FPX. And it seems like they really want to build around him as a core part of their team. I guess him and Jouet at this point. Both younger players that have a lot of potential, and we're already seeing it here.
Yeah.
Again, we haven't seen too much from Sheer in the back half of this split, but definitely at the start, he was really one of their strongest members and somebody they really like to play around. Yeah,
I like the shout out of Jouet. He's been playing great of late. Again, was the LPL first team support this past week, but also that piece that FPX has had for so long now in Care. Like that piece they've really tried to develop on their own. To find Sheer and Jouet with this team. I know Shadow and Awesome bring a little bit more experience, and ever since Awesome got back into this lineup with Jouet for the split, definitely him and Shadow was the secret sauce for these guys, and some of the youngins to start to look pretty good on the Rift. So it has been good looks for FPX. As currently Shadow seeing if he can deny a look in the top lane, as the match was matched by FPX, as Pays and Missing made their way up here. Awesome and Jouet responded. Shadow gonna make sure that his bot lane doesn't get dove up here.
Yeah, nicely done by Shadow to make sure he didn't fall too far behind and farm to kind of off of that initial play. Obviously, there's still camps for Shun to take on that bottom side of the jungle. Take that crab away as well, but overall, this, after losing your red buff and losing kind of an entire quadrant of your jungle and being put very far behind in terms of tempo, not bad, all things considered here for Shadow, and it's really going to come down to if they can find plays with this Pantheon here in the early game. We see that spawn of grubs coming up in 2 minutes time as the bot lane for JDG has actually rotated mid as they send Scout up to the top side.
I'm really curious if Shun actually starts the dragon here, as I think that Pays and Missing walking down here, that makes sense for me. Rise, of course, will have to respect this, but can be pick up the wave under the turret as a plate does go over to FPX. But the swap from JDG, I like this play from them. I think Galio didn't really lose much in the top side. It picks up a cannon wave. Pays and Missing were able to play a wave fast, then play towards the neutral objective on the map, which FPX and Shadow, just where they're at, can't contest. So nice pickup. I like the rotation out of JDG a lot.
So now they're going to look for a play here, but Shadow's trying to match onto Ala. However, he flashes away and joins the rest of his team. It's now a 4v2 that is opened up for JDG, and they certainly are in favor of a situation like that. Looks like Sheer's going to try to just leave Shadow out to dry, going to try to find maybe a little bit more damage or maybe burn a summoner spell on somebody, but it's not going to happen. First blood goes over to JD Gaming. It is Shun to pick up the kill.
Yeah, I really don't get that play from Shadow. I actually think the JDG, I mean, they lose out a little bit on mid from this, but you can see when that dragon's taken, and again, just given that the bot lane went from mid to bot, you got to be careful on that wave. You just cannot afford to make a play like that. Alva flashing out of the equalizer so he doesn't get melted by the rumble. Really prevents the potential death and ensures a free kill for his team.
Yeah, a bit of a questionable one there. I guess they were more confident in being able to burn Ala down than they actually were able to do, as the Scion lived for a lot longer than maybe they were anticipating, which resulted in JDG, of course, picking up that first blood. They're going to get that kill onto Shun, so the Nefiri is off to the races. I feel like a lot of the time you need to see this champion get a couple of kills early for it to have that massive late game carry effect that we've seen, especially towards the beginning of split number 2, as the champion has fallen a bit in terms of priority. But Shin's going to feel very happy about where he is in the game right now. He's hovering around that top side because the Grubs have just spawned, and it should be fully JDG controlled if they can get this midway push in.
Again, really feel like FPX's comp needs a little bit of time to get going. Like, at the moment, just how... Oh, yep, we're going to make a cross-map play. Ava, no flash.
We'll see if round 2 works any better. Sheer does have that Conquer fully proc.
Yep.
The Roar of the Slayer is going to slow him down a little bit, but it's going to result in Shadow picking up the kill. So they do get eventually what they came for, but it's going to come at the cost of the Grubs going over to Shun.
I like this play from FPX. I don't think that there's any way they can contest these Grubs. Kalista very strong at this point. The tankiness of a Scion and a Galio a little bit too much for them to get through. As Ryze at a happier point in the matchup, he can more safely clear the wave. But, of course, if he does go into melee range, the Galio can always get stuck. That really isn't a world they want to be in. They want to let Ryze get to those 2 items being completed, right? So I think the trade very appropriate here. So JDG, the win out on the map, but hey, at least Ala's flash was punished. Nice play from both teams.
Now look at that gold lead, that CS lead that is opened up on the top side here. Sheer, almost 30 farm ahead of Ala, kind of getting the better of these map rotations as the lane assignments have been kind of swapping back and forth a little bit more often than you typically see in a game of League of Legends, and that has benefited the Rumble tenfold in this situation. And he's right now the player that FPX does have to really try to focus on getting further ahead if they want to have a good shot here in this game, number 1. As Shun is really off and running in the jungle, picking up steal after steal. Now another blue buff taken away for him, and that makes Shadow not a very happy camper.
Well, yeah, that's a bit of a bummer. But still, JDG, I think that all the strength really on them at the moment. Again, might be pretty close to even on the scoreboard. I really feel like it is all JDG if we were to fight on the Rift. So, going to be on FPX again. Get those items, try and scale up a little bit. We'll say a really happy Galio game, being into the Rumble and the Rise. You can just see Scout able to sprint towards that magic resist. Likely going to be stacking that up early on, and again, can be rather immobile in the side lane, and really good if he gets any help from Shun at just trying to assassinate Rumble and Rise in the side. Definitely something that FPX is going to have to play defense against later on. And turns a point of weakness for Scout. I think that, he's been pretty vulnerable at getting picked out insides for JDG in games that pass, but could turn a weakness into a strength here, as of course playing towards the Galio, a real option for Shun after these outer turrets go down and we start to break out on the map.
Yeah, I mean, we're about a minute again away from when that next dragon spawns. A lot of onus will be on Scout, kind of for JDG on the Galio, making plays for his team again. He's somebody that, despite his high pedigree, his high name value, and he was one of the pieces that really formulated this JDG roster upon the offseason really becoming a thing for this team. He's, I think, struggled a little bit in terms of what he's been able to accomplish in the last couple of weeks, being caught out multiple times. So now on this Galio, he's on much more of a utility-focused position and has a very different responsibility than some of the other carries that he's played in the past. And we'll see if that results in a better look overall for JDG.
Yeah, I for sure have been a bit disappointed in Scout, as he is a player that, again, as you said, carries pedigree, rightfully so, and just has not been able to meet it so far. So we'll have to see if he's able to turn things around in this game. I do think his Galio is a pretty big pick for him. Has been quite good in the past, but again, I've seen Scout have a bad Azir game of late, and that's a champion that I've always associated with Scout. So at the moment, though, for JDG, nice thing for them. I think that Shun has been a really positive and consistent factor, and definitely a game where him on the Nefiri can be enabled.
Yeah, I know, another player that was kind of bouncing around rosters last year has found a real good starting spot on JDG for 2025, making the most of that opportunity, and really big position of power in this game too. If we're looking more to a micro sense, as he's on the Nefiri, already has a kill, already has that Eclipse in his inventory. They're going to try to start up and complete their second dragon of the game. Now let's see if FPX does anything to try to contest. Dway and Awesome are here. Fate's Call has come out. They're going to try to knock up the Nautilus, but it is buffered by the Dredge line, and that means that the rest of the response is in. Awesome's very low. Shun's going to dash on top of him and take the Misfortune down, and Ala, all the way from the top side of the map, will secure the Feats of Warfare and force Care to use that Realm Warp to escape. Dragon going over to JDG.
I am a bit surprised that FPX fought that, as it is only the second dragon. Care just finished Aroa, so he's far from being strong. BT was not in the inventory of Awesome when that fight started. They were not in position and were staring down an Eclipse to Fury. So, in terms of timers and being respectful in terms of finding a fight, I did not think that that was the time for FPX. They took it anyway and were punished heavily by JDG as a really good fight from Scout and Awa holding that front line, creating space for Pays. And yeah, we saw those pin cushions get stacked.
So, another couple of kills going over to Shun and to JDG overall. Another look at this one. It was a nice micro set from Jue here, canceling some stuff. The bullet time doing a lot of damage, but Shun just dashed on top of it at the perfect time.
Yeah, I mean, just where the fight was Awesome and Jue fully focused down, and there was no response available from FPX on the top side. So I think that Awa and Scout coming in, I mean, they bought a lot of space, and Awesome had to flash awkwardly. He gets melted down in the pit. Again, just the setup for JDG, like they're the ones that were on the objectives with control. And you're going up against a Fury Callista at that time with the Fury on Eclipse. I think it's really hard to 50-50 that objective. Your conditions are not good walking in, so just give it away. Go get something else. I do think that was, again, not FPX's time to fight. The fact that they took it, well, they lost pretty heavily. Definitely some gold going over to Shun that FPX regrets. Is that the Fury going to be even a bigger problem?
Yeah, and we talk about how the late game for FPX can be big, but right now, JDG have the ball in their court. If they continue to play the game out the way that it's been going, they're going to be in a very great position to take care of business in this first game. And that's something that they'd like to do, right? When you take a look at the nameplates and all, you should expect a JDG win. However, in terms of recent results, these teams have been very close the last time they faced off. Again, as we mentioned, FPX won this series 2-1. Look for another opportunity here, this time on Scout, who has stepped up a little bit on the bot side, but he's not going to get punished this time around.
Yeah, he is hella tanky. And again, with the Pantheon, like I do think that with this champion, it's important to win the front line, or be able to win the front line. I think that it's a game that's really difficult for him, going into a Scion, into a Galio, into a Callista. I really appreciate Pantheon's strength in the jungle, but I do think that he's been taken a little bit too early in drafts and too early in Fearless games, where, man, I look at this comp as Panth, like, yeah, the global's great, you can make fast plays, but how many positive interactions does JDG have into you when playing into a Pantheon? I think it's something that he's going to really struggle with throughout this game.
Yeah, I mean, he got put behind pretty hard, even from level 1, and has looked for opportunities in various side lanes with his solo laners, but there's just not enough damage just yet to especially take down the beefy solo laners on JDG's side at this point in time. The Thunder Sky will help, but not nearly enough against already double Hollow Radiances that have picked by both Ala and Scout. And that means they're pretty unkillable on these side lanes. And that has given a lot of time, a lot of space for Shun to work in the enemy jungle and also, of course, on those neutral objectives. That's now 4 for 4 in terms of the full control here for JD Gaming as they get the Grubs, 2 Dragons, and then the Rift.
And again, like taking that fight at the second Dragon, don't feel like FPX needed to. You're opting into fighting the third Dragon at worse conditions, right? Giving over some of that gold. I really think that it's going to take Rise at 2 items and really a 2 to 3 item plus game for them to find fights where they might be able to win it. So again, that Rise, Seraph's Evolve, really important for him. Gives him a lot more tankiness and a lot more power. Just given that champion has mana scaling and Seraph's boatload of magic or mana and ability haste, which Rise needs in his kit.
Doesn't look like we're going to get to the second full item for the time the next dragon spawns. And remember, Cubby, JDG have the first 2 already in their hands. Certainly wouldn't want to give over a soul point, an infernal soul point at that, this early into the game. So FPX going to look for an answer here. However, a teleport coming through from Scout means that they have to back away from this corridor. And now Jue gets knocked up by that Fate's Call. There's not much to fight for over the top side of the map, so the teleport basically was for a Scuttle Crab, and which isn't the worst thing in the world if you're FPX, but definitely you can see the amount of priority and the lead that JDG feel like they have, and FPX do look like they are playing from behind.
I mean, Kair's at least able to get bot prio before this dragon spawns, as Sheer is going to make his way up to catch this top lane that Awa's about to put away. So we'll say it's kind of a late reset coming out from JD Gaming, and frankly, a couple tools burned they won't have for a potential dragon fight. That's, Fate's Call out, and then also the TP from Scout. So if FPX are able to get in here, which they have, they've gotten control, and Scout's kind of stuck. Rise deleted the wave yet again. FPX hoping that JDG walks in and face checks and maybe gives them even better conditions as they have refused to start this objective. And it's going to lead to another fight over the mid wave, yeah.
Almost
I think they're waiting for
here.
Sheer. Rumble, I mean, it would be nice to have, but of course Sheer does have teleport as well. So I think FPX, again, there's a real world where maybe they could start that objective, but instead, I mean, mid-wave killed and Rift Herald dropped, and FPX is here for the defense.
Another important note, not great at taking the dragon, but they're enough to take down Missing. That's a great hook from Jway. We'll find the first casualty here for FPX. As the Scion for Allah just runs all the way through the lane. Jway flash dredge line will force Shun to popping a target early. So a 5v4 is open out for the math. No Missing for the next 15 seconds. And FPX want to continue to look for this play. However, Jway could be caught out. He gets taunted up by Scout, but there's not enough damage just yet. But Shun with a fadeaway Q will shut him down.
Sheer.
But Sheer's now overheated underneath the tier 1 turret. Looking to take Shun and Scout down. Realm Warp comes out. That Nefiri is now down for the count. And Shadow will land a stun to Allah. FPX find the fight that they want. A 3-for-1 will result in them heading towards the dragon.
Yeah, and it all kicks off with the conviction of the engage onto Missing. Jway lands a dredge line, the immediate flash follow and bullet time drop. Took Renata and the hostile takeover out of the fight. Keep in mind, Fate's Call was used to skirmish before to try and find a pick that Jway was able to neutralize. And that tool being gone really started that positive snowball for FPX as again, Missing, thinking that he might be able to dip down into the river, was not able to, gets caught by a dredge line in Jway. And then from here, Kara kind of holds the line in the front line with Sheer, was able to put down so much damage. As of course, this doesn't connect, but check out the rest of this fight, Graves. And Sheer, for me, him and Kara were the big winners. Of course, Jway's going to get caught and go down. A decent equalizer, though, splits the rest of the fight. And look at this damage stack from the Rise and the Rumble. Able to do a lot of work in the back half of this fight. One out on the health bars, and one hard enough to take that dragon. Really big for that third dragon, denying that stacking and getting a lot of power in FPX hands, where, again, we'd like to scale line. They're going to have more damage in their comp later on.
And it was so close to even being better for FPX, as both Scout and Pays are about 500 HP at the end of that fight. We're able to barely run on out of there. So FPX right back into this game. However, JDG, they feel that timer onto them, and so they're going to play a bit of a risky move starting up the Otacon. They know that they have the Ren for Pays, but they're going to get their health bars chunked pretty bad.
Look, I don't think things are this grim for them later on, right? Like, this is a really aggressive start, of course. 50-50s are a little bit Callista favored, and Shadow going to walk in.
Yeah, he's already pushed away, doesn't have that Aegis anymore, so it will be the Otacon most likely going over to JDG. And now Jway's caught out as well. The bullet time going to chunk all at a half, but nobody on JDG really at risk of getting taken down just yet. Fate's Call has been called in, but it will not find any knockups, as Missing will use it to retreat, and JDG get what they were looking for.
No flashes available to follow, and Shadow, that Grand Starfall is just coming off cooldown. So no Realm Warp to chase either. A good call from JDG. I mean, playing around some cooldowns there. I thought that was a little risky, but of course, those flips a little bit Callista favored, and they're able to ball up and secure that objective.
So it's a little bit of extra power in terms of the Spirit Petals now being unlocked for JDG. They'll be able to have that effect of the slow and the extra damage on takedowns as well. So in these later game extended team fights, that could mean the difference here for JDG, when, remember, they're the team that has some levels of scaling, but maybe has some trouble dishing out damage at the end as we get later on into this.
I mean, those slows could be really nice for deathballing, which I really think JDG's comp needs to do. Again, they will get really tanky. There's going to be a lot of pins that are likely to be in FPX, but if FPX can get around those tanks and also have some ways to deal with tanks in their kit, you look at that Rumble, he's able to cook people with % health damage and percentage magic pen in his kit. That feels pretty good. Also, MF, that early LDR, I think that was the right call from Awesome this game. I like that one. Now Pays. Okay, Flash Force, that's a win.
You can burn the Flash for just using that Grand Starfall. You'll take that every day. It does mean that FPX are marginally weaker if another fight does break out in the next little bit, but that Grand Starfall should be available for the next dragon that does spawn. With FPX, I feel like at this point, will be very happy to try to contest.
Yep, buck 45 away. And so we'll spawn before the Baron. Like, we'll be where the focus is for each of our teams, as we'll see likely some resets come out here from JDG, and we'll see what item breakpoints that we can find. I like the fact that FPX really trying to stack and get access to that pen early on, just given how tanky a Scion Galio team is. Still think that if a fight were to break out here, again, just a champion's strength at this time in a close game will be JDG favored. The circles that they can draw between a Galio W and a hostile takeover, I mean, that can buy enough time for FaZe to really stack up those spears and pump enough damage to get through a team. Whereas they got to find ways to deter FaZe from auto-attacking on that FPX side. So we'll see if they can at least successfully absorb and deter the engages we expect to see from JDG in this fight.
Not just FaZe who's strong right now. Shun picking up that Black Cleaver. 2 complete items for the Nefiri.
Yeah.
Starting to snowball a little bit there, too. He's jumping forward onto Jouet, dishing out a little bit of damage. You can see the poke, the bleed that has its effect on the Nautilus here. Not going to have too much effect in terms of taking it down or making him be at risk of dying. But now,
Here?
With Jouet pushed back, Shear's gonna have to flash away as underneath the tower, JDG go. The equalizer comes, but it's not nearly enough to take anybody down. All let the flash on out. He will survive, come out with the heal of missing, and it's now a 4v5 on the map opened up for JD Gaming.
Drop the best equalizer he could, but you can see FPX, they were on reset. Both Jouet and Shadow coming out of base, and Grand Starfall just came off cooldown for Shadow. So we'll see if they're able to oh wow, they're using a Realm Warp. Okay, FaZe, he's got no flash.
Oh, we're full sending it onto that flashless Kalista. The stun finally connects, but FaZe is starting to glide. He's hop, skipping, and jumping all over FPX, and Scout will come in just for good measure. It's a double kill picked up for FaZe as the over-aggression from FPX results in 3 of their members going down, and 2 more maybe to follow.
Oh, no.
Scout goes in for the flash 2-man taunt. Sean underneath the towers is going to try to find the kill on Awesome, and Awesome is down. It's a kill over to the Nefiri, and JDG have full control once again.
Hair and Shadow play that fight way too quickly. It's almost like they thought hostile takeover was used, because if you Realm Warp into a hostile takeover, things can get ugly, and the flashless FaZe cleanse, and that was enough to get him out of the engage. JDG are able to deathball the rest of the fight and will take that soul point for themselves as they exit.
What looked like a very good opportunity for FPX to start their scale and to start to come alive, erased in the span of just 5 minutes time, Cubby. It started with the Otacon, and then it started with this play here afterwards. At this point, you gotta cut your losses if you're FPX.
Jouet didn't join? What? Okay, that was interesting. I mean, if Jouet comes, that's a dredge line to join. That might just be enough to make sure that FaZe at least isn't able to auto-attack down. I cannot believe that Jouet didn't join. Of course, if you back-click out of Realm Warp, it tries to predict your movement, because I know that that's been a bug that we've had before that have created a long pause and potentially, a chrono break. But I gotta say, from that camera angle, kind of looks like Jouet was in the Realm Warp, and if he came, I do think that would have been a different fight. But as it stands, both Shadow and Care, being the only members to take that Realm Warp, led to an outnumbered and a little bit of an overextended engaging fight there.
However, we keep saying that FPX does have the damage to burn through this front line as we get later on into this one. We see Awesome nearing that 3rd item. Care going for a Void Staff 3rd because he knows there's a lot of resistance he's going to have to shred. Same with Sheer, who has gone for the 2nd item. I forget the name exactly, but it's the one that shreds a lot of that MR as well. That's going to do some extra DPS to both Ala and Scout as we get later into this one. But we're not there just yet, Cubby. And right now, JDG still have the spikes that they are willing to play around. Specifically, this 3-item Kalista has been unlocked for FaZe.
Well, we're going to have to see. That's just a wait-and-see game here, Graves. Care.
We are.
You just wait and see if he gets attacked in the side lane, right? Not going to come through. It's a bummer. Anyway, JDG, I got to say, I'm curious how aggressive they want to play around this Baron. The fact they have Kalista flip.
They were able to rip that Otacon so quickly, right? And maybe make you think that they'd be willing to do the Baron just kind of on spawn. Now that they also are about 4,000 gold ahead. Obviously, they don't fully know that, but they see they have all bounties on their side. None on FPX's. I think they feel pretty comfortable at where the game state is right now. They don't feel comfortable enough to start up that Baron kind of on spawn. I think in general, you might be kind of in for the long game here, as JDG does have the chance to secure an Infernal Soul for themselves in 2.5 minutes time.
Care going to secure that top outer turret for FPX. Again, more gold trying to come down. As Care with that very early Void Staff and a lot of early pen for FPX. Shadow is going to control word might actually be under threat here. Okay, not going to be the case. Of course, Care was rotating back over. JDG really trying to slow this game down, Graves.
Here we go.
But, okay, here we go. That's going to be spotted, though, right away.
See, Sheer is on the bottom side. He's going to immediately teleport to his tier 1 turret mid,
Okay.
join the rest of his team. Oh, he
Whoa.
care! He jumps straight with the blast cone into a fully charged Q from Ala. And that is the mid laner instantly getting bursted down for Fun plus Phoenix. So JDG, they find their reward in the 5v4, and while it will cost them a couple of turrets mid, they should be able to pick up the Baron for themselves and try to put a stop to this one here. 3-man taunt will land from Scout, and now Awesome is forced upon the bullet time a little bit early. The hostile takeover is coming, and it's going to allow for everybody on FPX to be locked up. Sheer will fall, missing, picks up the gold.
It's a
and already
disaster.
Baron is in the hands of JD Gaming, and it's going to come at the cost of even more. Awesome will go down, and now Jue and Shadow are on the run, but I don't know how far they'll be able to get here. Shun going to be jumping over the wall, look for the Pantheon, jumping in, but it's surely to be a lost cause. He Grand Star falls on out of there, but he'll leave the Nautilus to die. FPX fall apart at the seams as JDG now have full control of this game.
I mean, what better way to start a death ball than when Rise trampolines into an RKO from the team? It's JDG take care of Kerrigan rather quickly in that one and are able to chase down FPX in the long haul. You called it, Graves. Last couple of fights and skirmishes been falling apart at the seams. As it was that Realm Warp that didn't collect the Nautilus too, was an aggressive play that JDG were able to easily turn. And then Kara again, that blast cone right into the waiting arms of Awa as he says, thank you very much. We're going to take down that shield, take down the Rise, and take down this Baron and the rest of your team. So what better way to start a death ball than with a 5v4?
Yeah, and that was a bit of an unlucky situation for Care, but also a really nice setup from Ala to make sure that he was in a good position to go for that. And now Scout's going to look for more. They've already found Awesome, and Awesome is down. Pays gets the kill, and Shun's diving onto the backline as we speak. Tier 1 turret, just the second priority here as blood is on the menu. A huge hostile takeover from missing underneath the tier 2, and that might just be the game right here.
Okay.
It is a clean ace picked up for JD Gaming as they make quick work of Fun plus Phoenix. They march into the base and they'll take game 1.
I mean, JD Gaming really waited for their prey this game. It was a couple of like fights they turned that created the scenario for them to find the death ball, Grapes. And what a death ball it was from JD Gaming as they cleaned this one up quickly. I mean, thinking too, the big mistake, right? Care taking that Realm Warp in with Shadow, the one that Jue wasn't able to join. Going from that fight to end game that quickly, that's really well played by JD Gaming.
And so this is a little bit more of what we expected the last time these two teams faced off. A one-sided win for this super team that was formed at the start of 2025. But obviously it didn't work out the last time around. Remember that FPX won the series 2-1, so they did drop a game, although it was game number 2. But if this series continues the way that JDG was able to play that one out, Cubby, we could be in for a shorter one on the day.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, that was, I think, a decent draft and look from FPX. I mean, I do feel like that game's playable, but the way that FPX played it out, there's really only that one dragon fight they were able to successfully win and set up for. The rest of the fights, I feel like that second dragon they tried to fight, they weren't set up, tried to force it. That was poor. Tried to force the bot lane play. That got turned around instantly, right, by the side of FPX or JDG onto FPX. And man, just kind of surprised how quickly that one took a turn for the worse. As JD Gaming, we've had some questions about their form. I think that the early rotations from them and the looks they found later on, that was really nice for them to see. And some of the expectations that we have for the squad, again, in the top 4 and one of the top teams that we have hopes for in the LPL in terms of maybe competing for a championship or more than that on paper. Hasn't been the case for JD Gaming so far, but I want to see more looks like that, because if we do see that, then that's when this team's going to get going.
Again, it's been a tough stretch of games as of late. They're playing so many series back-to-back. You hoped that 2-0 against Weibo would spark something, and it looks like so far it has. This team is playing very cleanly, at least at the moment in their current form. They look like they could take on anybody in the LPL, and it started with that victory here over Fun plus Phoenix. On FPX's side, though, some mistakes that we have seen from them at times really rearing their ugly heads. I think most notably Shadow had a bit of a rough one on the Pantheon. And there was really never an opportunity for him specifically to link up with Awesome and Jue and really lock down Pays, which has been the win condition for so many teams against JDG this year.
Yeah, that, and of course Care, the couple round warps that he had were really kind of quickly snowballed the game outside of their favors, so I think that's a good call out. And yeah, we did see that, of course, that one positive play we saw in mid was a really good engage from Jue and Shadow, able to sync up, take down Missing out of the fight early on, right? But we saw Shadow get behind off of that level 1 from the Fury. We saw him flub a play against the Scion before they were able to connect and the play into Ala. And then again, as a squad, FPX just kind of were chased down one by one. They gave the death ball comp the exact scenario that they wanted to snowball the game. And it's pretty tough to do that against a squad like JD Gaming.
And it looked so close for a long time. You saw that gold graph, Cubby, 20 minutes even. It was even. And that was after a pretty nice fight opened up by FPX. But I think just overall, the players on JDG's side did more than the players on FPX's side, and that's what resulted in this game going their way.
Yeah, again, I like the idea from JD Gaming. I think tanks plus Kalista kind of slept on. As if you get a forever fight, Kalista does really benefit from that. Actually scales into the game. She's able to stay alive and auto attack. So definitely a game where a lot of pieces were put around that Kalista to buy her space and enable Pays to pop off. But frankly, I do think that Scout had a really nice game on the Galio. I'm not sure who's going to get the Pog this time around, but I definitely want to give kudos to Scout, who I have high expectations when it comes to him and this champion, and definitely met them, showed his prowess on this one.
Yeah, I really like the look from Scout overall. I feel like he was able to play with that aggressive style, and it worked out really well for them, and it ended up being a pretty good situation overall here for JD Gaming. We're waiting our player of the game here before we fully transition over to game number 2, Cubby, but overall FPX have a lot to look towards and if they want to try to come back in this series and make sure they don't jump up to double-digit losses here in Group Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something where I think FPX sitting at 6th place, already out-kicking their coverage, but potential for JD Gaming. Again, this is a really hectic schedule they have, 7 best-of-3s in 10 days, and FPX definitely a team on paper that, given all the games that JD Gaming has, probably not prepping the most for this matchup, so opportunity to maybe catch them off guard. They were the ones that were caught off guard in that game 1. It's just a little bit disconnected on the day.
Yeah, you know, JDG, they've got a matchup against BLG tomorrow, so make sure you tune into LPL as, again, just a grind for them overall. Their season ends in 5 days. They still got 3 series left to play after this one. BLG, NiP, and then Anyone's Legends. So real test for them overall to close out their season. If they can end on a high note, it would result in them locking in that top 4 spot, which would be very big for them, all things considered.
Yeah, and of course, JD Gaming, we'll have to see if we see the same JDG that we saw in this game 1 for the rest of the series, and hopefully tomorrow against BLG, who again have been on that heater ever since they got Beishwan in, as it's been... I feel like there is a name we can like call BLG that starts with Beishwan, as ever since they've gotten in, it's been 6-0. And ever since Beishwan joined the team, they just love gaming, you know? It's BLG next level. I was calling Knight BGL Knight because it's big game lover, because Knight always shows up and clutches up, you know? Like that could fit too. There's some ways we can play around with that.
Beishwan love gaming. Is that what you're saying? Beishwan love gaming?
Sure, something like that. Ever since he got Beishwan, they've loved gaming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
BLG on here again. Yeah. This will be a good matchup to set up JDG, of course, for that eventual match, which I think we're labeling the match of the week here for week 7 of LPL English. So make sure you tune into that coverage tomorrow. Again, still awaiting our player of the game, our MVP for game number 1 between JDG and FPX. And I mean, who do you have giving it to? I think Shun deserves a lot of credit for this, although I could see Scout getting it as well.
Shun was solid. Might just be Pays. I actually thought Scout was quite good. I know he was kind of quiet early on. I thought Scout was quite good. It really was just kind of a close game for 20 minutes, and then JDG just like won really hard with the snowball. I think most of the snowball was actually forced by Scout though, so we'll give him some kudos for that.
All right. Well, we'll see if the broadcast agrees with us whenever they eventually fly that graphic up on the screen. Again, the most MVPs out of anybody here in these 10 series, or 10 players actually, was Jue with 10. But Mystic is actually going to get it here.
Okay.
He made a couple of, I think, pretty big mistakes, specifically in that mid-game fight, which
he had a couple of thick hostile takeovers.
But yeah, as I was going to say, those ultimates at the end of the fight, or at the end of the game, really did help JDG as well. So shout out to Missing.
Yeah, of course, this was a big one. I think this one was kind of gifted over, but a really well-timed hostile takeover. As that circle later on, and of course, the potential for Renata plus Galio to really open things up for Pays. We saw it be big for JD Gaming as they found that game 1 win and got their death ball going very quickly.
Yeah, and with that, see if they can take that one more, complete the sweep, or if Fun plus Phoenix can come back and make it a 3-game set like it was the last time around. But before we head into our brief intermission before the draft of game number 2, we want to give a big thank you to all of you, and specifically to our Elite Coffee and YouTube subscribers who help level up the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators. You can subscribe to our coffee, it's linked in the chat, to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview for questions for our unique on-site interviews. So again, link in chat for the coffee. Also receiving word, we got that video from JDG that we were talking about that Kelsey put together. We're gonna show it to you guys on the way out. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with the Game 2 draft of FPX and JDG. welcome back everybody to LPL English, where we have game number 2 of FPX up against JD Gaming. JDG taking that first game in just over 30 minutes. They had some really nice plays from missing on the Renata, from Shun on the Nefiri, and they are just one game away from evening up the season series with FPX and putting themselves in a good position for that top 4 spot. Before we get into the game 2 draft, we have a quick question to ask you. Have you ever heard of MOBA Trainer? It is a new app that teaches you League of Legends with a series of puzzles. Just boot up the program and work through the puzzles every day to improve your game knowledge. You can select a puzzle from a map, answer the questions, and unlock more features. And we're going to do one right now, Cubby, while we wait for game number 2. We're going to be using lane priority in our jungle. You got to put your jungle cap on.
Hard. All right. Rek'Sai it is. Let's see. We're pathing from top to bottom. We have some lane priority. Looks to be not mid lane. And we just saw someone take grubs. Yeah, that's Xin top.
Okay, well, we have 3 people on the top side, including the Xin Zhao. I feel like this should be a pretty easy dragon take. But
I think we need to check enemy jungle because our AD is still in base.
Okay, let's do that then.
Even though we could take... Oh, wait. No, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We're good.
The Thresher's up there too, so there's only potentially a Varus that could be threatening us down here.
Ripping this is okay, but, what if we're able to at least get a ward down and then rip it?
Maybe that'll be the point. Maybe that'll be the call. We'll see. There should be some resets coming through now too.
Red buff spawning. Let's wait for red buff for sure. We're right here.
3 seconds.
It's about to spawn.
Yeah, we have mid push too. It should be pretty free.
Yeah, let's do it. It will spawn in 2 seconds. Man, we're gonna lose our lane or use our lane priority, and the evidence as to why is because it's gonna spawn in 2 seconds. Mel's was top 2. I did miss that one, so at least we're using our
it was a full play
F keys.
towards that Darius. He was in some trouble.
Spectator F keys. Good thrush in, by the way.
All right, so we secure it. I think
I'm gonna go with back off, Grapes.
I think we should be backing off. Yeah, look at where our team is. They're nowhere close.
I don't know what's telling me that we back off. You need to leave the enemy jungle. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. All right, sorry. MOBA Trainer has been fun. This puzzle, though, I feel like...
this is a hard one, by the way. So far, we're doing
If this is hard, then I feel good about my rank of Emerald, which I do not.
We have been acing... We have struggled in some of the other ones, so I'm pretty happy about this.
We should clear jungle?
Let's see. We have a blue buff up.
I mean, Varus is stuck.
With our top camps coming back up.
Wait, I guess Mel's might have to reset. Mel's is no all. Let's hit the dragon. F it, we ball. We did all this bot side for what? Yeah, bot mid priority. You can do dragon.
Look at that.
Let's go. All right.
4 for 4. We were 1 for 4, I think, our last time together. So we got a little bit of revenge this time around. Hard mode puzzle completed. I
was 1 for 4 last time. And now that I have you and relied on my teammate, Grapes, and we used our teamwork to diagnose the minimap, we're good to go.
Teamwork makes the dream work, baby. And if you enjoyed that, you can subscribe for 20% off and unlimited puzzles by using our code LPL20. Proceeds will benefit the MOBA Trainer designers and us here on the LPL English unofficial broadcaster. Start leveling up your game today with the MOBA Trainer. Shout out to them. It is fun to play these puzzles.
It has been fun.
Yeah,
I like the dodge simulator a lot. Yeah, they actually have, like, the character models are nice enough where but they timed the cast times and CC duration of that. I really like some of the tools they have. Always talk about drilling and the importance of that and the potential of practice. Definitely feels like a trainer where you actually can drill yourself on this kind of stuff. So, hey, maybe instead of playing that extra game, spending some time to, of course, get a workout in, maybe do some of this too, can be a positive. And I got to say, maybe I could do this while I work out. That's the dream, Grapes.
Yeah.
Give me my bike.
Some puzzles.
Yeah.
Do some MOBA Trainer.
I'm getting, like, to a true status where I want to put a bike, like, in my room right here or in elliptical. But also, I don't want to, like, steep down to I can't leave my computer for an hour status, Like, part of me respects the hustle and also, like, disrespects the degeneracy of it,
Shout out to LS, who was co-streaming a couple of years ago.
Walking?
With just, like, a treadmill. Yeah, was just getting 30,000
steps
a day.
Yeah. With his hours, I appreciate that. If I had his hours, I would have done the same for sure. I would have not cared about the degeneracy. I'm sure that LS was, doing just fine, putting in all that hard work. But hey, As we go through Grapes, I see an Annie banned in the first round of picks and bans, and that makes me happy. This champion is really strong since she had the changes. And yeah, if you're going to first pick Talia, I think you might need an Annie ban these days. So I like the reader from FPX.
Yeah, thankfully for FPX, even though they lost game number 1, they will be again on the blue side for the second straight game. So JDG getting a slightly rare red side win this time around that gives them the advantage the rest of the way. And with that Talia first pick for Care, remember this was banned away by JD Gaming in that first phase. So they finally are going to get their hands on it. The response though could be that Vi, but instead is going to be the Yorick blinded here for Ala.
Ala saw what Bin can do on this champion and said, yes, please. And you know, Grapes, I did say jokingly before the broadcast started, I'm on a plane in less than 4 hours if all goes to plan here. So I was joking. I was like, yeah, I'm probably going to be a big fan of the red side team in game 2, which, look at that. Everyone's choosing blue side so far. Who would have thunk it?
And so if JDG do close this one out, you'll very much be in a good position for your flight. So maybe you get to let some of that bias fly out as we get in. We also could just get one of those incredibly cursed games, like game 3 of the series last time around, where it went 50 minutes and there was like 2 Barons taken back and forth, and Shadow had like the best game and the worst game ever. That would not be good for your schedule, I think.
No, it would not.
We get a Xin Zhao Shen locked in here for FPX. That's a very fun combo as they're going to match the top side here with a Sylas to round out this first rotation.
We'll say if it's the right support picked up by JDG, potential that Shen can be flexed, but I am expecting that to be in the top lane. And this Yorick-Sylas combo with the Vi, that is another really big front line that JDG is taking to maybe open up some space for Pays.
Yeah, and you know, now the bot lane obviously will be the target in terms of the ban phase like it was in game 1, and you know, no surprise, obviously. We'll see some of those high prio, high lane dominant bot lanes banned away. The Kai'Sa specifically could add a little bit of that dive to the Vi Sylas, so not surprising to see that one here. Things that can, I think, kite away, honestly, are pretty good as well, given that you're playing into a Xin Zhao and a Shen. So we'll see if something like a Zeri becomes a target for FPX in this ban phase as well.
Maybe. I think it's a good shot going up against Pays, too. I'm thinking Jhin as well, have some CC to play off of, and I hope there's enough damage maybe if Yorick joins the fight, right? With that fine Sylas in the front line with some extra love in the back. As Lucian, Ashe going to be the bans. Last time JD Gaming very much set up for that Kalista by taking away Ashe and Kai'Sa. Wondering what they might be setting up for here, Grapes. Maybe a sneaky Caitlyn? Potentially, or a Jhin again.
I've been waiting to see more Caitlyn lanes. We've seen it a little bit across different regions, and it's looked good when it has been locked in. The Zeri is banned away.
I think it's the right ban.
Yeah, I think could allow for a lot of peel against the dive threat that FPX currently have in their composition. Awesome, looking at kind of what he's been playing in the last couple of weeks, when it's not Misfortune, when she prioritizes a lot, the next kind of off the tier list is that Jhin that you were talking about, Covey, and we'll see if that does get locked in here, or you know, something like the Corki has also been, you know, a champion that he's been whipping out every once in a while.
Wouldn't mind the Corki too. I think JD Gaming with that Xayah pick, they're actually a very low range team now, so that you have the option to maybe try and play for some range or just take advantage of the damage you can do within the range of them. Corki definitely is someone that also, outside the R, lacks some range, but the Yorick, the Vi, the Sylas all going to play into you, and I think the idea is to be bursty here, as Corki Leona can really help the side of FPX be bursty. Would really like Leona here. Good way you're able to fish for that Xayah R. Can be really nice to take that away. But, oh, wow. Okay, actually not going to be Leona. Instead, going to be the Rel. Again, going into a pretty melee-heavy team. The opportunity to find some big Magnet Storm combos without a flash, actually very real when you go up against Yorick, Vi, and Sylas. So, but that does give over, instead of a Rakan, a potential for an Alistar. And Alistar is very strong and OP, Grapes. I would still like Rakan.
Great analysis.
But yes, I've just gotten to the point where Alistar, he's just too strong. The ultimate is too good. You get 2 rounds of spells off. It's just a little bit too good, too strong, Grapes. So Mix is going to get his hands on this one. And frankly, do really like that JDG draft. I think their scaling is quite nice. And it's going to need to be the double globals coming in for FPX that gets them a lead and gets them going. And going to be really tough to do against a bot lane like Xayah, Alistar. Sylas as well, really tanky. Yorick, you know, his greatest strength is you got to send maybe 3 to deal with him instead of just 2. So I think JD Gaming actually has a really nice draft. I like the
JDG
setup
rounded
there for this
out.
game.
They rounded out their bot lane nicely by seeing the Xin Zhao and the Shen locked in early for FPX. They wanted to make sure they were able to, be able to peel for themselves a little bit. You also have the Alistar as a nice combo into the Rel in lane specifically. You can, of course, cancel that crash down a lot of times if you time it right. So that is definitely what we have our eyes on here for JDG. However, with FPX's composition, it's a lot of ability to find picks with those globals, ability to protect Awesome specifically on this Corki. He's going to have to deal a lot of that full damage once we get later on into this game.
I think the big thing here is just Talia. Like, we've seen Talia just be so damn valuable, in so many games. I think Talia value here is very real for Care. Of course, this was banned away from Care in Game 1, Grapes, so do you think there is a chance for Care pop-off here? We'll see if that's going to be the case.
Did not have the best game on the rise in game number 1. So another champion that operates similarly, roaming around, using a semi-global ultimate, being able to, get some priority in side lanes, and now is going to have some extra help on his side, most notably with Shadow's Xin Zhao. Hopefully that combo works a little bit better than it did in game 1. And it's on to the Rift we go once again. JDG looking to close things out in their home stadium against FPX, something they weren't able to do the first round robin. Let's get into it. It's game number 2 starting now. I think it's clear what arena we're in.
Yeah, I would say so too, of course, in the JD Gaming home arena. As, okay, SoloQ says they like the scaling of JDG over there in China. I will say, I think that JDG can definitely hit a point of critical mass where FPX runs out of damage. I do like some of the plays we can make early on as FPX, and we'll see if Shadow's able to have a better game this time around, Grapes, because we have seen Xin Zhao be a very strong and powerful champion in many games. And Shadow definitely has the potential to get up in the face of Shun and have that jungle priority just in this raw 1v1 if he's able to play it out correctly.
Yeah, Shadow, such a hit or miss player. I feel like a lot of the time when FPX win, it's because of really nice engages and nice setups for him. And when they lose, like we saw in game number 1, it could be him getting caught out, focusing the wrong areas potentially in some of these matchups. So we'll see if Shadow, as you mentioned, can, first of all, not get completely counter-jungled by Shun. I mean, we're already off to a better start there as both junglers starting on their own bot side quadrants this time around, which I think the Xin Zhao will be generally pretty happy about.
Much happier. Meanwhile, bot lane, of course, FPX taking advantage of that weak level 1 of the Alistar. Jouet is not threatened yet, but of course any W should be cancelled by missing, like so. Good pulverize, but FPX also going to have control of the wave again. Early on, FPX does have a lot of strength. I just think that JDG later on, they really just monumentally outscale FPX and what they're able to do. For me, really, eyes on this Xin Zhao, eyes on this Talia, eyes on this Shen, this top side to see what can they get done. How can these first few casts of the global ultimates be used to get FPX going in this game? Because if they don't get going, then they're going to get snuffed out pretty quickly.
You can see a little bit of the power of sheer Shen in this matchup. It's a champion that has been popping up a little bit more in priority. You get the percent health damage on the Qs, especially if you can drag that Spirit Blade through. You also can block a lot of what Yorick's able to do in terms of damage with the Spirit's Refuge. So a good lane matchup, and of course the global that it does provide, giving yourself and your teammates the opportunity to stay alive a little bit longer and you to join a fight at a moment's notice. We actually see Shadow this time around playing a little bit more on the aggressive side. He forces Shun out of his jungle just a little bit, knowing that his soul laners currently have priority. And that means he can start this red buff up, although with Scout on the way, I don't think he can finish this one.
He's just going to tickle it and reset it. Again, the strength is in the Talia, in the Shen, and in the Xin Zhao. So this is going to be the red buff delayed. We'll see Shun take the Krugs. Smite was burned to secure that one, so should be this red buff going over Shadow.
All right, so bit of an Uno reverse card. This time around for FPX, they're able to steal away a red buff when last time it was stolen away from them. As Shun does just head back on out of there. Shadow going to be in that advantage in terms of farm, at least for the first couple of minutes. Shui does not land the Q, so will be chunked out to about half HP as Missing and Paze get the better of them in that trade.
That was a great dodge forward by Paze to get out of that Phosphorus bomb, really helping make sure that he wins that trade and wins it hard. Again, Paze been fantastic this split. Really not much else to say about this guy, and Of course, had that pop-off Callista Clip in the last series, and it seems like he has been empowered in this one to be the carry, as it's Xayah and a bunch of melee meatballs in front of it. So Pei's going to go off to his own devices. His team tries to wreak havoc and make some chaos, where hopefully Pei's can thrive. At the moment, the chaos that Mystic and Pei's have been able to create leads to Shun walking down here at level 3, maybe looking for a dive.
Yeah, just heading straight down here, trying to lock down Awesome. Missing, gonna start the tower aggro. Oh, the Falcoway is gonna buy enough time actually for first blood to be secured by the Corki, but it should be a very easy redive, as only Missing was the one to go down, and Jway does not have a ton of HP or a ton of damage. They're gonna try to go down with the crash down. That's just a lot of DPS onto Pei's. And with that Blade Caller, will not result in the kill going over.
Coming.
And with the HP bars low,
Jway's
Shadow
flash.
on the hunt, and Jway could potentially try to close that gap. However, Pei's does have both the summoner spells, so it would be a risky situation to go for the fight. And JDG will back out without losing anybody.
Meanwhile, early on, we do see Sheer having a decent start against the Yorick. Again, this matchup. Good for Shen early. He has that W, where if you're able to create the no auto attack zone, well, Yorick and all of his ghouls / goons, they're the auto attackers, so Shen can benefit in that world. And we have seen Sheer do a decent job again of trying to make his presence felt. I feel like Sheer last game actually was quite good. I know that he went down early in a couple fights, but those equalizers were nice. Again, his Rumble was the first loss that it was handed in the last one, as did Missing really just sneaking forward in there. Okay, no, thank God.
We just went on
I was
an
about to
adventure to clean that one down. That's respect. I mean,
it was a Mission Impossible control ward.
doesn't end up doing too much though here for JDG. Is, you know, that one just gets cleared away very easily, and then FPX are able to secure themselves the first dragon of the game. So despite that dive, taking Awesome down, it's a much better start here in game number 2. And FPX, again, they want to continue to play this one close. They feel like they are just as strong and as a team against a team like JDG, even though they got off to a slower start to the season, having been one of the 2 teams that was not in the playoffs in split number 1 that made it to descent. They've been slowly scaling up and now able to contest some of the might of these super teams like JDG.
And again, for FPX, I mean, this is a team that I feel like has had good direction off of Shadow. So just to see him on this inside, I need to see him start to get involved, because if they want to be able to match JDG in this series, I mean, they're going to have to play better in this game and find an early lead. With Shen, you have the tools. We'll see if they're up to it. As Jway looking very hard onto the Xayah, and Shadow finding this Vi.
Ask, and you might just receive as they force Shun to flash away. Now on the bottom side, knowing that that Vi is not there, Pei's is chucked to 100 health. And is going to have to run underneath the start, but Care is hunting. Care has that Unraveled Earth. That should be enough to at least stop the recall, and then they can fully commit to the dive. The flick does not connect, but Shadow is here as well. Pei's in a whole lot of trouble with no summoners at his disposal, and it could just be Care running him down himself.
Care's
They're going to try to
flash.
just get on out of here. The flash forward, and the threaded volley will thread between Missing and Pei's and take the Xayah down. Scout here steals away the Crescent Guard, but he's not going to be able to find much in a 1v4.
All right, Shun's going to take some camps away from Shadow, as Shadow's going to return the favor, but overall, good play from FPX. As again, this Xin Zhao, chance to win. If you do find the Vi, Shadow have been able to find Shun twice and create some positive plays for himself and the team. The Tuya follow-up was nice too, but the answer from Shun, he has secured that level 6, and this Shen, no TP, a little low. Sheer maybe sees it coming and actually is going to bluff his base and get out, dodge out of the dive, and make sure that he can farm this wave too. Nice win for Sheer and FPX. FPX went out on the play.
And now they still have a lot of ultimates at their disposal for potential skirmish around these Void Grubs. Shadow getting caught up by Shun to start things off. Remember, Scout's on the bottom side. He doesn't have a teleport, so he will not be able to join any sort of situation here unless he just walks his way on up. And that means that FPX are going to get full control around these grubs. It comes at the cost of maybe 2 plates going Scout's way, but you're going to take that here if you're FPX. A much better start to this early game for them in game 2.
Good call and a good rotation, of course. The Shen, send the Shen down bot. Can always stand United his way back up. So with threat of Shen ult, the 5v4. No fight for JDG. They're going to give that one up. And Sheer, yeah, going to drop a wave, drop a couple plates over to Scout. I think the JDG will take that. Maybe that's the best they could get.
Yeah, Scout will be strong on the silence. Again, we think that JDG overall are going to be able to slowly but surely dish out more damage than FPX can in a later game situation. I think Scout is a decent amount of that. Not a ton of big damage ultis that he can steal away, but a lot of utility here with the Magnet Storm, with the Pressing Guard to block away from some of the awesome and impairs damage, and even the Stand United, which can be used to help keep Paze alive, who really is the focal point for this team composition with KDG.
Yeah, I'm expecting that Roa to be finished, and of course we have seen Silas play around with his build a little bit, and honestly players play around with his build and Catalyst and sitting on it, as this is quite the swap. We have the ports being used. We're shipping Shen back to the York lane and getting Kara back into the Silas lane. So that's an expensive one for FPX to change up these lanes, but still have a chance to play with numbers with that Stand United.
Real valuable redeployment there. 2 teleports used just to get the lane assignments that FPX want. They're going to have to try to find some farm advantages here if they want to make it pay off, or at least allow for Shadow to continue to get active in this game. I think that even though he didn't contribute to a kill yet in this game, he has had a much bigger impact than he did in game number 1 in a positive light. That's just kind of the ups and downs of Shadow, right? It's like sometimes
a little
good,
bit.
sometimes, you know, I don't know.
At least with the Zen, man, he's able to play forward, play up, and we have seen some decent looks out of it from him. And so far, again, I still feel like where the game's at. Yes, it's first Dragon, early Grubs going over to FPX, but FPX, much stronger team composition early on. They're going to get outscaled from me this game by quite a bit. So I don't think this lead is big enough to really guarantee a win for them. They're going to have to push the pace and find some more plays again. Weaver's Wall, Stand United have yet to be cast outside of the one Weaver's Wall that did help with a positive play against Shun and JDG. But the next one, again, those early globals, you got to catch in on those cooldowns. FPX being patient. They're going to have to see if they can find a window. And Missing is the only one that is missing a flash, as Shun's going to be coming back up off cooldown here shortly. So, of course, there can be a big blinking red light in terms of where you want to go and punish, but FPX not able to find anything, and JDG happy with buying out their time.
We do have full bot lane prio here for Care in this lane against Scout, who has just rejoined and immediately gets flicked back, and the Dragon just has spawned, and Shun's still on the opposite side of the map. So FPX going to be able to claim themselves another objective that gives them the feat of monster slaying on their side. So just one more kill or that first turret would result in feat of strength going over to them as well. So small advantages, as we've said, and JDG I think are okay with giving up a Dragon at this point because they don't want to necessarily fight what Shadow has been able to put up on the table so far. But we're going to need more than that here for FPX. We're going to need kills. Shadow and Jue are currently hunting for one, and Scout is chunked about 40% HP.
Yeah, Kara's done a nice job of actually chunking Scout down. Right, so find that one.
Oh no, missing! We missed the combo. That means Jue's looking aggressive again.
Those rocks can be a little funky sometimes with Alistar combo. I think Missing was trying to flash past the rocks and didn't quite clear enough space. So
that's great.
A bit goofy looking there.
He's hunting for Scout right now, but Scout's just trying to play things smooth, calm, and collected right now. He goes forward, steals away the Crescent Guard to push Jue back into the turret. That's going to be enough for Missing to punch him down and get a kill in supportal combat. It comes at the cost of his life as Shadow dashes in. That's feat of strength picked up for FPX, but nicely done by them to at least make it a 1-for-1 trade.
I mean, frankly, I think they went out, not the fact that they just secured feats, but kill onto Care, and instead Missing was the one that picked that one up. That's nice, and they're still playing out 3 lanes, right? So it's not like they're dropping anything significant. Overall, decent for FPX. Another kill on the Care. I think has been doing some decent work in the side lane, and hey, feats definitely got buffed up on this patch. Quite nice for FPX.
Oh, and now Paze going to be targeted here. He has both of his summoner spells and that Feather Storm, one of which he'll use here to get out from that 3-talent strike, and then the re-engage is pure from Shun and JDG. They get the kill on the Shadow, but now Karen's come forward with the Weaver's Wall. Shun forced to flash away. He could look for a Vault Breaker right back in, but with Awesome fully stacked up with that Conqueror, force Shun to back on out. But another kill finds the way of JDG as they are keeping themselves way in this game.
That ult from Shun was awesome. It canceled the crash down from the Rel, so no CC could come out from Jue to join that fight. Ensures the skirmish was won by JDG. Really well played by Shun.
Both junglers, I think, doing a lot for their teams right now. So far, though, Shun able to look a little bit better in terms of the KDA department, as well as just being able to farm a little bit more. The rest of the team, though, for FPX is still feeling comfortable. They trade flashes mid for top lane, as Olive will be able to get on out of that seismic shove, but it comes at the cost of the Maiden going down. And FPX now can control this topside jungle. Shadow steals away the Raptors, immediately pops the Crescent Guard, and will be able to flash away from the head pulve combo of Missing. Now the target could be Jue, but he uses the Hex Gate to get on over, and he will be out scot-free.
Kind of an expensive take from Shadow, as he did lose this flash, but did snag over at camp. Do really want to praise again how Shun and Paze played that last skirmish. Paze is a fantastic Xayah player. And again, with his Yuntals going for that crit build, real chance for Paze to pop off. We're seeing some more Xayah kind of coming back into the meta. As the items that she gets built right now synergize pretty well with her kit. And really just struggles with range, which I don't think is a huge deal for this game. Just has to really be wary of the flicks. Besides that, I think Xayah actually a very happy game for Xayah to appear. So Paze pretty happy in this one.
Been very well for himself, at least so far. Farming up nicely, keeping himself in the advantage over Awesome. Good farm, although be it just slightly in terms of gold, I should say. Who's doing well for himself as well is Sheer on this Shen. You can see him chunking out Scout very nicely, and now we get a 1v1 between the 80 carries, and Awesome just wins it.
FPX is missing, trying to get in, but will lose his ultimate. That's another tool to take it away, and another step towards securing his Rift Herald.
Talk about the power of Awesome's Corki in
FPX.
this team competition against the low-range comp that JDG do have. Looks like FPX don't want to fully start up this Rift Herald just yet. Now they fully turn to it. Awesome actually caught out in mid as JDG with a stolen away Shen ultimate are going to go right onto him. Into the bounce house, Awesome goes, but it's going to get matched with a stand united of Sheer himself. It'll be one shutdown traded for the other as both mid laners for 80 carry will drop. With that 1-for-1 open on the map right now, Jue is going to get taken very low by the Blade Caller of Paze, but FPX still feeling comfortable to potentially head right back to the Herald. They lock down Paze into the combo. He still has the Feather Storm and both of his summoner spells available, so a dive would be risky, but now FPX have changed their priority. They're headed to the mid lane tier 1. They want to take this one down.
They do have 3 grubs. This should melt, and Paze has to respect it. Has, of course, everything up in his kit, but doesn't want to drop it for free, so overwhelmed in mid lane, turret falls, and a nice fight and skirmish from FPX. I think it does delay the Rift Herald, so curious to see what happens as we get back on the map, because of course Dragon and Rift Herald up, so opportunity for JDG to snag one as they have tempo, and we'll see if FPX is able to trade. JDG putting a lot of focus on that Dragon, trying to deny Soul Point. They are here first, as it was a reset from FPX. The gates will help them close the gap. We'll see if this ends up being contested. I think this falls off, but it's their fight
here.
after.
FPX still has
Shadow
a lot of ultimates to use. Over the wall, Shadow goes. It might have been too far, though, and Scout will take the kill, but in goes Jue. The Magnus Storm combined with a seismic shove is big, and missing with that ultimate will drop. Dragon secured by JDG, and they're going to be able to run away with this fight still. It's a double kill over for Scout Silas, as FPX now are in a bit of a bad spot for themselves. Care going to get singled out, all with the Maiden doing a ton of work, and the kill will go over to Sean. JDG get 4 kills in the Drake.
Shadow with no ult, he heads over early, gets melted down, and then the chaos that ensues. It's JDG and their brawlers in the top side that reign supreme.
That was a very close fight. It looked like we were going to see a little bit more from Care specifically. The Wombo combo was big with him and Jue, but after those combinations were utilized, not a ton left.
I need to see this one again. Of course, Jue is a big engage, but it's after Shadow goes down, because 2 FPX members went over the gates. Meanwhile, Shadow goes over the wall, gets blown up. Sheer, that dash got canceled by a Crescent guard dropped by Scout. I know Paze melts. It at least gets the flash out of Sheer, too, who falls later on. Great timing by Scout Silas to find that Crescent guard. Then it really is just Care being overwhelmed by the brawlers. We get back to live. Alma's still down flash from the trade that Care made earlier. And they're going to take him down for free. Still, JDG winning out on the play overall. They now have a gold lead, and of course did deny that Soul Point.
And they're going to take the Herald as well. Remember we were talking about it. 3 members or more necessary to take a York down in the side lane at this point in the game. And so that means that JDG are able to trade very nicely on the other side of the map. Herald in their hands. They get another wave crashing into the tier 2 turret and top lane from Scout, who is really starting to get ahead in this game as well. But now FPX are looking for a trade cross map. They, again, are sticking with these 3 grubs at the bottom side. They're going to crack open this tier 2. The teleport is coming in as well. There will be enough. Looks like actually that was a replay showing how they ended up finding that kill onto Ala, but I think overall game state still pretty even, but that is better and better for JDG as the game goes on.
And as this game goes on, more items come in. Complete a Rift Maker for Scout. I see he's sitting pretty here on the Silas. Big benefactor out of that last fight. He played damn well. Able to pick up a lot of kills. Been a good day for Scout. A couple days where I've been disappointed by Scout's play. Not today, as his Silas always a good one. that was Galio today for Scout, and now goodbye Sheer.
Yeah, it's going to be a great
get the York
escape to be able to
treatment.
get Hunt out of this one. Taunt on a 2, but surely not going to be anything. Just try to dish out a little bit of DPS, pump those numbers up a bit. Scout's going to pick up kill number 4 to his name as he's really starting to snowball this lead, Cubby.
Yeah, of course, if Stand United was cast, there was enough CC up there where, like, I didn't see the York wall being used. You can use that to actually bump people out or bump someone out of Stand United. A lot of tools that were up and available. So no cast on Sheer. Instead, he might use that in 20 seconds to join a fight. Ala missing. Okay, he just wanted to burn his
Okay, we burn the... might lose our life too, and our flash.
Yep.
We lose everything here for Missing, as that ward was not worth trying to take, man. Missing goes down. Now Cameron's Weaver's wall in a very aggressive position. He has to now flash away, and now can still get collapsed on by Scout. There's the abscond of Duck. Seismic Shovel stand away 2 is going to buy enough time for Shi to arrive, but the Talia will still die all the same. Shun taken very low. Shui in with the Magnus Storm, going to try to do a little bit more damage, do a little bit more stalling for the rest of FPX to arrive, but they're not nearly close enough. And on the top side of things, Ala got a double kill.
What the hell just happened? FPX tried to make 2 plays at once. They lost them both as they couldn't crack the mid lane. It really, I mean, that angle from Kara was crazy going at 1v3. You aren't York, my friend, because meanwhile, York, the Gravedigger, putting people in their own graves up top, got the help of the Stand United from Scout, and Awa finds a double kill off screen as JDG starting to run away with this one. That's going to be a big push in the top side. Otacon secured, and they could reset in time for this Dragon to try and contest it too.
That was a really bad sequence of events for Fun plus Phoenix. It looked like maybe after they killed Missing, they'd feel comfortable, but Care, another questionable decision of where to place one of those semi-global ultimates. We saw multiple times the Realm Warps in game 1. This time, the Weaver's Wall to try to save his mid lane turret when there were just way too many members of JDG there to collapse upon it.
And Pays didn't burn anything too. And yeah, that was a very, very ambitious Weaver's Wall on it.
What are we doing?
We're going to start with this one. Didn't see Scout. I think the Scout might have snuck his way on in there. And then with 3 people showing mid, we have an attempted play up top, but of course, Scout's going to steal this Stand United once it connects and then go join the fight up top. As Awa, meanwhile, trying to play this dive out 1.5 V2, only his maiden to boot. Good flash, but a lot of time and space. They have to drop aggro, and Shadow gives a wub tap into a flash out. Awesome's trying to take down this turret, and yeah, Stand United's not even needed here.
Not even close.
Scout just wanted the assist goal.
Yeah, and he was able to find it as he continues to contribute
Shadow
here in this game too. And Shadow gets caught out once again. That should be another Dragon going the way of JD Gaming, who, let's face it, Cubby, they're starting to snowball. You might be able to catch your flight at this point.
I think they've outscaled. I think my 7 a.m. flight out of LAX is quite safe. As unfortunately, Missing's the only one that doesn't like me. Which, okay, he's just gonna have to reset from that. That's fine. Dragon, of course, being secured right now by Shun. So objective gonna be in the hands of JDG as they continue to build this lead. And the scaling they have, I mean, very much favored on their side for me this game. It's be really, really difficult to deal with, you know, this front line and getting to the Xayah. As Pays plus Beefcake's quite big. We're going to get a replay, bottom right, of how this one started. Oh, Crescent Guard going to be... Oh, my goodness, Scout. That is nasty. Scout came to play today, guys. That was disgusting.
And Scout has not come to play for some of JDG's series as of late. I think he's been a large part of their struggles, even though, again, it's a player that we've really thought highly of for years. Obviously a world champion, and now on the Silas and in a Galio in game 1, it seems like he's starting to come back into form towards the end of the regular season.
I agree. He got the melees, you know? It's just Scout. Maybe he's just protesting non-melee champions. He's playing them. He's popping off on the melees.
Yeah. I mean, I think the problem is sometimes he plays the mages like he's playing the range champion. Like,
yeah.
Try to flash in on somebody.
Try to take a wave that's not his under a turret. Yeah. I can play this side wave. You aren't a Kali, my friend. I'm sorry. It's happened a few times too.
No dashes when you're playing Victor. Yeah, you can't shuriken on out as Victor. So. I mean, if Scout can look like the way he's been looking right now, that is a great sign here for JD Gaming, because a lot of their struggles, a lot of the reason that they're 5 and 6 in their last 11 series, kind of because of him. To be frank, I mean, on our broadcast, we've been compiling highlights or lowlights, I should say, of Scout getting continuously caught out. again, kind of just as a surprise for people who maybe haven't been watching a ton of the LPL this split, tune in for a game every once in a while. This guy's not been really performing, but now he's truly come to play, and he's, in my opinion, the MVP of the series overall. If you know, the results hold and it is a 2-0 eventually for JDG.
This has been a really big series for Scout. I know Carrot might have quickened his demise with a couple of semi-globals taken that were a little bit deep, unfortunately. So might have helped Scout look good at times. But no, Scout's been really big, especially in this game. A big playmaker for his team. And to see him have a big series like this has been nice. Also, Awa. I think Awa's been a little bit suspect the last couple of outings, too. This York game's been really good for him. Good to see. And again, we're in a state where right now JDG, I think, monumentally outscales FPX. I just don't think that Talia control and damage matters, especially when Care is down 3 levels to his opponent. We're going to see FPX, I think, get taken down. So, Grapes, I'm going to get a little bit off topic. We need York skins. York is a champion that has not been this popular for years, all right?
That is true.
Yeah.
I feel like he has some decent skins, though. Am I wrong?
He does, but we need one where, like, I need my Lord Yorick, or, like, Milord Yorick, so then you can be the maiden. It's maiden and Milord.
Oh, that's...
Yeah. Some banger
that's
voice lines
That's a little too millennial core for me. I'm not gonna
It is. I mean, if there's ever, you know, if we ever go the Fortnite route, I need, like, Lord Farquhar Yorick from Shrek.
Yes,
and then again, like, your emote is just number 3, Milord, and you just spawn the maiden. You spawn, like, 3 different maidens from the portraits.
Okay. I'm more behind that one. I like the kitten. I like the kitten skin. I think that one.
Yeah, that one's fun.
It fits York really well. So,
yeah,
or whatever it is, Java Guardian.
We've seen Anyone's Legend use the panda chroma too, like the mascot on the rib. Pretty awesome. Big fan of that.
That is true. I mean, when this champion first got picked here in LPL, I was like, oh god, what is it? What is that thing? What is the ulti called again?
Oh,
I think it's like a little ghost thing.
Well,
it looks like FPX have been kind of playing stall mode as well, because they're just letting Baron go over for free as JDG able to pick that one up, and now fight completely has erupted here. Scout with that stolen away Magnus Storm already locking down Joy. He's gonna try to crash in, let the Shen arrive. Bashir does not be able to join the fight. It's the round that just dies before the standing medic channel can fully be completed. I think Ala might have been able to help in terms of canceling that as well. It could come at the cost of the Yorick going down, and Shearer will get a solo kill, but it comes at the cost of a whole lot more from JDG.
Yeah, why they rel ulted or Shen ulted the rel, I'm a little bit curious about that. Was a really nice reaction from Pays, who did go airborne before. That's a really nice steal.
Buffer from Shun, and that's going to allow for Care to go down for the 3rd time this game. JDG, they pick up the Baron. They have a 7,000 gold lead. They're going to reset and try to break open the base even further, put themselves in a great position to sweep.
20 seconds till or 15 seconds till their 3rd Hextech Soul now, too. Hextech Dragon, which will lead the Soul point. Yeah, the train continues for JDG as Grapes and I were tossing around Yorick skin ideas. Baron was taken under our noses, and FPX's more importantly, as JDG made sure to make quick work of that one, and trying to make quick work of this series, Grapes, as, again, JDG gave up a little bit of ground to the early game composition of FPX, but, again, like, once FPX tried those 2 plays at once that both went wayward, it's been all JDG since then, as their scaling kicked in, and it's been a good series for them so far, looking like a pretty good 2-0.
This is the JDG that we're going to get us back half the season. Playoffs just might have gotten a little bit more crowded towards the top. Been a lot of ups and downs for JDG, even within this Hell Week, Cubby. But back-to-back wins, back-to-back 2-0s would certainly be good momentum going into their series against BLG tomorrow. They still need to close this game out, though. A Shadow is going to try to lock down Pays, but Pays does not care about a level 13 Jin Zhao going on top of him. Sheer, though, might be a bit of an issue, but Pays will pop the E and make sure that Shen is unable to move for the rest of this game, the rest of this series, as the inhibitor in the mid lane will go down. Shun going for the cease and desist. They found Care. The Talia's caught out, and under the base they go. This will be a clean wipe, a clean series as JDG, welcome to the LPL, welcome to Split 2 finally, as they've broken open and had a great last 2 matches. They get a 2-0 up against FPX, payback from week 3, and jump up to 9-6 overall on the season.
At no capability for Game 3 casted and picked today, as it is JDG finding that 2-0. I think it was a banger day from Scout. Pays looking good as always on the team, and definitely a pretty convincing series win that JD Gaming can ride home about. That was a really good look from them.
And it's not something we've seen quite so often as of late, but 2 over Weibo, we were like, okay, Weibo, they've lost like 6 series in a row. Surely, like, this is just them being bad and maybe not necessarily JDG being good. But now, another 2-0 here against FPX, who, you know, we were expected JDG to be the favorites, but I would not have been surprised at all if this was a more competitive series. But there were definitely mistakes made by players like Shadow. I don't think he had a great series. I don't think Care had himself a very good series either. But JDG, I think, played pretty clean overall given their circumstances, and a lot of people stepped up, most notably the mid jungle and Shun and Scout.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think Shun's been really playing well for JDG throughout the year, but Scout had some up and down series. I think this one, you called the Grapes MVP of the series. I gotta agree with you. Looked really good for both games, and for me, that's a member that JD Gaming, if they want to be competitive in the LPL, we have some fantastic mid laners that you have to go through if you want to hoist that trophy. And if your mid laner is not performing, sometimes that's enough to just decide a playoff series in a best of. So see Scout, of course, 2 weeks away from playoffs, take a step further for his team to help securing the play-ins, or avoiding play-ins and actually making playoffs proper. That's a good look for JDG.
And again, just getting a little bit of distance away from Invictus Gaming, who play later today. They're going to need to win their series against NiP in order to hold serve and make sure that they're still in the running to jump JD Gaming eventually in terms of match score. Of course, still relying on JDG dropping a couple of series on their own. As for FPX, again, we've seen some ups and downs from this team, but this is now 4 straight map losses for them after that 2-1 versus Anyone's Legends, and it's come against teams that, you know, I think overall have had their ups and downs. JDG, again, have had struggles throughout the back half of the split. They just, of course, lost a series to Ninjas in Pajamas as well, and they wrapped their season up in a couple of days with series against Weibo and IG, who will be very big tests for them as teams that they could potentially try to leapfrog towards that bottom pack and towards that middle of the standings.
I gotta say, like, someone's got to win between them and Weibo, as both those teams kind of on skids right now. So definitely something they have to look out for. Meanwhile, speaking of IG, of course, they play next, and I think that you hit it, Grapes. JD Gaming, of course, sitting at 4th in our standings. There was a 6-game gap between them and IG. That 2-0 gets them a series win over IG, as well as builds that lead to +8, as IG is sitting at bang even 500 in that 5 seed at the moment. That's definitely a small win for JD Gaming, as they, again, took a big step forward towards securing that top 4 spot.
And I feel like it would have been nice to have like a full definitive statement on how this Hell Week for JDG has gone. But there's just been too many ups and downs. I feel like it's almost impossible to really lock down exactly how we feel about how this 5-game stretch for them have gone, right? It's been losses to teams, you know, like Top Esports, followed by wins here against FPX, and, you know, back and forth they kind of go in this situation. This series against BLG tomorrow is going to be very important for them. I think if they win that, that puts them almost in an assured spot for that top 4.
Okay.
But if they lose it, things are more at risk for them.
Okay, I like that for JD Gaming, if you're a fan of him, or them, I should say. Again, top 4, dodge out on the plans. If you are one of those higher seeds, I think going up against those Group Nirvana teams, probably favored, right, after competing in Group Ascend, but never know what can happen when you have to play a do or die best of. So to dodge out on that would be good. And again, JD Gaming, a couple good looks today. I really feel like the draft they had in Game 3, again, could reach a point of critical mass that was pretty tough for FPX to deal with. And we did see FPX like actually utilize some early lane priority and leads to try and do stuff, but Shadow wasn't able to convert that to anything significant. There were 2 plays attempted at once by FPX, and once that was turned around by JD Gaming, it's really felt like a one-sided game.
Yeah, it's been I don't know, not the best look for FPX. I will say, awesome, Sheer, you guys did okay. I don't want you to feel too bad about how this series went. I feel like a lot of it was the rest of the members here for that squad. Is again, this team, it feels like it's really live or die by what the mid jungle is able to do. Specifically Shadow, who I think had some better moments in that game too, but things started to fall apart. He got caught out more and more. I think a lot of that is credit to what Scout was able to do on the Silas specifically in terms of finding cutoff points for their engages onto the Xin Zhao, but still some awkward decisions that FPX are still going to have to try to really iron out if they want to be in a position to qualify into that playoffs over, you know, a team like Weibo, a team like WE.
Yeah, and I mean, frankly, they're looking like they have to play that do or die best of 5. I mean, probably locking into play-ins pretty soon, as they dropped to 6 and 10. I believe that's got to lock them into the play-ins. There's no way they can overcome FPX now. So, and when we get our standings updated at the end of the day, actually, the fact that JD Gaming got to 9 wins, that's pretty big. I think it locks a lot of teams into play-ins now.
So FPX are officially out alongside
Yeah, same
WE.
with Team WE. They're officially out, can only get to 8. And again, same with Weibo. So oh, wait. The Weibo can technically win.
There's like technically an angle for Weibo.
There's a technicality
like,
for Weibo.
Yeah.
But that does decide 2 more playing teams, of course, as we have a more definitive playoff picture thanks to the JD Gaming win and getting to that 9 series win, guaranteeing that you're at least going to be at that 500 level at the end of the year.
Yeah, you know, our overall playoff picture is starting to come together. We now have 4 teams locked into that playoff spot. 2 more, I should say, for a total of 6 if you include the 2 teams from Group Nirvana that are going to be joining them into that stage. And then you have 2 teams at the top, and then there's now 4 squads officially in the middle. BLG, JDG, IG, and Weibo that are all kind of fighting for who can get that free berth into the postseason. We're expecting right now for it to be BLG and JDG if results hold, but most notably, Invictus Gaming have the chance to throw a bit of a wrinkle into that plan. However, it definitely starts here with a victory over Ninjas in Pajamas, which is our next series of the day. We have our MVP for this second game, and it's going to go to Scout.
Hooray!
I think there was basically no question about it.
Nope, that's a freebie. Scout Silas was a human highlight reel that game, as he was very good at getting the secured win for his team. Again, a relatively uncontested series for JD Gaming. I think they're very happy about that as they're going to face BLG tomorrow, a series that is our series of the week here for LPL. So to have a good look before that definitely helps build up some of the hype.
Yeah, if Scout looks like this in that matchup against Knight, who's been looking like one of the best players in the entire league, oh man, that is in for a treat here for that matchup. So I mean, we've been previewing it a lot, but you're going to want to tune in here in just about 24 hours time for that best of series. But Cubby, we have made it to the end of this best of 3, 2-0 in favor of JDG over FPX. Enjoy your flight, my friend. Enjoy all the travels that you'll be going on this weekend. But yeah, that's going to do it here for this one.
Yeah, this was fun. I am glad I don't have to sweat out the next game, as of course I fly out in 3 hours and 10 minutes from LAX, and I still have to do some packing. So I've been very irresponsible by that, but it was great to join you to cover some League of Legends grapes, even if that wasn't the closest series of all time. It was a good look from JD Gaming. We'd love to see that. And we'll have to see you guys later.
As always. And so JDG evening up our season series, 1 apiece against Fun plus Phoenix as FPX dropped to 6-10 overall, locking themselves a spot in the play-in stage just in a couple of weeks. When we come back from this short break, Ninjas in Pajamas, they have not lost a series to IG all year long. Will this finally be the moment that IG break out? We'll find out right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to our continuing coverage of LPL English. We have our second series of the day between Ninjas in Pajamas and Invictus Gaming, a series that has gone one team's way a lot of the time, and it's NiP's, despite the records that you see on the bottom of your screen. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Alk Battery for this second series. Alk, thank you so much for stepping in last minute. We hope that Covey, of course, is able to get on his flight and be able to get out safely, but we got a fun one here to wrap up the day.
Yeah, I feel like I got the more fun one out of the two. NiP have been Game 2 merchants recently, and IG always seem to deliver. Whether it's bad news or good news, it does not matter. They're in with their pizza under 30 minutes for sure.
Yeah, delivery time guaranteed here for one of these teams. Although might be going the distance based off of our previous history between these two squads, and just for IG and NiP in particular. Let's get into the rosters to start things off here, Alk. Starting off with NiP. Of course, this is a team that is currently sitting at 9th place in the standings. They most likely will remain there unless things really go wild at the end of the season. But as you were mentioning, they've been able to take games against some of the top teams here in the league. Games against AL, game against BLG, game against Top Esports, and then wins over Weibo and FPX over their last 5 at all.
I think it's pretty impressive the fact that they're able to kind of find some of those wins. In particular, I think the series wins over FPX and Weibo. Maybe Weibo with a little bit more time. Now we can maybe see that that's maybe not as surprising. But NiP, I think, have been very one-note in terms of their strategy. It has been almost entirely reliant on Leave being able to actually hyper-carry for them. But I think with a lack of his ability to actually play champions like Varus and Ezreal to a high level has left this team a little bit stranded when they don't have, things like a Kaisa or even like a Zeri.
It's been nice to see a little bit of extra life for this NiP team ever since they brought in Solo Kill up in the top lane. It's maybe given them a little bit of an extra win condition to play around, especially when he's on things like the Mbessa or the Akali. So we'll see if that becomes a win condition, because speaking of carry top laners, Invictus Gaming is their opponent. They, of course, are led by world champions rookie in the Shy in those solo lanes, Alk. The thing is, they have lost all matches against Ninjas in Pajamas here this season in 2025 specifically. So going to try to buck that trend, as they're also on the hunt for one of those top 4 spots that currently are occupied by JD Gaming.
Yeah, that one in particular. Again, if you think about the standings, I know you guys were talking about this right before this in the series before, but for IG, the only way they are going to really be able to bump themselves up from 5th going into 4th is preying on JDG's downfall. They need literally every series from here on out from JDG to be a loss, and they need to 2-0 the rest of their series. For all of those that do not know, when series score are tied, the way that we break ties here in the LPL, at least for this year, is going to come down to game differential, so that plus and minus column that you see on the right, then head-to-head. Head-to-head being secondary is very important because they are 2-0 versus JDG in the head-to-head, but that game differential is incredibly massive and something that they are basically not really going to be able to break unless miracles start happening.
Yeah, I think for IG, it's like kind of a long shot of their goal, but if they can kind of do their part in trying to force JDG's hand, I think they're going to feel good about themselves, whether or not they clinch that top 4 spot, because it will result in them winning some really big series, both here against the NiP. They then have FPX and BLG to wrap up their season, so definitely some tough tests for them, but if they can accomplish that, end with 10 or 11 wins at the end of this double round robin, despite some of the inconsistencies that they faced, they'll feel very confident about what their team does end up looking like going into the play-ins and then eventually the playoffs if they do get there. But, the last time that these two teams played, Alk, it was an NiP dominated victory. We have some clips to kind of show what this series did end up looking like, and it was a wild one, all things considered, but NiP, again, as we mentioned, has not lost to IG all year long, and again, it's Rookie going up against his former team, and it looks like Doinby swapping in as the other world champion that is representing the LPL, has been doing some good work here for the squad.
I think it's so surprising, especially if you kind of think about how this NiP team really finds fights. It's, again, focused on some of their solo lanes, providing engage, and really kind of being that secondary follow-up. But NiP, their name of the game, even when Shanji was in the roster, was, we're going to fight you, we're going to come to every single objective, and either you're going to actually come and face us and try to hands check us, or you're just going to lose out on the objective, and we're going to basically force you. With the new meta that's obviously changed, and I think when we look at Invictus Gaming, that has kind of felt a lot of their kind of similar strengths, especially if we look at these two mid laners. Rookie and Doinby have been two mid laners. I know for Doinby in particular, his kind of forte internationally has always been like, I'm going to get out of lane. I'm really going to try to play away and play for these objectives, play for some of these fights. But Rookie, his laning phase has looked pretty questionable in a lot of these series. So if this is going to be a similar matchup, I feel like in terms of impact, I really need to see Rookie on these stronger team fighting mids if he's going to have any chance versus NiP.
Hey, he's had good looks on them specifically, but as you said, some of those laning struggles definitely there. Even Doinby able to take advantage of that, and that's when you know that maybe your laning phase is not as strong as you may have liked. Again, a 2-1 for Ninjas in Pajamas this time around, as it was a very competitive series that eventually did go NiP's way. Get me in the corner up there as well. I guess I was casting this one. It's a while ago.
Yeah, look, it's the stupid SpongeBob meme. It's like, oh, I'm right here.
That's me. That's me right there.
That's me. Yep. I'm sure you had a lot of fun. I remember watching this one. This was a game of all time. But I think that's what I've come to expect watching IG. Again, talking about delivering in terms of entertainment, IG have been by and far away the best team at delivering fun series to the audience. So over in the home arena for NiP in Shenzhen, we'll be seeing if Ninjas in Pajamas can kind of pull off what we expect to be is an upset, especially when you look at recent history here for Ninjas in Pajamas.
Recent history against every opponent except for IG, as again, all year long. You know, they actually had the advantage of being in the same group as Invictus Gaming multiple times over, including in Split 1, where they won that best of 5 against them to kick off the year. That was one of the first series that NiP played with Doinby on the team. Remember, he joined after Demacia Cup as this kind of new addition as a spark plug to the roster, and it definitely found a lot of success, specifically against IG. But since then, seems like the honeymoon phase kind of has worn off a little bit, although Solo Kill has definitely leveled the team up just a little bit. Right now, with NiP locked into 9th position, unless things go wild with either Thunder Talk or WE in the standings, it's all about them trying to make sure that they're in the best position possible, that they're learning as much as they can, that they can use these stage games to buy a lot of experience for when they get into that do or die best of 5 to clinch playoffs.
It's so funny because the two roles that right now have the least amount of experience for Invictus Gaming are AD carry and top lane. Obviously, Solo Kill, previously on EDG, played a little bit in the LPL, played last year in the PCS, but I would say in general hasn't really been able to have his starting moment here in the league, and leave on and off rosters. Really hasn't had a full year to really develop here on a solid roster. So it feels weird because then you look across from them and you're playing against Gala and Thashai. 3 world champions on Invictus Gaming, 2 MSI winners as well. Like, you're looking at a pretty stacked resume, all things considered. But I think there are still a lot of holes in Invictus Gaming. Their bottom lane has kind of been wishy-washy, more so on the washy side than necessarily kind of getting any kind of wins. And if we're already kind of compounding that with the fact that Rookie's not looking super clean, and I will say the Shy's actually been having some better games, but he hasn't had, the same level of impact as some of these other top laners.
At times, he looks like the Shy of old, but then other times really doesn't. I feel like that's been the story of IG with kind of all their players. I mean, even the bot lane kind of not really meshing together. Gala and Mako, we've seen them have their struggles like synergistically as well as just individually in terms of their gameplay. And so a lot of IG is really hit or miss. And when we get those hits, we get things like that 2-0 that they had against JD Gaming just a couple of days ago, which again is really a testament to how volatile this league really is, that JDG can look so good against FPX and then also get demolished by a team like IG here. But it also shows that IG, when they are at full force, when they are at full strength, can be one of the best teams in the league. We just have not been able to see it on a consistent basis just yet.
I mean, top esports are 13-2, and one of the teams that TES did lose to was IG in week 2.
Exactly.
So this roster has really high highs if they're actually able to reach it, and we'll see what happens in this 1v1. It is going to be between the Shy and Aki. The Shy was one of the representatives in the 1v1 last time, but with Shanji out, I know we were talking about honeymoon phases. Now that we're a couple series out from Solo Kill joining, I kind of want to get a temperature check. I know that we were kind of starting to be impressed. I feel like his tank play in particular has actually been really, really impressive. But even on some of these carries, I feel like Solo Kill is actually having a proper amount of influence in games.
yeah, I feel like it's not necessarily just the work that he's able to do in lane, but both the tank play and then also some of that carry play. You know, he's able to play things like the Rumble and the Mbessa and things like that, like very admirably, as well as have some of those pocket picks in there, like the Akali that we saw into the Gwen. Even though it didn't result in them winning the series against Top Esports, it
was still very good.
Definitely making 369 sweat a little bit in that game. And here is our 1v1 selections. We get another Lee Sin. Cubby and I were not super happy about the Lee Sin last time, but it was into a volley bear, maybe the worst possible matchup that you could get.
Yeah, that one, I looked at the screen. I heard you guys were complaining about Lee Sin, and I was like, I don't know why there's a Lee Sin in this game. All right, cool. I looked back at my main monitor. I think I was playing TFT at the time. I snapped back. Instantly, the 1v1's over. I was like...
It's over. Yeah. It might be a speed... That might have been a speed run for the fastest 1v1 that we've gotten this season. I know that sometimes they drag on, so at least shout out to
Allah for giving you a freebie on that one.
They handshook. They were like, all right, we're going to make this one quick. We know it's not going to go well for us one way or the other, so...
Dude, Allah was like, here, you can have the 1v1, which means you can have blue side game 1, and we'll take the 2-0. Trade? Trade deal? Like...
Yeah. and you know
what?
Might
be the worst trade ever.
Not for Care, though, as he felt pretty good probably after killing him twice. Although... he had himself a bit of a rough series afterwards, so yeah, maybe that handshake really was in full effect. We're getting ready for this 1v1 to start. Again, Aki, the jungler, getting the call on the Lee Sin, so he's at least comfortable on the champion, but I always find it interesting to see what junglers and supports specifically do look like. It does appear that we have a slight delay getting into things, but there we go.
Cap.
Onto the Abyss we are for this 1v1, side select between the Shy and Aki.
This is Aki's first 1v1, actually.
Okay.
I wanted to go and make sure of that. Yeah, it is his. Wait, let me see if we have any here. Nope. Yeah, that is the first set of 1v1s we're getting from Aki. So let's see if he can perform. He's been a very aggressive jungler when we've seen him. I think has had a couple of bad pathing issues, especially when we saw him in his series last night. I think staying in a lot of places and losing out on the XP versus Tarzan. So hope he's able to perform. It is Corki.
Yeah, this is much better than the volley bear, right? You at least can jump in and out of this, not be forced into like a super long skirmish like you kind of are when you're playing against the volley bear. So Aki will be able to at least trade decently well, and if he's able to land those sonic waves. I am surprised to see that Aki didn't lock the Kled. Basically everybody on NiP, it feels like your initiation ritual when you're playing the 1v1, you have to play Kled for Doinby. And Shanji, Leave, and Doinby have all whipped it out. But maybe after watching how some of those have gone, Aki decided that he's going to do his own thing.
Yeah. All right. Well, again, if you don't know, this is our 1v1s for side select. We do this before all of our best of series here in the regular season. To win the 1v1s, usually just to get blue side, it is going to be that first turret, the first to 2 kills, or 7 minutes we have a ring of fire, just to make sure that we don't have an infinitely timed 1v1. Not so that it turns into sudden death.
Feels like I can't lie.
Dude, come on. It's really not that bad.
I was just promised, you know, I think it's just like the promise of a 1v1, the promise of all this fun combat, and then it just ends up being playing ping pong for a long time.
Okay, but like let's be honest. When you watch other players and other orgs and stuff like play 1v1s, they're not actually all that fun, right? Like the best 1v1s you're gonna get are the ones that happen in like 2v2s, or even like the 1v1s to like practice matchups where you're really just like running at each other like a degenerate. This actually has some real stakes, other than like, hey, I beat my mid laner on a matchup that he should know.
I feel like it's helping my case. I don't know exactly, but it's,
the 1v1s were never supposed to be that exciting, I think. Like it's something different. I think the point of them even bringing in the 1v1s is like, how can we make this more interesting than just saying, hey guys, off screen, random ref 35 threw a coin in the air and it just happened to land in one team's favor.
That's true. I like that better than this. I like this better than that. So I just think the Ring of Fire should close a little bit earlier. That's all. That's all. Maybe just.
I agree. That I'm okay with.
Shorten it up. Speaking of the Ring of Fire, I think this is a big reason why you lock the Lee Sin, by the way. Because as soon as that closes in, you use that Dragon's Rage, you kick the Shy away. That's all of a sudden a pretty big advantage. If Aki can survive long enough. And you can clearly see he's not playing for the kills, he's not playing for the farm, definitely not playing for the turret. Shy's already got 3 plates for himself. As it seems like Aki's playing the long game right now.
I know we have a little bit of time. The Shy is literally just keeping this wave. He's going to be able to crash on the next one because this wave is pushing in his favor. Might have to hold this, but I mean, the Shy literally has his barrier and ignite coming up. So I wanted to do some digging because I know, you know, over here in North America, you've got a potential couple of competitive games coming up. I wanted to ask, I did not notice in your profile picture, but I realize now because, you know, LOL fandom actually blows up the photo. I did not realize that Josh and Rafa are in the background.
Yeah, that was the 20 me at the right.
Ah, nice. Are you excited to play best of ones?
I guess
versus...
it's not gonna look great. But you know, my competitive debut, everybody.
Let's go. All right, we can take bets as to whether or not Graves will perform better than Hoya. He has a couple of games still left to play, so
that is the question.
We'll see.
Yeah. If I can match up to Hoya, that'll be truly an accomplishment. All things.
I just realized there's also the 61st team has an 80 carry called Femboy Socrates. Wonderful.
There's some names. The fact that our roster that we signed up for fun in the NACL Open qualifiers, by the way, I think people don't know exactly what we're talking about. There's like 13 or 14 teams that are even higher than me, which is not a good sign.
Yeah, you guys are the 52nd seed out of 64.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Meanwhile, Aki basically forced to fight there. Okay, nice kick onto the turret. Don't know if it's going to mean too much, though. The wave is really big going into the Shy.
He's going to get the turret.
Take this turret down instead. He's going to lock him down for the kill. The Demolish Proc's going to be able to do it. Looks like my competitive hopes everyone's not going to end much longer here. The Shy going to lock this one up. Get on Victus Gaming side select for game 1.
All right, best part of that entire 1v1 is just watching the Shy literally emote on him. He's just dancing. He's doing the corgi. He's just sitting there just... And it just takes it with Demolish. Perfect. All right, well, not as fast as our first 1v1 for FPX versus JDG, but at least delivering a little bit on the entertainment factor at the very end.
I think we're learning. Don't play Lee Sin. That champion sucks in this mode.
No one could have seen this coming.
Results-based analysis. It's 0-2. It hasn't even come close to getting a kill. I think all the gimmicks of the Ring of Fire tech of trying to knock people out of the Ring of Fire, it's all bait. Because you have to at least hold your own before the Ring of Fire closes and even have a chance to use that skill. We saw the Alistar from, I think it was Crisp who played Alistar in one of these for that similar effect. It just did not.
The Alistar was awful, I won't lie. The only one that's worked has been Poppy. Poppy has consistently been able to make it on through and be a champion that gets a couple of them. I know it was Rookie, actually. I forgot who exactly he played up against, but he was playing into a Poppy. I think he was playing Zed into Poppy, and he tried to go for the 1v1, and just got knocked out at the very end, and it was very miserable.
Yeah, I can maybe buy the Poppy. It has a little bit more durability that can keep itself alive, especially in the right matchups if there's a champion with a dash or anything like that. So Invictus Gaming get a slight advantage here for game number 1. They get side select. It's going to be blue side, as you saw on the bottom of your screen for this first game. And again, as we have said, they're going to need all the help they can get for this matchup in particular, as NiP have won every single matchup this season, and it even goes a little bit further, dating back to when NiP have joined the organization or joined the LPL, kind of as that new team. Only one total series lost to Invictus Gaming in their history. So that means that, historically speaking, they have the advantage here.
Yes, they can just lean on that. It seems like we're getting ready for game 1 draft here. And a big focus for me is going to not only be our junglers, but looking at these two supports. PP God and Mako have not been having the greatest of seasons so far, and especially if you want to talk about being able to be that front line for your team, very important to see these two guys have good games if either of these squads want to pick up a win here tonight. IG on the blue side, a big focus onto Doinby. I wonder if the Galio third is going to be coming down as a ban, as it has been quite a popular meme running around that every single series versus NiP, it is fully focused on their star mid laner.
Yeah, we have gotten the 5 Doinby ban games, which NiP have won, actually, a couple of times. I think goes to show that this guy's got a bit bigger of a champion pool than you might originally imagine. Instead, we're going to target the jungle to round out our first phase of bans with both Vi and Pantheon off the table. This, of course, raises priority of maybe something like a Nefiri that, you know, we saw do pretty well for Shun in that last series.
Yeah.
But instead, it's going to be the Varus, locked in first for Gala, getting something pretty safe here for the IG bottom lane to kick this off.
Yeah, I think just getting priority is either going to be that or the Rumble, but Tashai just hasn't shown a lot of Rumble priority this season, and also allows for IG potentially to go for Galio on 2-3 here, and save that as a flex between their two solo lanes. So I like this coming in for IG already. You get that priority, and now trying to break up that Rumble and Varus combo from NiP. Wonder if they instead try to answer with maybe a Jhin all ready to start, but against the Varus, I think you might also be looking to pick up a mid or support.
Oh, the Nico sneaking through the ban phase. That's not something I actually originally caught, but this has been a very highly prioritizedly banned champion, especially since we have moved on to the Spirit Blossom patch. You can poke your opponent from very far away, and then, of course, that Pop Blossom combined with the Equalizer is going to be big.
Oh yeah, and just the fact that you're stuck in laning phases just a little bit longer means that Nico gets a little bit more. She helps out some of our weaker laners in terms of AD carries. This could be a Kalista Nico, and again, a very popular one. I personally really like Kaisa Nico. They don't really work together very well in lane, but I think Nico covers up for a lot of the weaker tendencies of Kaisa. As we see the response coming in from IG, I love this. Xin Zhao, I think, has been one of the best junglers, and we kind of saw him rise in priority around week 3 and week 4. Just really strong skirmishing. They're going to have so much crowd control now coming in from the mid jungle of IG.
What will Aki lock in here? It's going to be the Wukong, a bit of a signature champion of his at this point to wrap up this first phase. We're looking for mid laner and bot laner here for NiP. So Doinby and Leave going to potentially have their champion pools pinched even more, which of course is going to be big for Doinby, as there's now a lot of things off the table, and they most likely, or actually I wouldn't say most likely no, because the Shy could definitely be playing that Galio into the Rumble.
Yeah, so it is a flex. We assume that this is going to be a Galio top though, for the Shy, but again, that flexibility is allowed for them. And I think a big focus coming out for some ports. I like the Nautilus. I think taking Mako off of champions that allow him to frontline are actually a good strategy to try to weaken some of IG's engage. Although, when you look at their mid-jungle combo already, I think maybe you can kind of say, okay, if I'm Invictus Gaming, I can kind of soften up a little bit on what we want bottom lane. We already have the Varus, so probably looking like an Alistar here versus this Nico. Maybe you can go for Rel if you're a little bit more focused on the laning phase.
Yeah, and as for AD carries here for Leave, the Jhin was something that he's done really well on throughout the season. Varus has kind of been his next prioritized pick alongside like a Zeri. I don't know if that alongside the Nico is necessarily super high in terms of the synergy marks, but you know, things like the Kaisa that you were mentioning have been continuously banned away from Leave overall this season. And then after that, you're probably looking at something like the Misfortune that could just provide a lot more zone control, which is kind of just in general what NiP have in their composition right now.
I would like MF usually, but Crescent Guard plus Galio makes me a little hesitant. And NiP don't have the best amount of frontline. Like if there was a more traditional engage support instead of this Nico, maybe I would feel more about this MF. We'll see what NiP could go for. Those 3 combos we talked about: Kalista, Nico, or Kalista, Kaisa, and now the MF potentially here. Again, so much pop damage if you kind of land all of your ultimates. I really like Leave when he is able to play these hyper carries like the Kaisa, though. His ability to right-click is a lot stronger than his necessarily his positioning. But we're going to be seeing that MF. So strong lanes already coming out from NiP. Really got to be thinking about the priority and how that affects Aki.
Now we need a support to match up into the Nico here for Mako, as well as figuring out where exactly this Galio is going to go. They leave NiP's last pick over to Doinby to make sure that they know exactly what matchup they could be allocated into here. Looks like the Alistar would make a lot of sense here for Invictus Gaming's composition, provide a little bit more of that primary engage that can be followed up with by a hero's entrance per se from this Galio. And now we'll see what exactly they want to wrap things up with, either a blind for Rookie or a new matchup here for the Shy to go into the Rumble.
Okay.
So we're going to add to that Wombo combo. The Orianna would do just that.
Okay, I like this though. I think that if you're going to go for the Orianna, again, this mid-jungle duo, now that we know that Galio is going top, still some good skirmishing. I think it's been one of Rookie's best champions. I wonder what Doinby's going to be looking towards though, because now you're looking at this IG composition. They're rather short range when you look at the four of them, but with Orianna giving them the ability to kind of displace some of their opponents, one thing that is going to be important for NiP is vision control. Now, here with the Victor, they are very immobile, but they have pretty decent range, and if they can get set up, they feel very great. If they can slip underneath this front line from IG, I think that NiP could actually potentially find avenues to win. My issue just comes to, we get to a team fight, we get to like a third or a fourth dragon in this game, and Galio is going to be sitting there with 2.5 tank items, almost all of them magic resistance, and most of this NiP team is never going to be able to punch through this guy.
Yeah, I mean, it looks good in theory, right, for NiP. It's just, let's throw all of our big AoE champions, ultimate champions, like, together into one composition. You have the Pop Blossom, the Equalizer, the Bullet Time, the Arcane Storm, kind of the Cyclone as well, like, everything coming together here for NiP. But if they're all standing still, and if we get later in the game, they're not going to be doing a lot of damage to these tanks, as you say. So it seems like NiP almost on a bit of a timer to make sure that this Galio, that this Alistar can't get super tanky. And I think a lot here on JJ as well on the Xin Zhao. Because if he pops that Crescent card at just the right time, it really nullifies a lot of what NiP want to do.
And even when we get to the mid game, right? Like, think about how easy it is for Invictus to actually hit on turrets and really clear the mid wave. If you have this Varus just parked in mid, it's going to be a lot easier for him, at least in range and in theory, to be able to clear this and move into fog. When you have this misfortune, we need to be seeing Leave move around the map, and that becomes a bit of an issue when we look at Ninjas in Pajamas. Just in general, his positioning in some of these fights, misfortune is going to cause him to stand back and wait for the rest of his team to really buy time for him, but he doesn't have a solid enough front line. So we'll see if Leave and really the rest of the Ninjas can actually get much done here in this game number 1.
Here we go, in the home arena of Shenzhen, as we said, NiP going up against Invictus Gaming, Rookie versus Doinby. Always a fun mid-lane matchup. Of course, Rookie, formerly part of NiP as recently as last year, with a good chunk of the roster. Aki and TP got his teammates at the time. They did not go as far as they wanted to. And now Rookie with his old friends, his old world champion friends on Invictus Gaming, looking to again, get him back to an international for the first time. But haven't seen that necessarily from either team. We'll see if either of them can really break out here. Again, IG need a win desperately here in this best of 3, something they have not been able to do against NiP all year in order to make themselves have a good position for that top 4 spot.
All-time game score between these two orgs, 14-5 in favor of Ninjas in Pajamas. Doinby, gotta be careful. Oh my god, the shot, you're a menace.
Aftershock Justice Punch started here for the Shy, so I think that goes to show. Gonna be engaging a lot. Gonna be trying to completely always fight it. Some of these fans don't care too much about the previous history, it looks like.
The previous history does not matter. These teams, I think NiP look a lot worse. I think there's a reason why they are 4-11 currently. And some of their last wins was up against IG. It has been a while since we actually got to see NiP take too many of these series. Obviously, they won against Weibo and FPX most recently, but it's been a while in between that long stretch of time. So I think already IG are off to a great start. We talked about during the draft that laning phase-wise, NiP should have a lot of pushing lanes and should be easy for them to gain priority for Aki. But with Doinby already down to half HP and having to use all his pots, it has become very problematic for him to be able to deal with.
And we'll see what JJ can do with at least one lane of prio, that being here for Rookie. He's has a good opportunity to get that pressure out, and maybe roam alongside his jungler to try to put some impact on the map. I think overall, the jungle matchup is maybe one of the more one-sided ones that we have here in this matchup overall. I think JJ actually has had some really good moments here in the regular season for IG. I think of like some of his Lilia gameplay as well as some matchups on the Xin Zhao, whereas Aki, I'm not gonna lie, it's been a little bit hit or miss for me.
Oh, that's fair. I mean, Aki, in general, his history as a player has kind of been like that. I feel like that OMG roster that a lot of people cling to in terms of when this team was really good or when this guy was on a more favorable roster in the public's eye, kind of got by just having really, really star powerful players in like bot lane with Abel and PP God, and then kind of eventually having Cream step up as that assassin. So we'll see. We'll see if Aki's kind of able to at least carry some of that legacy of the OMG boys now that Shanji is no longer part of the league. We are seeing that junglers pathing down towards the bottom side, and Leave already took an early recall, was able to find a cheater to get a call. So good start from them, and they're trading just to try to soften them up in case Aki needs to be here.
Yeah, I mean, the double range always going to help for the Misfortune and the Nico lane. Even though that lane is pushing in, they're going to be pretty happy about things overall. Aki now jumping over with a W to make sure that he is able to avoid the vision in the brush. Meanwhile, JJ going down to the bot side as Leave just gets flashed on here by Mako, and that results in first blood going over to Invictus Gaming.
Let's go Mako. That is exactly what I wanted to see from the GOAT of support here in the LPL. He has most recently just crested over 10,000 games in the league, and there were some questions about his legacy in 2025. He has not been playing his best League of Legends so far this year. And, early start to here in this game number 1, but that's a really creative find from him versus the double range matchup that we had said, hey, NiP should be looking to take an advantage in.
Yeah. You're playing in this double range matchup. As long as you don't get collapsed upon like that, you feel pretty good. But Leave suddenly, was down in XP, got flashed on by Mako, and headbutted right back into the arms of the Xin Zhao. And that means that Invictus Gaming off to a good start here in this one. Here for JJ again, being able to get off to that advantageous position. Definitely a good start. We'll see if that can turn into anything more for IG.
Everything's turning up trumps here for IG. I mean, they're winning. They had push in mid, obviously, from the earlier trade we saw into Doinb. We just now saw this bottom lane. The Shy has really been able to hold his own here in this Rumble matchup, and it's already really tough for Solo Kill to ever find push. So now with this, now that he'll have access to the Equalizer, it'll be a little easier for Solo Kill to be able to push and move and potentially roam around the map. But another thing of concern that we're going to have to watch to see NiP is PP God on a non-traditional engaged champion. Yes, Nico has angles for her to find, but I think when specifically PP God doesn't have a lot more HP that he's allowed to play with, I think that this game gets a bit harder for NiP, especially with how PP God tends to play with his HP bar. So it'll be interesting to track how NiP are able to start fights and really if they're able to find much, as JJ's actually sneaking around. This is a wonderful clear coming in from him.
And Leave didn't use any summoner spells on that last fight where he did go down, so let's see if he used any of them here. Already popping the cleanse, although it was a little bit preemptive, and JJ, instead of going towards the Misfortune, going to turn his sights on the PP God, who also has both of his summoner spells. It looks like everybody on NiP will survive, with Aki joining to make sure that he lives. Nice heal used by PP God to get away from that piercing arrow as well.
Wow, okay, well, look, we got 2 summoners. Good job from Leave using that cleanse. I know you were kind of like, I don't know if that was necessary, but it gets him out of the stun so he can use his strut passive and make sure that Gala doesn't get anywhere nearby. So with that, they'll be able to crash another wave towards bottom lane. It'll turn into the first dragon of the game going over to Invictus Gaming. And with a minute and a half before the grub spawn, very easily could just be another wave for this bottom lane and rotate. You're going to be very close to level 6 for your AD carry on this Varus.
So a good start here for the bottom side of IG. A pairing that, again, has been met with this controversy and not doing super well, especially here in 2025. But Mako, I think, has had a very good last couple of days even. Going back to their series against JDG, which was supposed to be a very close matchup, it ended up being Mako making a lot of really nice plays and really coming back into form, a form that we didn't see too much from him at the start of 2025.
So NiP are already getting set up. The Shy has to be very careful. He's potentially going to be dying on this wave. They now know he's here. This might just be a free kill going over to Leave.
Pop it with one more. Oh, the flash! Oh, and look at Golly joins at the perfect time. That's disastrous for Ninja Pajamas. They tried to donate that one over to the Misfortune, who was put pretty far behind in the early laning phase, and it just comes back to bite them. Really a good play here set up for Invictus Gaming. And now Doinb could get caught if the wind becomes lightning, though. Doesn't connect from JJ.
Who cares? I just got flash out of 3 of the members of NiP and a kill. That's a freebie in my book if I'm Invictus Gaming. Good job from them to be able to play aggressive this early, and a fantastic punish from the Shy. I think I honestly, I go back to his series versus WE. They lost that first game, but I really do feel like the Shy in 3 of those games was incredible. That first Jace game, he got so much, or that second Jace game, he got so much attention, still was able to be a massive factor. He plays the Poppy to perfection. He has a Renekton game earlier in this season that I thought was one of his best that he has played so far this split. The Shy has started to really hone in on some of that consistency, and while he isn't the same flashy player we saw from him in their Worlds win, he's been impressive.
Hold on, looks like NiP want to fight around the spawn of the Grub. Cyclone going to do a lot of damage, combined with the Equalizer. Solo Kill going to try to hunt down Gala, who does not have any Summoner spells. And Solo Kill will get on the board as NiP get 2 right back. They're able to claim at least 1 of those 3 Grubs and are feeling a lot better about their chances than they were just a couple of minutes ago.
All right, Legendary Caster Curse. The Shy was mid lane, and he had ultimate this entire time, and he just didn't use it. So maybe he was just trying to fight for mid priority. It's going to turn into Rookie getting at least a wave on this bottom lane, so opening up a decent enough CS lane. So yeah, I want to watch. Galio's definitely in range. I think he was just harassing Leave this whole time. I mean, good enough for Aki to be able to find this, but they know, hey, Varus just used his flash to make that play on top side. They don't have any ultimates because they just use them. Let's just make a punishment. Good job from NiP, and really unfortunate that Galio got hung up on the Leave champion. He's like, I see an AD carry, I gotta kill this guy. I gotta hit them, please.
Yeah, just as we were seeing IG's praises as well, which kind of is the narrative that we've been running with for this team all season long, because sometimes they look like one of the best in the league. Sometimes we see the Shy pull up a vintage performance. Sometimes we see Mako like with glimpses of what he used to look like on all the different teams he's played on in his past. But then it comes crashing down a little bit at times. It results in them losing games, losing series that they probably should not have. So that is where we're a little bit concerned. The consistency for a team like Invictus Gaming.
Hell,
not been great.
there was a stretch of weeks here in the LPL where everybody was getting fraud watched. Everybody was like, "Is this really our best team?" Like,
Maybe
you know,
it's just an
BLG
LPL thing
had
in
those
general.
struggles. AL went on a little bit of a slide for a second there. Weibo have been in terrible for the back half of this season. So I think that has just been a through line for a lot of our teams here. And JJ trying to be a bit aggressive in the enemy jungle does steal a large portion of these Raptors. But you're looking at the game right now, and IG feeling very happy. They have a pretty okay lead in bottom lane with Gala and Mako already doing fine for themselves. Mid lane, Rookie has opened up a sizable enough advantage versus Doinby, and JJ has been, consistent as ever. So now here we're at 11 minutes. He's the first guy to finish his first item here with the Sundered Sky. Going towards the Dragon, I feel like IG are in a very good spot this game.
Yeah, and NiP are going to have to continue to try to make plays because we said it at the top of this and going into this first game. But once the Shy gets a couple of items, once JJ gets strong, which he already is at this point, these AoE ultimates are going to do less and less to the tanks, to the front line here of Invictus Gaming. And so NiP going to have to utilize them when they are at maybe their strongest point, which could be right now. And that's not necessarily a great sign because they're not in a great spot overall. Leaf's still not at a full item. Nobody is at that full item except for Doinby, who just completed the Rod of Ages.
I think this is very dangerous. If NiP decide to go for this, they're going to be able to lean, or looking to lean, on how strong some of their ultimates are. Not necessarily looking at the items. Again, Gala just already having that Yomu's Ghost Blade means that he can somewhat match MF's movement speed around the map. So it'll be a clear division here coming out for Ninjas in Pajamas. The Shy, I'm pretty sure you actually just win this 1v1. Solo Kill, you're on the wrong side of the map, brother.
Did we have it on normal cast, or we just got to clear the wave? It looks like maybe we were just trying to clear the wave here for Solo Kill with that Equalizer, but not even able to get all of it here. So that's a crucial cooldown down. Even if Solo Kill did teleport to this fighter on the Dragon, no ultimate at his disposal, and that means that IG are going to be able to take this away very easily.
Good job. They got the first 2 dragons of the game. They get 2 grubs. IG playing well in this first part of the game, and even able to push Solo Kill off of that wave. I think if he had kept the ultimate, maybe there was an angle for NiP to maybe look. But Hollow Radiance now completed for the Shy. And this game is not going to get easier. I know we talked about the scaling, but even just looking at the items, right? Like, Rookie's getting closer to finishing Seraph, so that's just going to be an HP shield that you're going to have to try to burst through. And if you're not looking to finish items on time with some of these objectives, maybe there's a play happening in 2 minutes around this Herald. But I'm looking at this Trinity Force here for Aki. Leave probably is going to get trapped in mid lane at least for another wave or two before he's able to get his Bloodthirster. With this call, maybe there's kind of an angle for NiP to try to say, look, we get this Herald, then we can start to play the game and really open it up for ourselves.
There's still a lot of time, though, until that does happen. And that gives IG big opportunities to get things like plates on the bot side here for the Shy, vision around that top side jungle as they prepare for that next major objective to spawn. Again, still a lot of time left in this game, but IG are looking for their first match win of the calendar year against Ninjas in Pajamas, going back to split number 1, where they were in the same group, obviously, and NiP ended up taking that best of 5. Then, of course, going into split 2 here, where NiP have gotten the better of them overall.
Yep, 2-1 over there in the first round robin. Was kind of a surprising game to see them end up winning, but still. Now we're already here. IG, they were the first ones to the play on top side. They put down a lot of vision, and so JJ is just going to look to clear out some of his camps. I feel like Leave is getting trapped, and this is the point of the game that we talked about during draft where, like, you're playing Misfortune into Varus. It is so much easier for him to clear minion waves. He pushes a lot faster than you are, and yes, you might have the strut passive, which gives you more movement speed, but because it takes you longer and he has the Youmu's, it is a lot easier for Invictus Gaming to push off of their lanes and then move into sides where they're making plays on side lanes or they're just getting vision and establishing dominance over an area of the map.
It's been a bit of a slower game in terms of those kills, as IG haven't been able to find those on the roam timers, but have found advantages for themselves, most notably here for Gala and JJ, as you mentioned. And with this Herald now spawning in about 15 seconds, we see a full reorientation of priority of our strength here around the top side. As you mentioned, that is the first tower and the first 3 objectives picked up for Invictus Gaming, so they now have the upgraded boots for the rest of this one, which did become a little bit stronger on this last patch.
Yeah, 500 gold now for the boot enchants, but, I mean, the Shy is just doing a fantastic job. He knows that none of the solo laners from NiP are going to match him. Maybe later on 2 items, it'll be a little bit easier for them to actually deal damage to the Shy, but he's going to clear one more wave. He can even look to teleport. He doesn't actually have to move on over. And NiP are in no position to contest right now. They've lost out in control on all of the side lanes. So another issue of NiP, not being able to play the map, really trying to brute force their way across objectives, and IG are just taking free wins everywhere right now.
It'll be yet another objective to go in their hands. The Rift Herald will get reset as Solo Kill is on the top side, and Doinby still has that teleport, as we said. So ability to make it a 5v5, definitely possible for both teams, which means IG have to be a little bit more careful about how they decide to start this one up and just how much they're willing to sacrifice in terms of some of the HP and some of the time that it takes to take the objective down.
I think we should be risking it a little bit for this Herald. I mean, we have 2 grubs. We have the team that's going to more easily be able to hit turrets with our front line. Like, I feel like this is a point where they want to do it, but instead they decide not to. IG have to pick up a top wave. Rookie has to be able to, or the Shy has to be able to spend some of his gold. So we'll see them go back to base, spend more to pick up some of these items. And for now, it's going to be IG moving away, potentially even looking for the Dragon, recognizing that, hey, we weren't able to grab the Herald in that timer, so let's just put ourselves on soul point in a minute, in 45 seconds, and then look to, put, again, NiP again on a timer here.
Well, we'll see if NiP can do more around this Dragon than they were able to do the last time around. We are now at the point where those first items are completed for all of the major carries. No Rocket Belt for PP God yet, specifically, so might have a little bit of extra trouble closing the gap, but does have his flash and the heal at the ready, so a lot of tools to get into the backline to make that Pop Blossom really pop, as the name suggests. Waiting for that Dragon to spawn. Looks like right now NiP have priority, but IG have the power to take it quite easily back.
NiP are going to have to figure out a way, because they're giving up this ramp into blue buff. I feel like this is a pretty big mistake. Look at where Doinby and Solo Kill are. They are on the bottom side trying to zone out and screen the Shy, but they're losing another mid wave. That should have been a timer for NiP to take control of this, make it all Fog of War, but now no one else is able to protect Leave. He's going to very easily be able to walk up, and I'm looking at Rookie right now. He might just straight up take this turret by himself. Now they've rotated too. NiP lose complete control of the river.
And now it's JJ to start the Dragon up. However, the big AoE team fights ultimates here for NiP will work nicely around this Dragon pit, but already PP got his low. That is no Pop Blossom going to be utilized in the 5v5. Chain of Corruption lands on a leave. He has to cleanse away. The Dragon's ticking low. Bullet time only hitting onto the Shy. They're going to try to target the Galio, but he lands a two-man taunt. At least going to buy enough time to force everybody but Aki away. The Dragon's secured by Invictus Gaming, but now the fight can begin in earnest. Aki forcing Gala to flash on out as everybody on IG utilizing those summoner spells to get away from the pit as they get the prize that they wanted, which is that Cloud Soul point.
Wow, that was just really extended, and you could kind of see how both supports there. We talked about it in the pre-show matchup, but for PP God, gets most of his HP chunked out there by Mako, by Rookie. They find and engage, and then you kind of see that Mako has to limp out of that fight, uses so much of his HP bar to stop NiP from moving forward. JJ, Smite secured there, puts them on Soul Point, but without any of these summoner spells, in particular Gala, he's going to be under a bit more scrutiny as this game goes on. I wonder if he potentially makes a pivot into second item Edge of Night, or maybe third item after this Muramana. Having that spell shield versus the Poppy or the Nico ultimate is very, very impactful.
We'll see if right now does not have that, which means he could be vulnerable on this potential play. He's trying to join them with the rest of his team around the mid lane. Remember, PPGod did not use his Pop Blossom in the last fight. We'll use the fight too, but he gets immediately bursted down by the likes of Rookie and forces Lead to flash away with a shockwave of his own. IG not able to get the Rift Herald as it is smited away by Aki. But in general are feeling very happy about where they are in this game. They get another kill onto the enemy support and can break open this tier 1 in mid.
Yeah, it'll be the Herald in trade, like you had just noted, for a kill, and maybe getting yourself the first or the second turret in mid here for IG. Is Aki really going to invest it here? Okay, cool. We're just going to use Trinity Force to help us one-shot this turret alongside solo kill. So, all right, not at all in all, not a bad trade, I think, there for NiP. In the long term, it is going to be pretty good for them to get at least one of these structures in trade. But top lane tier 1, I don't know how much is really going to open up for them unless we're really talking about Otacon now spawning on that side of the map.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty non-impactful, especially because I think the Dragon becomes the bigger priority here. PPGod just gets one shot.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know. PPGod on non-typical engaged supports. He just doesn't have enough HP. He doesn't have the tank stats to really kind of stand in front and take all that. And his ultimate didn't land on too many great targets. So every 5 minutes, we're going to be seeing a fight around the Dragon as Cloud Soul is potentially on the cards for Invictus Gaming. And we got to see in that replay Leave flashing out from Rookie's ultimate. That is going to be a consistent theme throughout this game and something that IG are going to look to prey upon as they try to look to close out this game.
And I just think about what a Cloud Soul for Invictus Gaming would mean. Having that extra burst for JJ and Mako in terms of once you proc that ultimate is going to be really, really valuable for their ability to engage and start 5v5s. And that's how they win against what NiP have to offer. NiP are able to win fights when they are the ones to start the engage. When Aki is able to start with the Cyclone and then you can follow up with all the AoE. But if Mako and JJ are able to get in the backline first, that's when NiP are in deep, deep trouble. When Leave is not able to, fully issue that bullet time, or when Doinby gets targeted early, that's when they are not in a good position. So on a timer are Ninjas in Pajamas, like they have been the whole game, but they really need to make sure this Soul doesn't go over this quickly into the matchup.
You've got, 2 items on Leave. He's gone for a bit of a different build that is a little bit more focused on him auto-attacking with the Essence Reaver. He is at least incentivized to do more of the AAs.
Solo kill nearly found it onto the Shy. The Flame Spitter will do it, and it'll be a 1-for-1. JJ gets the gold right back, but now topside control is here for NiP. That means Aki can clear away a lot of this vision and make sure that Otacon is never really a threat.
I'm going to be honest, Grapes. I think that its solo kill is a big nothing burger. Like, maybe it gets the solo kill a little bit more gold, but if you're looking at it, we had to trade a little bit. We obviously lost the numbers, but there's no objective to be gained there by either team. Yes, it's a ward or two maybe cleared out, but you look at the actual objective, none of these wards from NiP really cross over the mid lane mark, right? Like, look at all these wards. We've got a single sweeper or a single oracles up in that top side brush, one now on the Otacon, but now they're moving all of this vision in the bottom side, and Thashai still has teleport, or at least it's coming up in a few seconds, has the hero's entrance as well. I'm kind of looking at this, and NiP, You've now finished 2 items on Doinby. He's going to maybe hit level 16 around whenever the Otacon or maybe when the Baron spawns here. This has to be your timer. You still have Herald here. We need to see NiP actually do something around this objective. Otherwise, the game just completely evaporates in front of them.
Yeah, again, remember, it's going to be Soul for IG if they pick the Dragon up. So Ninjas in Pajamas need to make the most of the opportunity. They have Aki on a flank and currently away from any vision that IG have placed around the river. But that means that they know he's not in a position to hit them just yet. The Dragon's been aggroed but not started up here from Invictus Gaming as JJ's trying to clear out this area of the map to make sure that nobody can go in for a potential engage. Remember, when Aki starts the fight, that is a good sign here for NiP. We have 2 items on leave. Doinby also at 2 items, and this could be the breaking point in this game.
Oh, I wonder if Aki, they have pings onto that ward in the brush. They know it's there. Aki is trying to sneak around. Maybe he uses his W. Okay, Rookie and Jidget, they are still waiting. No one from IG know where this guy is. It's going to be the ward cleared out now. So IG will have full vision and control here, and now that poke's starting to land. That Dragon's getting low.
Aki has shown PP God, this is what the fight that they have to look for would look like, but JJ finds the kill first. Aki not able to find too much. The follow-up damage is just not enough here for Doinby, as it's 2 kills for the price of the Drake, but it will soon be a 3rd maybe, as Solo Kill has to flash away. Pings towards the Otacon immediately for Invictus Gaming, but the Dragon and the Soul is most notably stopped.
Okay, NiP, they finally were able to do something. They dropped the Rift Herald before that play. They got the bottom lane tier 1, and that's it. Didn't get a second charge. Pings going down onto the Otacon. Thornbound Otacon sure to fall in their favor, but Doinby not even resetting. He is straight up teleporting. I don't like this. I don't think NiP have any business contesting this.
They're going to have to try at this point, as they've already committed a lot of resources. Leave actually chunking may go out very low. He does not have that unbreakable will and will be taken down. The Otacon's at 6,000 HP and is starting to shred the health bars of Invictus Gaming a little bit. NiP looking for the fight. They do not have their jungler here, so no smite at their disposal, and JJ can maybe get around there. But at the very least, Ninja Pajamas, they peel IG away from the Otacon, and now they're going to try to start it up with Aki on the way.
Oh my god. Are they going to be able to get away with this? There's ultimates starting to come up. Doinby has hit level 16. IG just give this over. It. Wow. Again, Mako playing with too much of his HP bar there. Let them have control of the tri-brush. Pull the minion wave or pull the Otacon up to the top side onto your side of the map. A big mistake coming in from Invictus. As we take a look back at this replay, I think PP God having to do exactly what he did there. Equalizer barely onto one member. This Xin Zhao is actually getting so much value from the Crescent Guard. And while this fight is split, the fact that they grab the Dragon is great. But then they get the Otacon. Otacon's still a win more objective, but a little bit more XP, a little bit more adaptive force from the Purified Spirit Blood Petals. I think are okay with that. It keeps you at least a little bit more relevant in this game. And there are experience leads starting to open up for some of the members of NiP.
Part of it's the Rod of Ages that Doinby picked up first, but also the Spear Petals giving you a lot of experience. And now Doinby is 2 levels ahead of Rookie. Solo Kills a level ahead of the Shy. And overall, Ninja Pajamas still feeling decent about their game state. At this point in time, they have to just continue to make sure they do not give the soul over, fight around every one of these dragons, but that's something that they were going to do anyway. And just see if those AoE ultimates, if the wombo combos in the team fights can suddenly come to fruition. Because even though they got that last dragon around the fight last time around, they actually didn't get any kills. And so they're going to need to get to that next step if they want to win this game.
Right. It's going to be another turret here falling for IG. So all of the tier 1s down now for NiP. It's been a rather close game. Gold.
Rookie didn't count to 7, and that means he's going to be in a lot of trouble. The Shockwave only buys some time as Solo Kill will pick up the kill onto the Orianna, and now NiP, they have the numbers advantage, and guess what, Ock? That Baron is spawned, and there's no mid laner alive for Invictus Gaming for the next 35 seconds.
Okay, but what could IG actually look to defend with? You still have this Galio, you still have this snap engage with an Alistar and a Galio. I think that right now, NiP, they're not going to be able to start up this Baron. It's going to be going back to pushing waves, setting themselves up, and honestly, looking towards that Dragon in a minute and a half's time. That is so much more important. Maybe spending some gold. Leave 1,300 gold, in total away from an Infinity Edge completion here. Didn't see exactly when he picked up some more of these components, so good job of being able to slow this game down from the side of NiP.
Ninjas in Pajamas. Again, we don't think that they're the favorites in terms of record, but they always have the head-to-head against Invictus Gaming, and it looks like some of that magic starting to come in here at the end of game number 1, Alk Battery. They are looking very, very solid in terms of how they've been able to play the mid-game. PP God finding a massive ultimate onto Rookie there. Really nicely played by him, and now it's going to set themselves up to at least drag the game out a little bit longer. And we'll see what that does end up looking like once we get these third items to come through from Solo Kill, from Doinby, Leave nearly finishing up that Infinity Edge as well. We think that in general, the Shy and JJ are going to be able to do enough to stop the damage that NiP have, but if the item difference becomes big enough, maybe that doesn't end up being the case.
Maybe. I mean, you have hell of enough damage, and you look at Solo Kill right now. This Bloodletter's Curse, I think, is putting in overtime. That alongside the Black Cleaver, you kind of see the only people that are going to be very tanky right now is actually just going to beat the Shy. Mako, he has a lot of HP, but not a ton. He has the upgraded Merc Tread boots from the Tier 3 upgrades. Maybe that's enough, but it's just a shield for the time being. PP God loses access to his Proto Belt. It is 10 seconds before this Dragon now. And IG, they have full control of the river. They have all of this vision that they can place. And look at how they're catching this mid-wave high.
Yeah, they want to make sure all priority belongs to them. As, again, if they pick up that soul, it would be big. But NiP have been able to sneak their way down here towards the bottom side of the river and start the objective up. JJ not around just yet. If he doesn't get here quick enough, that Dragon's just going to go over. Aki and the rest of NiP can just smash it away. It's secured by Leave, and the soul is denied once again. Equalizer buying a bunch of space as Gala cannot get to the fight in time. Hero's entrance more like an exit at this point, as Solo Kill and the rest of NiP are going to still look to try to burst the Scalio down. A lot of damage still available. The Shockwave's going to find 2. Aki's taken low, and that means everybody will back away, but NiP once again deny the soul.
They're going to run to the Baron. Look at this. I mean, Gala's still healthy enough. They know they can't do it now. I mean, JJ is backing up. My God, I feel like that would have been a very ballsy call from IG. NiP steal the Dragon. This time it's Leave, but they're making a comeback in this game. NiP, I mean, by no fault of their own. This early game was looking really rough from them, but IG, they're not making snappy enough plays. We saw on that Dragon, JJ was really far up trying to cover Rookie, but that should have been Mako's job, or maybe even Gala and Rookie moving on over. The Shy, hell, he's tanking. He's doing all of his job in the backline, but it's still not enough. His team's not able to get a good enough team fight set up for them.
And now the damage from IG suddenly called into question a little bit. Gala at that 3-item spike with the Edge of Night that you talked about, but he's only the Lethality Varus, only going to be able to do out a little bit of damage in bursts. There's not a ton of super consistent DPS, all things considered, from Invictus Gaming, even though their defenses against what NiP have to offer are relatively strong. So it's going to be a lot on Rookie once he finishes off a 3rd item of his own, and JJ specifically, who has had a great game overall in the Xin Zhao, to make sure that NiP, they actually take enough damage to die and allow for some of these kills to go over in the team fights.
JJ, I promise you, bro, we're going to get you a team. We're going to get you some real solo laners today. Please, man. JJ has been playing so well this season. He's had a couple of bad games, but I feel like he's earned them, right? Like, at a certain point, you're like, okay, yeah. I can't be doing it every time. I can't be putting up, like, 9 out of 10 games every single. You got to give me, relieve some pressure here off my back. But he's going to need to have another one here, because IG are starting to slip in this game. They've maintained a gold lead throughout this entire time, but I mean, the fact that now Leave is on 3 items, he's got the Infinity Edge alongside it. We're getting closer to Doinby having a Zhonya's, so he's going to be unkillable and just ripping through this IG front line.
We're at that point of the game, though, for one pick from either side, whether it's NiP to find somebody or if it's IG to find a priority target. It means the Baron could go over. It means that maybe a soul is at risk as well for Invictus Gaming specifically, and they could potentially march it in and win game number 1. So both sides have to play very carefully around these setups of the major objective, which have been the breaking points here in this game so far. IG going to try to face check this bush, get some control, and NiP are going to seed it for now before clearing out some of that vision and making sure that none of them can get spotted out when they want to start a potential play.
Something that I just didn't realize and haven't really been able to have time to connect on is that Invictus just don't really do a lot of damage to this Baron, right? Like, you're having Orianna, who eventually will be able to burn it down. Varus as a champion with the Blight stacks does do % HP damage, but it's not the on-hit variant, so it's a little slower than his counterparts. Yeah. So you can kind of see why Invictus are a little afraid right now. And the parts of the game that looked good for them when we're talking about for IG happen when they're playing the map, when they're spreading NiP thin and they're not going for team fights. But right now, this game is kind of devolved around, we're going to wait every 5 minutes, we're going to be playing around these objectives, and then maybe we'll be able to do something. Maybe then we'll be able to kind of find something. But that is exactly where NiP have, buttered their bread all season long.
Yeah, and remember, they've really buttered their bread against IG. They've won a lot of series against them this season, and I think Doinby went on record, according to you, who is a big follower of the LPL, who posts a lot of stuff on Twitter and everything like that. That Doinby, I think, made a statement saying that IG can't beat us. It hasn't happened this year. It's not going to happen this year. And so he's feeling confident going into this one. He's going to be able to do a lot of damage on this Victor. He's now completed the Zanya's Hourglass as well to provide a little bit of extra safety. We now have Leave at 3 items with that Infinity Edge and a Last Whisper to try to burst through the front line a little bit more. So NiP really have a lot to work with here as this Dragon is spawning in 40 seconds, and they want to pick up their 3rd straight Cloud streak.
It seems like they're going to try and play through Tribrush, but they're missing out on mid-wave here. Doinby as well, he's going to be sitting across. It's going to be a mid-wave that they're losing, so they're getting damage down onto mid lane tier 2. IG, they don't have to do anything here. They're already in position for this Dragon. It's up to NiP, and PP God's now down to half.
It might be a reset force here by NiP, but that would result in that Dragon just going over. That would be Cloud Soul. Does NiP want to see that, or will they look for the fight as the Dragon spawns in just 5 seconds? It looks like right now Ninja Pajamas looking to gain that mid lane control, but JJ and the rest of IG are just going to start this one up, and that's going to be Soul going over to IG without NiP wanting to contest.
Yep, PP God and Aki, they went back to base. Soul's going to spawn here, and it's going to be taken for Invictus. It took them an extra 10-12 minutes, but it finally happened. Grapes, could I sell you on, in 6 minutes' time, maybe an Elder fight? Could I sell you on that?
The way this game is going, looks like
that's how it's feeling.
PP God, what an engage! Seemingly from 2 screens away, forces Rookie to pop the Zanyas, but he will go down, and the Shockwave will find him, and Doinby is forced to go golden as well. The Shy's into the fight, but here comes the AoE damage, here comes that Wombo combo. Will it be enough here for Ninjas in Pajamas? I'm not so sure. Oh, Gala goes down, it's a double kill for the Ferris here, as he takes down Doinby, and only Leave is alive. A 4-for-0 around the Baron pit, and now Invictus Gaming, with the soul in their hands, might try to just end this game.
All right, never mind selling you on the Elder, Drake. I'm probably selling the game right now, because what exactly happened there? NiP in for a penny, in for the whole game potentially here. What the hell was that? Everybody just going in on an amazing engage from PP God, but no one was in position.
Leave is backed. He does not have the bullet time, though. It's going to be a tough task to handle. PP God dies once again. The Shy's low, but the rest of his carries are out of the Nexus turrets. Hero's entrance in. There's the knock-up on the Leave, and there is the game. Invictus Gaming. It took a little longer than expected, but they will pick up the win over Ninjas in Pajamas in Game 1.
Okay. I think history is repeating itself, though, in all the series we have seen from NiP so far versus Invictus. Game 1s have been going Invictus's way. But it's about making a comeback in the rest of the series. In their last 5, NiP have won every single Game 2, no matter the opponent that they've played against. They've played against BLG, AL, taking a full-on sweep versus Weibo as well. That TES Game 2 was our longest game of the split. It's a little worrisome for us coming in.
Yeah, and now, the Game 2 buff, it has to come into effect real quick for Ninjas in Pajamas if they want to have a chance to continue their win streak over Invictus Gaming. And, overall, I was excited to see what the prospects of that composition looked like, but we never really saw all the ultimates lay down at the same time. PP God going in to try to find that kill on the Rookie. You have to respect it. After giving away the soul, you're looking for a pick to maybe get a Baron for yourself. But the collapse here for IG was just too good. And there was never really a situation, again, where all the ultis layered successfully. And I think somebody like JJ on the Xin Zhao was able to disrupt a lot in that one and really creating a situation where IG felt like they were in control and just needed that little extra boost in order to finally finish this game off.
They're a little bit of a slow team. And I think, you can kind of say, maybe this is the grandpa org right now. You have a super team that's supposed to be here with all these legendary names. They play a little bit slower. They're not as snappy as some of our other teams, like a BLG or like a TES. So, I mean, it's great for them. there's a lot of questions about their mid-game, especially talking about some of those team fights. The reason why it even was looking close there for a moment, for a couple of minutes for NiP, not really playing the map as well. I really just wanted a replay of that last fight, because PPGod goes in, and if my memory serves me correct, Leave is not really in a great position to follow up. Doinby teleports in and flashes forward and then literally dies anyway. Leave hits a bullet time that kind of is like grazing all these records, and even Jimbo from Balatro behind me. I'm confused. NiP, we kind of just threw everything in the kitchen sink at a complete nothing burger of a Pop Blossom.
Yeah, he kind of did like the banana combo to close the gap. It was the flash, then the proto belt back in to clip Rookie with the very edge of it. And I was like, wow, we're going really aggressive, but somehow it was able to connect. So you have to admire at least the commitment to the bit that NiP really went for, trying to lock down that Orianna. That was one of the picks that they were hoping to find that maybe could have resulted in them starting up a major objective, starting up that Baron, and then, you know, taking care of the game from there. But it was Invictus Gaming to come out on top. They were in decent control the entire way in terms of goal, but it really started to spike, especially after they controlled that Cloud Soul.
Yeah, just JJ dealing literally almost 3 times as much damage as Aki. Aki really felt invisible this game on the Wukong, and we did have questions about the draft, thinking, okay, you have this double-ranged bot lane, you should be able to get priority. That doesn't end up going too well. I mean, this dive right here literally seared into my brain. But then you have like other things happening where they got the trade onto Doinby early on, so Rookie was able to push around this Victor. And then Galio into Rumble. We didn't really see solo kill do very much on this champion. So now we're coming into game number 2. Obviously the joke here is that like NiP have been really good at being able to at least take game 2s in series recently, but I'm just not convinced by anything that NiP or IG really showed me that these are teams that are going to be looking very strong in playoffs.
Yeah, it's just not looking like necessarily the same matchup that we have seen with when these two teams have faced off so far this year. Again, remember, it was an NiP 2-1 the last time that they played IG back in Week 3. But for these teams, since that matchup has looked a lot different, most notably for NiP, who have gone on a pretty big loss streak. We started to see some issues. I think this is maybe one of the best looks we saw in terms of the ultimates that were maybe stacked together, but it still only resulted in a 0 for 2. They weren't even able to get a single kill, and here's that last fight.
Look where everybody is. Solo kills here. I have a TPing Doinby. Aki's in Narnia. Leave just got here.
It was a little too quick. A little too quick. If the response was faster somehow, maybe, but I feel like at this point, you gave over the soul. I think you just have to continue to play the vision game like you've been doing for the last 10 minutes, but it just didn't end up working out for them.
That feels like that moment in solo queue where like one person is kind of far up on the map and they're like, guys, this guy's in an illegal position. Watch, I got the engage. I found the engage. Kill him. Kill this guy right now. And everybody's like, guys,
where are you?
Where's my team? Like, PPGod's like, hey, I found the engage. Where's the rest of you guys? We're like, we are nowhere near the pit, brother. You gotta calm it down. But still, I think that IG played a slow, methodical game. We saw the first 15 minutes of this where they're kind of pulling them across the map. They're taking turrets here and there. NiP are over-grouping for an objective. I feel like this is a weird game where, in terms of MVP, I don't feel like IG really did anything super impressive. But if you talk about like how they controlled the map, how they ended up playing their role and what they were able to do in the game, I really do feel like this top side for Invictus needs to, one of the 3 players need to grab themselves an MVP.
I would go JJ on the Xin Zhao. He was able to find some early kills that resulted in IG being in a comfortable position. Because remember, with NiP, they wanted to be able to snowball with their double range bot lane and then turn it into a bit of an advantage. And there we go. On the Xin Zhao, JJ gets the player of the game, 9th MVP of the season. He's starting to count those up here for Invictus as well.
Yeah, he's actually tied now with Jue at 9, so he's in 3rd place, which I think is really impressive. He was previously among the ranks of Xiaohu and Knight at 8, so good job from JJ again, one of the most consistent members here for Invictus coming into 2025.
Yeah, and helping his team take that first game win over Ninjas in Pajamas, as They're going to try to win their first series against Ninjas Pajamas in the 2025 season. Still got some work to do, though. As we have mentioned, IG have done pretty good for themselves in Game 1s against NiP. The question is, what happens after that? Will we get that faded NiP Game 2, or will it be a 2-0 sweep to wrap up our day on LPL English? We'll find out after we return from this short break in just a few. Welcome back, everybody, to game number 2 of our second series of the day on LPL English. Ninjas in Pajamas falling to Invictus Gaming in that first game. And IG looking like they are still hungry for that top 4 spot here in Group Ascend. Grapes and Alk Battery here to ask you one simple question. Have you ever heard of MOBA Trainer? It is a new app that helps teach you League of Legends with a series of puzzles. Just boot up the program and work through puzzles every day to improve your game knowledge. You can select the puzzles from a map, answer the questions, and unlock more features. And we're going to do one right now as we wait for game number 2. Oh, Alk, this is for you. We're watching Crowny, baby.
Yay! All right, let's see how we set up lane priority. Tristana Leona versus a Jinx and Elise. Talia's already fogging bot lane. I have Mbessa mid with a Nidalee. She doesn't have ultimate. That's good to know.
We're feeling pretty comfortable right now. Looks like Jinx ulti goes top lane. I don't know if we fully see that or not in this situation. Okay, where's the Wukong?
Moved.
How scared are we to push this out?
Do have a ward. Nidalee's on our side. I'm kind of okay with just moving to River right now. But I'm looking at our items. We have Cole.
Getting the wave in would be nice. The question is, do we get collapsed upon, right, if we go too far?
Yeah, I feel like maybe push the wave, because if we move to River and Wukong's there and we get pushed off the wave, we're kind of screwed. Let's push. Let's push.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, because if we move without securing that lane prio, could mean a bad situation. Again, this takes solo queue games from top players. As we see, Loser Tones, Crowny is the bot laner here in the situation. The Tristana's POV we're following. So we're able to push that wave out and then link up most likely with our jungler, unless we want to go for a recall here.
All right, we're moving to Dragon. We are not recalling. I have 650 gold, and I have BF Sword and Scout Slingshot. We are not buying anything, bro.
Yeah, taking this dragon should be pretty easy with our Nidalee in the area, so it makes sense that that could be the play as long as our jungler does eventually come here after clearing off that crab. Looks like we're going to fast forward things just a little bit. Still trying to look for where this Wukong is exactly and what we're able to do. Remember, because we got that lane prio, means that the lane's still an even spot when we go for this fight.
We're returning bot. We do not have to recall here. There's literally nothing to play for. This is very easy.
We don't want to give up another.
We're not giving up a bot wave.
anything.
Yeah, fight these guys. Yeah.
All right, nicely done. We went 4 for 4 right there, or 3 for 3.
Oh,
So-
whoa. Guys, go back to your lanes, please.
Eventually, they make it back down bot as we go 100% on the day here on MOBA Trainer. So give ourselves a little pat on the
420, let's
back.
go.
If you enjoyed that, you can subscribe for 20% off and unlimited puzzles by using the code LPL20 right down below. Proceeds will benefit the MOBA Trainer designers and the LPL English unofficial broadcast. So start leveling up your game today with the help of MOBA Trainer, sponsor here of LPL English. And all, I think overall, going into this series, as we can focus back up on NiP versus Invictus Gaming. Definitely a tough look for NiP, as this looks like kind of the result that you're expecting when you look at the teams in terms of game record this season. However, as we have a little graphic to display, game ones have gone good for IG.
When you look at how this season has been going, I think with IG making further and further upgrades to their level of play from Split 1 and the removal of lane swap, I feel like this might be the time. I feel like this could be where IG are able to clinch this out and prove that they have a chance to get into top 4.
Yeah, and even Demacia Cup, like, you think about, it was a 1 best of 1 that happened between them, and it was won by IG, but it wasn't even the full NiP roster with Doinby. It was still Nenny playing mid lane for that squad, and Shanji was still on the team, so a very different look from what the current iteration of Ninjas in Pajamas looks like right now. And so that means that I think overall, in terms of that head-to-head history, NiP are still very highly favored. However, obviously, this is not going their way so far. And so in terms of what they need to focus on, now that they are back on the blue side this time, there's a lot to point to. I think overall, nobody necessarily had a bad game. It just seemed like the composition that they selected never really came to fruition, as they weren't able to get the early game lead that they were hoping for.
No, and also they kind of floundered around engagements, and that has just, again, been such a problem for NiP, is their ability to be very concise, make sure that they're all on the same page. The best looks for this team have been when they said, okay, look, we're going to play like 4 wards and leave. You win us the game. You have to do something for us. So we'll see now. They're going to be on that legendary blue side that has been so dominant all season long here. And wonder what their bans are going to be looking towards. I think a big focus in this second game especially is going to be Sion priority. He has been such a menace so far in the league, and kind of immovable, especially when you start to think about some of these AD carries and jungle pairings that are already gone.
Yeah, especially with solo kill on that champion. He's done really, really well on Sion specifically. Can throw those other bruisers in there, obviously, but when he's on that champion, when he's able to, you know, soak up a ton of damage and really start fights with his ulti from long ranges and from really far away, like that is where NiP have looked their strongest ever since solo kill has made his way on to the NiP roster. We'll see if IG want to ban that away, because I feel like otherwise could be a pretty easy B1.
Yeah, I think so. You can go for Sion B1 and then kind of invite Invictus to see if they're going to be able to trade. Should be an Annie ban coming in if we're keeping things the same from game 1, but maybe thinking about an AD carry that they want to get rid of, maybe a support coming on through.
We'll figure it out now. There's a Sion. They were thinking about it for a while, so now the ball is back into NiP's side of the court. What is solo kill going to play without that Sion at his disposal? Again, game 2 has really been where NiP have thrived. They have, you know, after a win or a loss, gone 5 for their last 5 when they have gone to game number 2. And so that's a good sign for them if they want to try to even the series up, but it won't be with the Sion for solo kill. Instead, getting something for Aki early with the Pantheon.
Should just be a Talia hover. I think that that's fair, and recognizing that solo kill doesn't have very many bullies that are going to be able to deal with the Yorick early. We're not getting the Talia at all here from Invictus. I think this is very strange. It's one of Rookie's most played. It's incredibly dominant on the patch right now, and I think breaking up the Talia Pantheon combo is something that they can look for. So it looks like instead we're not going to get that useless Lee Sin champion picked in for JJ.
There we go. Took a while, but then we finally do get the lock-in here of that Talia. Now we see what NiP want to respond. How exactly do they want to situate themselves for Doinbeat with the Pantheon in the mid-jungle? That Talia has been such an age-old combination, at least this season. But the Annie could work out as well, and it's a really good matchup into the Talia specifically.
Yeah, being able to catch her out, I think this mid-jungle is so deadly. This could be another game where we see Doinbeat really step up and be a carry, but up against BLG, they had some moments where they were over-chasing. They ended up throwing a 6-0 lead. That moment is seared into my mind, giving over that massive shutdown. And now a Kaisa. So overall, Ninja's Pajamas are looking to kind of make a dive composition with this Annie. Now with Kaisa and Pantheon as well, they're going to have a ton of burst damage and a little bit of scaling thanks to some of the Annie changes that she's been receiving patch after patch.
Yeah, the Tibbers really packing a punch now, especially when you go that Malignance build. So that's where Doinbeat is going to really be able to shine here as we figure out what exactly IG want to lock in to wrap this first phase up. It will be the Xayah to go against the Kaisa here for Leaves, so providing a little bit of extra safety, especially against the full dive composition that NiP have already locked in. Makes sense for Gala as we head into that second phase of bans.
All right, so I wonder what this is going to look like from the jungle, because right now this is a situation where Gala's most likely going to have early wave push with the Xayah early on. And especially with having a Yorick in a side lane, you always have to be thinking of like, hey, can we maybe make a numbers advantage on the opposite side? Does Talia ever walk down bottom lane using her Weaver's Wall if they are afraid of a dive happening on either side lane? So a really strong jungler and someone who's going to be able to help prevent some of these dives, or at least slow down fights under turrets, could potentially get a lot of value here. I'm thinking Skarner potentially. I'm thinking maybe even a Maokai here. I know it's a bit early, but just being able to have that kind of lockdown and set up for your team feels really, really nice.
Yeah, something like a Maokai would still pair great with the Taliyah, other than the fact that you have double magic damage in your mid jungle, but you can combine the Twisted Advance with the Seismic Shove, just like you can do the same thing with that point and click W of the Pantheon. And there's already a lot of champions that love to go in, so I would not be surprised to see that one picked up here for JJ, as we are targeting the support pool so far here into the second ban phase. Right now, we still need a champion for solo kill. I was maybe expecting some Yorick counters to be taken away, but instead it's just full on to the support position, as we are running out of things to play very quickly.
Dude, who's going to be the engaged support this game? Because now we've gotten rid of all of them. Alistar gets Fearless banned. There's no Nico. And now the last 4 bans of this draft are all of the, like, premier level engaged supports that kind of start off fights and are very tanky. I thought maybe Leona was going to have to be the 4th ban here, but kind of cuts off a lot of what both teams really want to be able to do. And are we going to be seeing an Enchanter paired with this Kai'Sa? Now you have this Poppy coming on through. Maybe your best look is a Braum, but that sounds really miserable to play.
Oh man, yeah, this is the power of that Fearless draft, because even if you ban these champions away, like, you also would have had like an Alistar or Nico available if you were in a normal draft phase. But now that we are in Fearless, that pool really getting pinched in this situation, Alk, and it might just be a Shen that could be flexible at this point. PP God could move into the support position. We still have to wait to see what this final lock-in is here for NiP.
Alright, they take the Maokai away. I'm gonna be honest, Grapes.
It's probably Maokai
if this is Shen support, I think we might be leaving the game. I think we might have to leave the game. Ooh, they actually use the Poppy as a flex here. Obviously, we hadn't seen JJ really lock in a champion, and something that we kind of didn't super note. So, recognizing that if you're going to be playing into this Braum, or you're playing into the Maokai, Braum's going to be able to help. It's another champion that we had kind of noted that we're saying, okay, what are IG's options of kind of making it difficult to look for dives? So now you're going to be playing into, if you're diving Yorick, he's going to have potentially all of the prison that he has access to. JJ could be on that side of the map. And if you're diving this bottom lane, you're playing into Xayah and Braum. This is notoriously very difficult. So NiP might actually have to switch up a little bit of their style here and actually end up trying to play a kind of a mid-ranged focus composition that's focused really hard on making sure that Doinby and PP God are able to find engagements for your team before anything else happens.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Shen going to the top lane and the Maokai going to the support position. Shen, we saw, had a good matchup for Sheer in the top lane against the Yorick that was whipped out here by Allah. You can do a lot of that percent health damage. You can duel pretty effectively in that side lane, especially to start the game off. The question is, of course, as you mentioned here, Alk, what can NiP do when they are forced to full engage? It's going to be a lot on solo kill and Aki specifically. I'm expecting that Stand United to either be used to peel leave or to just go straight onto the Pantheon to have a 2-man dive onto the backline.
And Invictus Gaming, I mean, you're looking at this team composition, you just have such a stalwart amount of frontline. I will say they are a little low range, and that becomes a bit problematic when you are playing against champions like a Kai'Sa, like an Annie, where you're going to have to walk into them, especially if there's a Maokai and a Pantheon kind of roaming around. But I really do expect that Taliyah, the Unraveled Earth by itself, is going to make a lot of games really difficult, and then just the rest of the setup from this team. We'll have to see. NiP, are they going to be those Game 2 merchants that we're expecting, or are they going to be able to deliver here against IG?
欢迎来到英雄联盟。
Here we go. Game number 2 started. We got a lot of support from the fans here in Shenzhen, both from NiP and IG. Looks like we got some pretty even coverage in terms of our support here. Again, Invictus Gaming looking to win their first series of the calendar year against Ninjas in Pajamas and keep themselves alive for a spot in top 4, which would get them an automatic berth into the playoffs. NiP playing mostly for pride at this point, but wanting to make sure they don't drop further from the 9th position that they currently do possess.
Yeah. If IG want any chance of getting into top 4, they need to 2-0 every single one of their series and pray that JDG lose a couple more games. Otherwise, they are going to be looking at playing against a Group Nirvana team, which we do expect for them to still win at the end of the day, but just having that free auto bid going in definitely helps a lot. schedule and format were released earlier today, so if you missed that, make sure you're checking out on Twitter. You especially. She has been great at being able to post a lot of that information. So we'll see what IG are able to do. We see that both junglers are pathing up towards the top side, but Aki giving himself a little bit more leeway to move around the map.
Oh, you already see some power of this Braum lane that Mako has set up. Remember, kind of a flex last minute to allow for another support champion to be picked up here by IG. Could prove to their benefit as long as JJ is able to get off to the right foot here into this jungle matchup as well. Poppy into the Pantheon should have himself a pretty good time. Can cancel, of course, some of the dashes and the jumps forward that Aki wants to go for, but it's level 2 actually hit by leaving PP God first.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they were able to hit the minion waves first. Aki's going for some different pathing here. He went for Raptors. He's now on his Gromp. Is he going to try and end on bottom side? He's flipping his pathing very early. We've seen this from a couple of our junglers recently, going for some different stuff in the games. Aki's going to finish his blue buff, and then what are his options? Maybe he visits mid. Top lane's looking very susceptible, but I mean, solo kill needs to be able to land a taunt, and you're still looking at both summoner spells up for both of these top laners.
Yeah, pings right to the top side where the Shy has not warded just yet. He's going to get taunted up by solo kill, and the 2v1 will begin. JJ's not in the area, so it will be the Yorick completely isolated. We'll see if he can get out. Not a ton of damage issue just yet. Oh, the flash to follow. A lot of resources used, but they will find the mark. Solo kill getting first blood for NiP with the help of Aki.
Let's go. That's exactly what we needed to see. He's going to push this wave. The Shy shouldn't miss out on too much of this gold and experience. But that first kill going over to the Shen, feeling good and getting solo kill started up. Feels pretty nice, and honestly a bit of creativity coming in from NiP early. Exactly what we wanted to see with Aki on this Pantheon.
Yeah, we don't often see anything other than full clears for junglers early on in these games because it can result in, let's face it, like big problems breaking open if it does not go right. So a bit of a risk that Aki took there, but it ends up paying off. Even though it costs them 2 flashes for 1, the Shy getting denied a little bit more in terms of that experience and just getting taken down is going to end up being big at the end of the day, now that they did get the kill.
And he'll have his red buff here on the bottom side, plus access to respawn Raptors, so he should be able to slingshot, at least get back into a even enough state, especially with that assist going his way. I feel like the jungle pathing and more aggressive finds coming in is feeling really going to hold that as PP God.
Oh, Lee playing very aggressive. Doesn't know that JJ is here. He now flashes away, but it's going to come at the cost of PP God going down. Gala getting the kill, and IG bounce right back.
That's the problem with this Maokai lane. It is notoriously incredibly weak, especially against non-engaged champions. And Braum, such a strong champion level 1. I'm sad to see that Cubby is going to be up in the air in about an hour and a half's time in LAX. But
yep.
I mean, having this Braum and this Xayah, you have such a potent 2v2. Leave has to be careful. He's more than likely going to be catching this wave, especially with Maokai running out of base. But if Mako lands another Q, I feel like maybe they could try to fish for something. They're just going to take their recalls instead.
As long as he didn't get hit by the Q, would be fine. And there we go. Able to at least clear this wave out. But it's a small consolation here for Leave and the rest of the NiP bot lane is JJ coming down there. Again, kind of playing off of the missed tempo that Aki used to get the kill onto the Shy up there. Was able to finally even things up a little bit here. So making sure that Gala's ahead is good, as we see him picking up a BF sword off of his first back, so you know he's going to be feeling good about himself.
Hey, look, Leave does the same. Leave has actually been a big proponent of going for the crit Kai'Sa. A lot of Kai'Sa builds have been kind of dependent on whether or not you're the AD carry that's going to have an easier time pushing in mid-wave. Does land onto Toynbee, but I just don't think it's very real. But he has been, again, going back to Leave, he has been so focused on these crit marksmans, making sure that, hey, I'm going to be a big team fighter. I want to make sure that I can have the highest DPS potential possible if I'm just right-clicking these guys in the head.
And you mentioned it at the start of the draft of game number 1. When Liu is able to play something like this Kai'Sa that can really flip a game on its head when making plays, that's when NiP have been able to find their most success. Because without Liu, NiP doesn't really have a full carry to play through a lot of the time. Solo kill's been a lot on that weak side duty. Doinby notoriously playing for the team type of guy, so without a strong ADC, NiP would not look very strong, which is why it's good to see Leave kind of have the performances that he's had this season.
Yeah, Doinby actually, surprisingly, early on in the season, despite some of the, the credit that we kind of take away from him from playing the lane, actually had some of the best laning stats. Like, I think his gold at 15 was above average and potentially best in the league. He had some pretty good gold generation. It was just that CS mark that kind of fell below the average of a lot of other mid laners. But you look at Leave all season long, 30% damage share for his team, the highest in his role and highest across the league. DPM, highest in the league and highest in his role. Like, even gold permitted in CS, Leave is some of the best. It's just that they're not able to convert, and some of that is his fault. Leave, positioning-wise, has had a lot of questions thrown his way, whether or not he puts himself in danger, if he's necessarily in the best parts in the fights. But I think part of that also has to deal with the fact that NiP are just... They force a lot of team fights, and they are not the best team fighters in the league. You would think with that much practice, you would be the best, but that is just not the case.
So if NiP want to win this one, it's going to have to come off the back of that team fighting, because that's the composition, that's the 5v5 that they set up for themselves. When you have this Shen able to join, leave with that Stand United, or even dive alongside Aki, you're going to have to make the most out of that opportunity, and so the pressure is going to be on Leave once again, as he is building towards that Wild Arrow's first item. That does signify the crit build, as you were alluding to, Alk. And for IG, you could maybe play things out a little bit differently. You have, of course, the Keeper's Verdict from JJ to try to, yoink members away from the fights. You have the Shy on the Yorick, who's going to be able to split push very nicely with the Maiden in hand. And so maybe for IG, it's less about playing the full 5v5s and trying to deny the opportunities for those fights, for NiP.
Maybe there's a play here on the top side. Now, PP God needs to be around this top lane wave because he's going to hit level 6 here. Both supports having access to their ultimates. I'm looking at Doinby right now. He has Flash and he has Tibbers. It's going to be at least one grub
we're going to find
over.
it. It's on to 2 immediately, and JJ's forced to flash away, but they go right towards Doinby, who gets singled out and taken down by the Poppy. 1-0 in favor of IG so far. Keeper's Verdict sends away one. Aki's able to get at least one of these grubs, but now Leave and Aki are isolated. The Winter's Bite connects. The Seismic Shove does too. Feats of Warfare for Invictus Gaming, and they're not done just yet. PP got forced to go with the twisted advance. Leave now it's to try to pop off here to 1v3. He finds 1 kill, but that's all that'll get. A teleport in from... It's going to be Doinby to try to rejoin this fight, as Solo Kill has not been able to help out his team at all. IG go up massive off of that play. They get 2 of the 3 grubs, and they go 3 for 1 overall.
How did Solo Kill not have his ultimate go off? Did either the target died or he got interrupted? Oh my god, he actually gets interrupted by the edge of the cage. Ah, that's really good. Again, the Shy Man showing off some of the Yorick mechanics there, but I want everybody to watch that fight again. Every time we go into replays, man, I feel like I'm a negative Nancy, but I saw Leave, and he made a couple of mistakes. I'm not going to say he choked it. This is not a high-pressure situation, but that ultimate looked a bit sus as we get right into this replay. And this is such an impossible fight for NiP. Even with them finding all of this damage, look at the rest of your team is. Leave is never jumping in here. This Maokai ultimate doesn't land on very many members. I love what Mako does in this fight as the Braum. And then look at Leave. When he presses his ultimate, the shield comes through. We're not going to even see it. It's just going to be the Shy dying.
Yeah, he's going to be able to punch back a little bit onto Solo Kill, though, and Aki is actually separated far enough that Solo Kill might go down to the Maiden. A stun will connect, and the Aegis comes through, and so Solo Kill will survive, albeit barely, as the Shy falls.
The Shy knows. He saw that little grin there. He's like, all right, you know what? Fine. I'm not going to be able to get anything there. I had to use my flash. Goes down. Doinby will take over this wave. Solo Kill will have to invest the teleport down up into the top side. But it's more plates falling over to Invictus Gaming. They got 2 of the grubs. They even got the first dragon. They're a single objective away from yet again getting feats of strength here.
Second time in a row would be very beneficial, as IG off to a bit of an early lead, although NiP still have multiple angles to get back into this one. Their team fighting still is superior. However, now we look at Gala, right? And compared to Leave, who has to be such a big player in these team fights, he's in a really good position. Already has the upgraded boots, whereas Gala does not. And that lead will continue to grow if something is not done about it quickly.
And a big problem that's going to be kind of coming on through for NiP is that a lot of their burst is single target focused. Again, something like this Shen, and Rookie has to be careful. He has the phase rush, so thankfully he gets away. But when you look at what they have, it's kind of like, okay, we're going to throw Tibbers, we're going to throw a Maokai Flash Engage alongside our Pantheon, and that guy is going to die. But then IG are like, cool, so we have all these feathers down, we've got a Braum potentially. Poppy is basically going to make almost all of these champions from NiP incredibly miserable for all 35 to 40 minutes of this game. Like, I feel like this is a game that we need to see NiP really swing out the gate, and so far, I think has been really stifled, especially because of that Grubs play.
Yeah, JJ with the keeper's verdict there to knock away PP God. That's a sign of what things are to come. If they can use that nicely onto like a diving Aki or a solo kill coming out of that Stand United, that could be a really big opportunity for IG to take advantage of making it a numbers advantage for themselves and, you know, winning out in a fight that way. Because in the 5v5, if Leave gets really good positioning, he's able to, you know, style on him a little bit, it should be beneficial here for NiP. So it's up to IG to make sure that doesn't ever happen, as they're the ones to start up the second dragon. It would get, again, be the feats of strength if they pick it up.
Pantheon is not really in the area. Maybe he goes over this wall, but I mean, no one's in position. Feats of Strength going over. It's going to be those first 3 objectives, and again, the first 2 dragons of the game going over to Invictus. I think kind of coming back to some of that itemization that we were talking about, again, without going for static Shiv on this Kai'Sa, it is so much easier for Gala to just walk up to mid-wave, use a spell or 2, and because all of the feathers are ripping through the minions at the same time, they just have mid-priority. They have the first say on moving out of the waves and getting into Fog of War and moving towards objectives. So it's going to continue to be a problem for NiP. Obviously, once Leave gets his evolves and all these things start to come on through, it gets a little easier for them. Maybe there's a play on top side. Aki does have ultimate.
Yeah, but the full tower is there here for the Shy, and you can now start to see Ghoul's doing a little bit of work. You know, they do get blocked by the Spirit's Refuge of the W from the Shen, but you only have that up every 25 seconds or so, especially here at rank 1. So you want to make sure you don't waste an ability like that, especially when you might be looking for a bigger play later on. You see Mako and JJ here to support the Shy just a little bit. And actually a full deployment here towards the top side with this Herald spawning in a little bit over a minute.
25 seconds. Someone's been playing Shen. I had to look because I was like, there's no way a basic ability is 25. It's 16.
It's long.
16 at rank 1. But that one was like, I knew you were flexing a little bit. You're flexing your top lane knowledge. Okay, bro. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you.
It feels like 25 seconds sometimes. Like,
when you're playing a champion,
like,
oh hell yeah, for sure.
I'm not gonna have this for a while now. So being able to play on this timer is definitely pretty important.
Yeah. All right. Well, we've got a little bit of time here. We've got a minute before the Herald. We're actually getting an ultimate coming on through. Rookie.
No time when you can get stunned up. No.
Oh!
He uses the Weaver's Wall successfully, and Doinby's unable to get the stun off in time. So that's a lot of resources utilized. No Grand Starfall anymore for Aki.
I think if you actually use the Tibbers ult there, because it's instantaneous, maybe that could have shoved Rookie off. But again, just conjecture. I think that I'm kind of a oh my god, leave no cleanse before the stun even comes through. That's a pretty big summoner spell, and like we said, we're already missing out on the ultimate from Aki.
Leave might have thought he had barrier. That's what it looked like there. Trying to just soak up a little bit of the damage, but instead not finding anything. As that could be big with the Rift Herald about to spawn. Nobody around that pit right now, but eventually, if that is started up by Invictus Gaming, that is a key cooldown that the main carry of NiP will not have.
I mean, they're not going to be able to contest now. Like, Aki's recalling. Maybe they send something in with Solo Kill, because Solo Kill's sitting under his turret. He doesn't have much pressure on his side of the map. This is going to be Herald. It took one play from NiP to kind of mess this up, and now with IG pressuring them, Talia's on the way but doesn't have this. It's going to be a teleport out from Doinby.
He's going to be in the fight first. However, the Shy has rejoined the rest of his team. The Herald's at 5,000 HP. Aki can steal this with a Comet Spear Smite combination. And here comes a huge taunt from Solo Kill combined with the crowd control of Peepicon. It results in NiP picking themselves up the Herald, and the jump forward will shut down Gala. Ninjas in pajamas. This is the game 2 magic, baby. As they pick themselves up the Herald, there goes Lee with the Killer Instinct. It takes down Mako, but it gets now knocked back by the seismic shove of Rookie, and NiP will be forced to retreat.
Wow, Leave in that fight, getting a lot of damage, but Solo Kill and Aki getting it done in that fight. That was a make or break fight. If IG were able to grab the Herald and still win on that, I feel like that should have been lights out here in this game number 2, but NiP make it look competitive at least here in this series and are able to yet again find a victorious team fight for themselves where they got the Herald at the same time.
Ooh.
Rookie trying to make an extra play here, trying to catch out Doinby. That is not going to be the case. He pays him back, and that's still more important damage down going over in a top tier 1.
This is a setup that all you said was going to be unplayable for NiP,
Wow.
but really nice taunt combined with a Tibber allows for that to not be the case.
Yeah, PP Gods, that ultimate, the twisting, just makes it impossible for them to play. I know I was saying that NiP shouldn't be able to enter back in, but Aki had actually gone back into the pit a lot sooner. We're back to live.
The Shy's dead.
The Shy's getting owned. All right, sure, keep making plays on side. But again, just having the Pantheon, having the Maokai, being able to set up for your team, so important. We saw that Aki flashes forward to actually find and engage on Tagala, knowing that he doesn't have ultimate. So I think a great performance yet again coming in from one of the newest members of NiP in solo kill.
Yeah, that taunt just gave him so much opportunities for things there. And JJ will give a little. That was very rude to Tibbers. We used the Hex Flash and everything there. Hey, 50 gold, 50 gold. I guess that's what JJ will say at least.
It's like, you know what? I'm not dealing with this. We're just gonna force it on cooldown. So. NiP will just get another shove in bottom lane wave. They're making a lot of plays around this dragon. They want to put themselves in prime position. Solo Kill does have teleport, and he doesn't have ultimate coming up, but Herald now spawned in mid lane.
Yeah, there's a Nature's Grasp. He's already going to buy a lot of space. Rookie gets stunned up again by Doinby, but he's forced to go golden and wait for Solo Kill to arrive. Oh, the steadfast presence makes sure that Leave doesn't get all the way through with the Killer Instinct, and that could be disastrous here for NiP. Seismic Shove is going to find Solo Kill, and there's already 2 kills in favor of Invictus, and they're going to be able to look for more. Leave is singled out. Aki gets 1, but Leave is down. Mako in some trouble, but he buys enough time for the rest of his team to come in, and Invictus Gaming will find themselves the ace.
Okay, so they're going to put themselves on Soul Point. A fantastic fight. JJ's Poppy, man. That steadfast presence, you noted it during the fight, stops Lee from flying in. Mako's able to also keep his team alive with this Braum. It is so difficult for NiP if you know that you're not able to get a clean engage there. He also stops Solo Kill from going on in. That was exactly what we needed to see from IG to bounce back in this one. But look where the Maokai is. You get another ultimate where Maokai is nowhere near the engage. Pantheon is now late thanks to this ultimate. JJ basically made or broke this fight, and he made sure that it was a win for IG.
And it's just a little bit of a desync here for NiP. If Doinby was able to sync up with PP God just a little bit more to make sure they were collapsing upon people at the same time, maybe the fight would have worked out a little bit better. Shout out to Aki for getting a couple of nice kills in the back end of this to make sure it's not a complete 5-for-nothing. But overall, IG very much the beneficiaries off of that play. JJ and Rookie both sitting at 3-0, approaching their second full items, and you know, NiP still have the gold lead. Let's remember that. But IG, if they can make sure they do not play these orthodox 5v5 team fights, they'll be feeling pretty good about themselves as well.
Okay, it's a 2v2, actually going to turn into a 3v3. Oh, everybody's here.
Oh, everybody's in the party, but all of a sudden, that's the Pantheon out of the picture as JJ once again comes up big with a massive Keeper's Verdict to make it a big numbers advantage here for Invictus Gaming. They take Doinby down, who's had himself a rough couple of minutes here in this game number 2, and IG have full prio around the top side. Otacon has just spawned as well.
They're going to trade these turrets. Tashai was able to grab one in bottom lane. He is still pushing, and he still has the Maiden. So it's going to be 3 turrets here coming on through for Invictus Gaming. They're not going to go for the Otacon. I think that would be an overstay on their part, but they're going to get so much global gold for themselves. And just the fact that they've opened up some of these lanes, I think is going to be a very, very big boon. It's just an investment, an over-investment from the Ninjas in Pajamas there, trying to make that play happen. But now that Rookie has the Leandries and the Seraphs, that shielding and the additional HP that comes with the item is going to just make it that much tougher for them to really burst out this Talia.
I mean, they were having trouble with that already. You see Doinby not even able to like fully one-shot him with the Tibbers combos, with that full... using all of his sauce right onto Rookie, and now that Seraph Shield is going to make it even harder. Speaking of that Talia, the Weaver's Wall going to cut off PP God, make sure the 4th tower of the game goes the way of Invictus Gaming. And the gold is less than 2,000. We can see that. You know, Leave is getting pretty strong with 2.5 items, but overall Invictus Gaming, they just feel infallible at this point, just given the composition that they do have.
What the hell is this build, Leave? We went Yuntal into Rageblade. What are we cooking, brother? Okay, look, when Leave speaks, I listen. Okay.
Yep.
I've been the biggest Leave apologist on the broadcast. I've had my qualms with him, but I really do feel you give this guy a little bit more time, you give him a couple more reps here on the LPL, and he's going to turn out to be one of our best AD carries. He's already proven that, I think, a few times here, that he has the potential to be an amazing AD carry in the league.
They're shouting it out too on the broadcast. They're like, what is he building? What is he cooking?
Yup. They know. There are items being bought in this guy. Now, if he wins, results-based analysis says that this was the correct play. We'll have to we'll keep a track on this, but right now we're seeing a posture on the top side. I think if this play does not go off immediately for IG, you can kind of see them posturing around this Otacon. You are more focused in a minute and a half's time around that dragon. That is soul for IG if they can secure it.
And on that similar note, NiP want to make sure they put a stop to that, just like they did a couple of times in game number 1. But now it's NiP wanting to try to force IG away from the Dragon Pit as they start up the Otacon. And they're a little bit out of position, at least for now. JJ is in the area, does have the Keeper's Verdict to try to send Aki away. That would make the Smite advantage a lot easier to go for. As the Otacon's at 5,000, now it's started off by IG. JJ still looking for the play, still looking for the Smite. Aki is forced away, and that means that IG say thanks for the leash and pick up the Otacon for themselves. Leaf still wants to party. They still want to try to fight this one out here, as there comes the Grand Starfall. Aki going in with solo kill, and that's the combo that we were looking for Ninjas in Pajamas. They already find the kill on Mako, and they force a flash away from the side, but Leaf will follow him up. It is going to be Aki falling eventually, and solo kill dashing away, and a 2-for-1 overall setup for NiP.
Unironically, not bad for Ninjas in Pajamas. They gave over the Otacon. The Otacon is a win more objective. This should be the Dragon going over to NiP. They're going to reset back out onto the map. I think they're going to have better numbers coming into this play. They actually did see Leave. Oh, they're not going to actually see Leave and solo kill, but I think that they actually, from the side of NiP, played that sequence really, really incredibly. We got to see the Grand Starfall happen at the same time as a Scion ult, so an instant delivery system. I say that NiP did not back quick enough. They're going to be late to this, and there's no place for Aki.
As long as Leave can get here, it would be secure, but it should be the Infernal Soul in for Invictus Gaming because Aki died. And even though NiP had the numbers advantage, they weren't able to force out IG. Now here comes the fight. It is a 5v4 as everybody has respawned, and Leave is caught out and taken down by Gala. Now here comes the Shy. Still looking to chase as all of IG are grouped up still. Aggressive here for the Shy. He's going to pay for it potentially with his life, but he heals up nicely with the help of Mako, who pops the Unbreakable, and he's looking for Doinby when now it's to go golden. Aki finally arriving. Keeper's Verdict sends away the Shen, and that means IG have full prio around this mid lane to take this tier 2 down.
I would like to apologize to everybody in the audience. The NiP cope had immediately made its way into my brainstem, so I apologize. They did not get the Otacon. And now they also lost the soul. So I'm gonna do a little bit of revisionist here. I'm gonna clear the record. IG came out huge for that topside fight.
They got the Otacon. That was the important part. And I think the thing that we kind of glazed over a little bit is the fact that Aki did go down as the one casualty in that fight. That meant there was no available smite for the Dragon, and JJ did a really nice job at immediately trying to get out of there, head back to base, run straight to the pit because he knew that he had the smite advantage. And NiP, again, slow on the resets there, weren't able to get there in time.
You would think with the fact that they have 2 globals that they'd be able to be a little bit quicker on the play, but again, Aki going down, a big investment on that. I think even just sending the Aki ultimate, that was just NiP again overplaying their hand. You lost the Otacon, you let one member die, reset, and just go for the bottom side. Get your vision down. I don't know why we have to invest all of our ultimates for this play. Aki will have ultimate again. There's another Shen ultimate coming up in 6. He needs to make a Baron seal, and even then, that might be the end of the game.
With the help of Gala, I mean, it's already down before Aki can even get into the pit, so now they're just looking for the fight. The Grand Starfall comes out, but JJ with a really nice heroic charge is going to make sure that Gala's alive for now.
Oh my God.
And the Blade Caller will take down solo kill before the taunt even finishes its channel time. It's a double kill picked up for Gala. Doinby dies on the backside to the Shy, and Invictus Gaming with full control of game number 2, looking to take down NiP.
Well, it's time to end NiP's Game 2 merchant status. We're going to get push in mid, we're going to get push in top lane, we're going to take all of these structures and look to try to end this game right now. They have 2 grubs as well. Demolish should end this one up. And maybe this is just going to be IG finally finding a win versus Ninjas in Pajamas in 2025.
It's just Leave and PP God left alive against all 5 members of Invictus Gaming. They take down the top inhib. They will back away, though, knowing that Solo Kill and Aki are about to respawn. So the game will continue, but right now, IG feel great about their position. They are up 8,000 gold, and they look poised to jump up to 9-7 overall in the LPL Ascend group.
And if you think that it was already difficult enough, now there's Shield Bow here for Gala. There's a Seeker's Arm Guard in the inventory of Rookie. We take a look at this replay. I don't care what else has happened in this game. JJ has just now earned himself 2 MVPs for this series. 1 in game number 1, and this Poppy game has been nothing but spectacular. A Poppy ultimate to get rid of a lot of the front line. Leave and the bottom lane of NiP are no longer in this fight. He also stops Aki from doing anything. This Poppy in general has been very good across the league. And honestly, across a couple of plays, he might have just won the game there for Invictus Gaming. I'm going to be honest, I know I defended Leave on the build a little bit ago. I now see an Asher's Tooth. There's nothing I can say here to defend this.
Do we even have the AD upgrade? I don't. Utah.
Yes, we do, because Rageblade gives a bit of AD, because remember, it's his pickaxe.
Okay. So at least we get all 3 of the upgrades, I guess. But we'll see if it ends up paying off here for Leave, as he's now down very far behind
Solo Kill
Gala and the rest of Invictus Gaming. Solo Kill with a deep TP, as you mentioned. And they're going to look to try to cut them off here with the Grand Starfall. Lock down Gala. There's the big taunt, but it's not nearly enough follow-up here for NiP. And Gala will be able to send back the feathers, rip up a double kill for himself. And by the way, the rest of IG, or the rest of NiP, I should say, are in the base because of JJ's Keeper's Verdict. 2v5 on the map. It is just Leave and Doinby. Leave uses the killer instinct, trying to get away. There's a Tibbers. It does a little bit of damage, but not nearly enough. And finally, Rookie will get his revenge over NiP in the 2025 season. For the first time in 2025, it is IG getting the victory over Ninjas in Pajamas. They jump up to 9-7 overall and are on the hunt for that top 4 spot.
IG, they're starting to go on a little bit of a run here. We had some questions after that loss to AL, that loss to Top Esports. Were they going to look as competitive? Their next 2 matches were Thunder Talk and WE. They went to 3 games with both of those teams. Then we were thinking, okay, can JDG make it through their Hell Week? They lose their first series up against TES. IG end up also winning that game against JDG. They have another 2 matches after this. They have FPX, and they play against BLG as their last series of the season. If they even go 500, they're probably still not making it into 4th place. They need to win, and they need to be dominant in every single one of them if they want any chance of an auto bid into playoffs.
Especially because of what JDG has looked like as well. And I think that's the biggest story that we can really tell going into the back half of this second round robin towards the end of the regular season, is that the teams that have been kind of floundering in the middle of the pack, we're really starting to see some of them separate. We saw BLG go on this great run with Beishwan inserted into their lineup. JDG suddenly looking very strong. Despite getting 2-0'd by IG just a little bit ago, they've won a couple of series in a row. And now Invictus Gaming as well are 3 teams that were really struggling in the first round robin. It looked like we were really in a 2-team league. All of a sudden, it looks like we got 5 teams that can really contest for the top if they look like the way that they're looking right now.
All right, and with that win, with the series going the way that it has, Weibo are now also locked for play-ins. So they are still going to have to battle their way. A lot of our seeding is still not complete. Obviously, I think it is most likely that AL and Top Esports are probably going to be top 2 in the league. But now with Weibo already into play-ins, I think it is so fitting that BLG, JDG, and Invictus Gaming are playing for 2 final spots. Most likely just for 4th when you're looking at JDG and IG, especially just with the fact that BLG would have to go on a monumental loss streak here. But no signs of stopping, it looks like, from BLG camp.
Yeah, and that's going to be a really fun matchup tomorrow. It's our 2nd series of the day. It is our match of the week in Week 7 of the LPL. Billy Gaming against JD Gaming. Winner in a really good position to claim that top 4. BLG with a win, I think, would absolutely confirm it, if I'm not completely mistaken. And they would, in general, that's just such a highly contested, exciting game. We cannot wait for you guys to be able to watch it here on LPL English. So again, make sure to tune in same time tomorrow. But going back to what IG have been looking like, again, like we've mentioned, even though they have the toughest path to getting that top 4 spot, even though they might not get it at the end of the day, ending their season on a hot streak after what was really a bad middle portion of the season would be a really big confidence booster for this squad going into playoffs.
They have been just streaky, man. Invictus Gaming have been very streaky. We see them not really take, I think, the high highs of like a 6 series win streak like we saw from Billy and from Top Esports earlier on into the season, but it's these games where it's like, we don't know what version of Invictus we're going to get. We don't know what version of Gala and Mako. They have been slowly starting to turn it up in the back end, but I feel like we're kind of waiting for that next series. Like, when are you going to prove us wrong? When are you going to find a kind of break that curse and actually be that top level team that you know, were promising at the beginning of the year? This is a super team through and through. Same thing with a team like JDG. They're supposed to be coming in, names on paper, fresh roster, and trying to win a trophy here. And I mean, for both of them, it hasn't looked good in Split 1, but both of them, I think, making really big changes and I think upgrades to themselves coming in a Split 2, especially now with lane swaps out. I think it's exciting, but everybody in the back of their minds is kind of just waiting for Invictus to fall and kind of make that big slip up. A lot of people are looking at their downfall.
And you know what? It would be up to IG, and it'd be very fitting of IG to try to prove the haters wrong here. As you know, I think both mid laners for JDG and IG, as these are kind of the teams that are still fighting for that top 4 spot. And Rookie and Scout, they both had great series today. I think, you know, despite some of the struggles that they were facing a little bit earlier on in the season, if they can continue their play and continue to look good, again, these 2 former world champions in the mid lane, that just makes for a much more entertaining LPL, a much more competitive LPL, and it is fitting that these super teams are kind of scaling up for playoffs because that is what they were built for at the end of the day.
Exactly. And for NiP, now they're on a 2 series loss streak. Obviously, they were able to break it a little bit ago with a win over FPX, but this is tough. Or sorry, they're on a 3 series loss streak now. Pretty tough, all things considered. Just this team does not look good right now, unfortunately. Like, a lot of problems, and even though we talked about, like, hey, Leave has to be a big carry for this team, even that has been faltering, especially in recent memory. So I know that a pretty early narrative for us coming into Split 1 was like, okay, Doinby, regular season MVP, but, you know, can Leave and the rest of this team kind of pick it up. It feels like they were supposed to be like the bar of entry getting into playoffs. I don't even feel like that's necessarily the case. I have depending on their matchups going into not only play-ins, but also the first round of playoffs, there's a real possibility that because they start in the lower bracket, they could just have to find themselves at a really early exit.
Which would be pretty shocking considering what their kind of makeup was going into Split number 1, right? Where they beat IG in a best of 5. They made it to top 8 very easily. They then had a bit of a rougher playoff showing, even though they played some really competitive series in that bracket. But overall here for Ninjas in Pajamas, bit of a downfall for them. It seems like when teams like FPX and WE came into Group Ascend after not making the playoffs in Split 1 and were able to make the most of that opportunity and climb up in the standings, taking victories here and there, NiP have not been able to do that to the same effect.
Yeah, I love that kind of juxtaposition of the different teams, right? Because we looked at, you know, the 3 teams coming in at the bottom, Thunder Talk, FPX, and WE. We were like, okay, you guys are the happy to be here squad. Like, congratulations, participation medal. We'll see you in play-ins for playoffs. You're most likely locked for like that bottom slot. But I mean, WE going on like a 5-win streak. We haven't seen that. I mean, that's more wins than Ninjas in Pajama have in total. FPX finding some level of consistency and being able to find those really high performances for some of their players, bouncing them back in. They went on runs and they showed that they deserve to be here. As Gala gets MVP, I feel bad for JJ. He definitely deserved it this game on the Poppy, but you know what? Hats off to you, man. You played really well on the Xayah, and you had a really easy game in front of you.
It's one of those big numbers games, I think, for Gala, who, don't get us wrong, played admirably in these team fights, was able to get a lot of really nice blade callers and was collapsed upon multiple times. But I think the reason that he was able to find a lot of the fights was because of the rest of the team around him, as JJ specifically, like, never making it a fair fight.
Robbed. That's all I gotta say. Robbed.
I feel like a lot of I feel like we've been agreeing with them
I'm glad it
more
was a
often,
4-0.
so yeah,
We got a
it was
4-0
quick day.
today.
For a behind-the-scenes look, all the talent that you saw on your screen today, not originally scheduled for the day. So hope that, of course, everything is going well for the people that weren't able to make it. But we were, all the super subs came in, and it looks like the LPL gods blessed us with a bit of a shorter day.
Yeah. Thank you again to production Alex. I know that our producer has been a little bit under the weather for today, and also was on yesterday. So if everybody could wish him, as well as Trouble, one of the people who wasn't able to make it here today. I really wanted to say thank you to Trouble. Unfortunately, she was not able to be here because she is feeling a little bit under the weather as well. Maybe it's just something over in the EU that's going around. But hope that you guys can send both of them well wishes as we close out today's show.
100%. And a big shout out to both you, Alk, and Cubby, who is about to hop on a flight, apparently, as we saw earlier on the show, for making some last-minute adjustments to your plans and being able to appear on the show in her stead. But again, thank you so much to everybody who tuned in to today's coverage of the LPL here on LPL English, as, of course, we had 2-0 series to kick off this day. JDG with a 2-0 over FPX, and then IG with a 2-0 over Ninjas in Pajamas. Both different results than last time around. But before we go, we want to give a very big thank you to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mung, and Forrest Without. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast of crew who help to strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. Make sure you tune in tomorrow, though. Same time, same place, 5 a.m. Eastern, 2 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. GMT, whatever time zone that you're in, because it is
Match of the week.
Incredible day of gameplay that we will have here on LPL English. We start things off to see if Weibo can snap their loss streak against the best team in the LPL in top esports. Seems like Alk's not super excited about that. But then our match of the week, BLG against JDG. These two teams that are rising towards that top 4 at the same time, battling for the opportunity to clinch themselves a spot in playoffs. Thank you very much for everybody who tuned in, and we'll see you all tomorrow for more LPL.